Chapter 441 Things are done. It is also for this reason that this civilization still retains the living habits of many years ago. Everyone in this civilization works hard every day for their own food, clothing, housing and transportation. Although the advancement of science and technology has brought them a lot of convenience, it only brings convenience. Ordinary people still have to live their lives how they should. Perhaps if this civilization had not had such a development plan, then perhaps what happened today would not have happened. But unfortunately, there are no ifs for anything. So Lawrence relented under Macau's persuasion. He decided to turn a blind eye to this matter. And after receiving his answer, Macau immediately took action. As a habitual criminal, Macau naturally knew the seriousness of this matter. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, he needs to pull as many people into the water as possible. As long as everyone is pulled into the water, then there will be no safety or unsafe situation in this matter. Of course, it might be very difficult if someone else does it, but it will be easier if he does it. Most of the people in the entire block have cooperated with him more or less. So if he comes forward to convince these people, the effect will not be too fast. He is also very experienced in persuasion. First he picks the big guys to start with, and then he picks the small fish and shrimps. Because as long as the big guys join the team, it will be much easier for the small fish and shrimps to persuade them. Perhaps because the value of this time was too great. Driven by money, Macau integrated many people in just half a day. And by the way, we found all the buyers. Lawrence also had to admire his efficiency. Although Lawrence knew that basically everyone in the system was now involved, he still felt a little uneasy because it was the first time he had done this. So he was still worried. Just when he was still a little uneasy, something even worse happened. Probably what happened was that he and many other people were called together by Macau that night. Macau, why did you call us here in the middle of the night? He asked with some confusion as he looked at the colleagues who were called over. Faced with this question, Macau did not answer him, but asked the transport robot to bring dozens of combat uniforms and distributed them to them. This is this? Lawrence was a little confused looking at the combat uniform in his hand. But he had already guessed this through this thing. There should be quite a few departments joining the team, even combat units. And while he was still thinking, he saw hundreds of people in combat uniforms coming not far away. Judging from their appearance, they should be uniformly trained combatants. And when these people appeared here, everyone suddenly felt bad. After all, they were now in a state of guilty conscience. It would be strange not to be nervous when meeting these people under such circumstances. But just as they were about to escape, Macau told them to calm down and told them that these people were following them this time. At this time, Lawrence felt bad when he heard Macau say the word action. It was obvious that he knew that he might do something very dangerous next. Macau, what do you mean by action? Have you forgotten what you promised me before? Lawrence, who realized that the situation was not good, immediately asked Macau. Facing him, Macau also made a helpless expression. Everyone, I know you are a little dissatisfied with me calling you here, but you might as well think about this matter carefully. No matter how much he earns, someone will have to transport the things back. The group of people above us will definitely not do this kind of thing. So they won't do it. In the end, won't the burden fall on us? But don't worry this time. We have already taken care of all aspects. You just need to follow my instructions in a while, and it will be done. At this time, after hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but start talking. Obviously, many people thought that since the people above had also joined, they could use their abilities to mobilize 1 or 2 warships to transport those things. That's it. There is no need for them to come forward at all. While they were still talking about this, a huge battleship had already stopped at the spaceport and was waiting for them. At this time, Macau also led everyone to the vicinity of the battleship. This is a deep space transport ship. Simply put, it is the official version of the transport ship. This kind of transport ship is also the most technologically advanced transport ship in the entire civilization. Under normal circumstances, warships of this level are mainly engaged in the transportation of some strategic materials. When everyone saw this battleship, they immediately realized that there might be some big shots involved in this incident. And after thinking of this, everyone was finally able to relax a little bit. Because the higher the level of people involved in this matter, the more advantageous it is for them. Because if the incident comes to light, some people will definitely find ways to suppress him. Otherwise they will also suffer. In this way, everyone followed Macau into the battleship with various thoughts. In fact, they are all very aware of this matter now, and there is no need for them to operate it at all. An industrial ship of this level can completely complete the task of collecting these things independently. So under normal circumstances, they don't need to follow at all. The reason why Macau brought them all was actually very simple. That is, the people above did not trust them. So they did it deliberately. Because only if you participate and are controlled by the people above, only in this case can they boldly share a piece of cake with you. Otherwise they will definitely not be assured. Basically, those who work within the system are well aware of these things. So they are happy to accept the people above doing this. After all, while you are showing loyalty, you will also be protected. In this way, under Macau's arrangement, the transport ship set sail. And its sailing target was exactly where the infected people dropped by Jiangyao were. After arriving in this area, the deep space transport ship first flew to one of the infected people, then opened the transport cabin, and then countless transport robots flew out from the ship to take the infected person in. After collecting one, the battleship flew non-stop to the area where an infected person was and repeated the previous operation. After completing all this, the deep space transport ship returned. When the liftoff transport ship arrived at the predetermined location, I saw that there were already many people in armor waiting here. And there was also a huge transport ship parked in the distance. And this transport ship was the transit carrier. After the deep space transport ship transferred the infected people inside, everyone followed and boarded that transport ship. Immediately afterwards, the transport ship brought everyone to another place. This is where the transaction took place. After arriving here, Macau and the person in charge of the docking were negotiated. And then he ordered someone to open the warehouse to complete the transaction. After doing all this, I saw Macau leading everyone back. After everyone set foot on Baixing's return journey, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Although these things had been arranged long ago, they only needed to go through the process, and it would be okay. But even so, everyone was extremely nervous before. Compared to the others, Lawrence was more scared. After all, it was his first time to do such a thing. And it was so exciting to do such a thing for the first time. This made his little heart more or less unbearable. While he was still feeling uneasy, Macau came forward and gave each of them a card. This card is your reward. Macau then added, the star card in each of your hands has the limit I promised you before. Because this kind of star card can only be obtained by people with special status. And the customer's information is absolutely confidential. As long as you don't transfer a large amount of the credit in this card to your own account, it is absolutely safe. In short, you only need to use this card to spend this money. Then it is absolutely safe. After explaining everything in this way, Macau came to Lawrence and winked at him. How about Lawrence? It's easy to get the money. At this time, after hearing Macau's words, Lawrence looked at him deeply and remained silent for a long time. Indeed, the money came too easily, and the amount was too large. It was so big that it felt unreal to him. He just checked the credit limit, and it was a full 100 million, which he could not earn in dozens of lifetimes. And the most important thing is that it is very difficult to get this card in their civilization. He got this card so easily that many wealthy businessmen tried their best to get. And the credit limit is scary high. He also had to lament the generosity of the people behind the scenes. As a person working within the system, he saw everything that happened tonight. The operation process of the entire system is almost watertight. Even the transport ship they are riding on now has a saying that this transport ship is a transport ship for the resistance. In other words, even if things happen in the end, the rebels will still be there to help you take over the blame. There is no flaw in the entire process. And all levels are green. It is obvious that there are too many people and facts involved in the world this time. It's no wonder why they took both ends with them. Because dividing one end is definitely not enough. Later, he also asked about the quotas of other people in Macau. Some of the others had a large amount of tens of millions. And some of them only had 2 or 3 million. When he heard that some people only had such a small amount, he couldn't help but feel a little different. After all, for him, the risk of this matter was so high. And he felt it was incredible that those people could only take such a small amount. Macau just rolled his eyes at his question and said, "Brother, the reason why we share more is because we are the initiators of this matter. So a big piece of cake must belong to us. As for the other people, it's different. I will allocate different ratios to them according to their positions. After all, more than half of the whole cake is taken by the people above. They took a large part of it, and the rest was taken by the two of us. People in other systems need to manage and take part of it. In fact, the only ones who can break 1 million are participants like us. As for some others, They just gave away tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Are they worth tens of thousands? Aren't you afraid of them leaking secrets? Leaking secrets? Stop making trouble. Some people don't even know how to leak secrets about what we are transporting. And for them, they only need to pretend not to see it, and they can get tens of thousands in vain. No one is happy with this. And the most important thing is that this matter was ordered by their superiors. What do you think they should do? And most of the people on duty at each checkpoint at this time have been deliberately arranged. They are all veterans who often do this kind of thing. So they know what to say, what not to say, and how much they can divide. Bottom. Hearing this, Lawrence couldn't help but sigh that there was quite a lot of Xiao Jiujiu involved in this matter. But at this time, he had secretly made up his mind that he would only do this job. And the money he earned this time was enough for him to spend. So even if the same thing happened in the future, he would not participate in it. In this way, the whole thing was settled. All participants got their slices of cake, and then started their ordinary lives day after day. However, what they don't know is that they may not be able to enjoy their ordinary life for long. In fact, when Jiang Yao released these infected people, his first thought was that a civilization with such an experience must be curious about these space creatures. So when they discover these things, and when they are sure that this thing is dead, then they will most likely pull it back to study it themselves. In this way, Jiang Yao can successfully send the infected people into their civilization. Once it is sent inside civilization, the next thing will be easier to handle. All you have to do is choose the right time to wake them up and start releasing the virus. As for whether he would be dissected midway, Jiang Yao wasn't worried at all. After all, they are also a space force. And it is not something you and the others can dissect with just a few small instruments. If a civilization of this level wanted to get rid of the infected, it would either have to accumulate them over decades, or it would just use warships to bombard them. The effect would definitely be very good if they were bombarded with warships. But these are precious research materials. How could they use warships to bombard them? So for Jiang Yao at this moment, this civilization can basically be declared dead. So it's absolutely true that curiosity killed the cat. It would be really weird if nothing happens if everything is transported to the interior of your own planet. At this point Jiang Yao stretched, then began to study the new map, preparing to choose the next area. In fact, the reason why this time it went so smoothly is mainly because this civilization has not experienced the cruelty of the universe. They are still as naive as children. However, Jiang Yao's plan cannot be successful for any civilization that has experienced a cosmic war. Because after normal civilization sees these things, they will most likely start bombarding them instead of taking them back. Once the bombardment reveals that this thing is okay, then all kinds of warships will probably come. Chapter 442 Infection Outbreak. In fact, most civilizations in the universe will choose such a routine when dealing with unclear creatures. After all, these civilizations know that the universe is full of routines. If you dare to stuff those obscure things into your home today, they will send you to the west tomorrow. After this wave of operations, the only thing that surprised Jiang Yao was that the other party brought these things back in 2 batches instead of together. Although it's unclear why they operate like this. As long as their goals are achieved, they don't care too much about how they operate Jiang Yao. Now what Jiang Yao has to do is to send a remote to conduct data reconnaissance where the next civilization is located. And it is the best time for him to enter here. After all, this civilization is still so big, and there are buildings like space cities. Jiang Yao's idea is that it will be better to wait until they disperse these in various buildings and activate them immediately. But this time on the alien civilization side. At this moment, the attention of the entire civilization is focused on one major event. Their civilization captured the corpses of 8 cosmic creatures just yesterday. And most of the materials that made up these creatures were things they had never seen before. For them, this is undoubtedly a big discovery. First of all, they understand through this creature what other forms of life in the universe are like, and also discover the differences between different civilizations and different creatures. And according to relevant experts, as long as the gene of this creature is deciphered, their biotechnology may be able to take a step forward. Many people in civilization are discussing where this creature came from. And many people believe that this creature is very likely to be able to survive in space. All in all, speculation about this creature has not stopped since this information was announced. At this moment, the curiosity of the entire civilization was aroused by the infected. The research progress report on this creature was published simultaneously in real time. Of course, some details or confidential things will definitely not be reported. But the general direction of the research route can still be inquired by everyone. and everyday information is released that shocks all groups of people. After first research, they believe that this kind of creature is very likely to survive in space. This discovery also shocked many people. After all, they are all very aware of the harsh environment of the universe. Under such circumstances, surviving in the universe without any protective measures is simply a miracle of evolution for living creatures. But as time went by, more shocking news was reported. Among them, what concerned them most was the defensibility of this creature. Because according to their scientific research, the defensibility of this creature is too great. Exaggerated. Now they were unable to destroy the reaction of this giant beast through any conventional means, which also shocked them greatly. According to scientists' inferences, to break through the defenses of this creature, you may at least need to use the weapons of a battleship. Just like this, one discovery after another refreshed the three views of alien civilization. A person who has never had any contact with other civilizations or creatures from other planets is full of curiosity about these things. And Jiang Yao's infected person is just like a good baby lying there to cooperate with their research. This operation continued for several weeks until one day, the official announced another piece of news, which changed the whole thing. That is the official announcement that two will be sent to the space city, because there are more advanced research facilities there, and shooting experiments can be conducted when necessary. In this way, Jiang Yao's infected people were successfully sent to their space city. When the infected appeared in the space city, the people of the alien civilization did not wait for more research results. Instead, they were greeted with terrible news. The news is that these creatures are awakening. These creatures are not dead. They are just in a state of suspended animation. And this state of suspended animation deceives their instrument scanning. When this creature wakes up, their first reaction is to capture or restrain it instead of killing it. Such a wave of decisions created opportunities for the naturally infected people to spread their poison everywhere. Therefore, infected people can break out of the laboratory and start spreading poison against alien civilizations. It was not until this moment that the alien civilization realized that the situation was not good. Although they couldn't detect the infected person's poison for the time being, they saw it when the infected person circled their planet and space city at the speed of the third universe. They were also shocked by the space creatures that could possess such speed. And while they were shocked, they suddenly thought of the physical strength of this kind of deep space. And when they combined these aspects, they suddenly got a terrifying result. That is, this creature was most likely a biological weapon of a certain civilization. Because of these 2 points, it is not difficult for the alien civilization to deduce that this creature already has the ability to fight in space. And if someone deliberately dropped this kind of creature on their doorstep, they wouldn't believe it if you said it didn't have any bad intentions. Thinking of this, they immediately realized that something was wrong. That is, their civilization might be targeted by an evil civilization. Thinking of this, they reacted immediately regardless of the number of people. First, they began to send warships to hunt down the infected. And at the same time, he gave an order to kill him if necessary. This is a very worrying thing. Because at this time, if the civilization is a little more vigilant, it will definitely choose to kill them directly instead of trying to capture them alive for research. Although the research value of a creature with interstellar navigation capabilities is very great, you must also consider its dangers. It is obvious that this naive civilization only considers its value, but not its potential dangers. In this way, the infected people completed their spread in circles. This large-scale spread will most likely infect nearly half of the entire civilization. Of course, this is not the end of the story. This half of the infected people will be affected and start attacking people around them. For specific information, please refer to zombies. And this virus is much more transmissible than the zombie virus. And infected people can set their own incubation period for the virus. Regarding the incubation period of this virus, Jiang Yao set the time at 1 month. Basically, this virus can spread to the entire civilization in a month. It is even said that this virus can be carried by certain infected individuals to other colonial galaxies and then infected again. In this way, when they notice it, it will be their destruction. Of course, in order to ensure the efficiency of transmission, the infected people will be asked to wander as close to crowded areas as possible. The flying altitude of the infected people will also be kept very low by Jiang Yao. After all, there are many warships chasing him behind him. Under such circumstances, if you want to stay in power for a longer period of time, the only way to do this is to use a rat trap. Anyway, your city is below. As long as you dare to mess around, many people in your city will die. So these warships dare not open fire even if they use rat weapons. It is also for this reason that the infected people in Jiangyao have survived in the entire civilization for such a long time. After all Jiangyao's infected people were killed, their mission was completed. The most interesting thing is that after being killed, the infected will release a large amount of poison around them. When this civilization learned about this thing, their first reaction was not to take the poison back to study its ingredients, and then conduct a nationwide census to see how many people were infected. They just sealed the entire area tightly, gathered the participating soldiers at the same time, and then sampled them to see how many people were infected with this thing. And after it was confirmed that all these soldiers were infected, the development of antidotes began. They did not report this matter to the public, so most people only knew that these infected people were killed, and they did not know other news. It is also because this wave of operations has given these viruses a better space to spread. After research, they can first determine that this virus is extremely transmissible. In this regard, they also express gratitude for the previous isolation operation. After all, if they had not done all these operations in time, the virus might have spread. But at this stage, they did not study how transmissible the virus is or how infectious it is, until 7 days have passed. That is to say, 1 week since the study of this virus began. That day they got terrible news about the virus. That is, the virus was very transmissible, and ordinary protective clothing could not stop the virus at all. When they got the result, the whole team panicked. Immediately afterwards, they immediately performed an examination on the researchers, and the results of the examination were naturally no surprise at all. All the researchers were infected, and no one was spared. Although they didn't know what side effects the virus would have, they already had a vague premonition at this time. Then they began to study the virus again. Finally, on the 20th day, they figured out the general situation of the virus, and determined what consequences the virus would have once it attacks. After learning about the situation, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was obvious that they knew that once the virus broke out, it would bring a terrible disaster to the entire civilization. Then, they recalled the scene where the infected people were wandering around their planet. Now they understood why the infected people did such mysterious operations at that time. It was obviously to spread the viruses. Now everyone knew something was wrong, so they immediately set out to develop an antidote for the virus. But now 27 days have passed. In 3 days, unless they are the top civilization in the universe, they may be able to research the antidote and put it into use in these 3 days. But with their level of technology, it will take at least a month to research it. By this time, the first batch of people who came into contact with the infected had begun to undergo mutations, and it was already the 29th day when this news was reported. There is only less than 1 day left before the collective outbreak time set by Jiangyao, and the day after the report came out, a large number of people suddenly mutated, and the entire civilization panicked. In order to prevent these mutated people from harming others, they had to send a large number of personnel to suppress it. At this time, large-scale outbreaks began to occur one after another. Then this outbreak was like a flood discharged from a gate. Out of hand, the number of infected people in the entire civilization soared sharply, and the number of converted people also began to soar crazily. Then as the number reached a certain level, suppression was no longer useful. At this time, they knew very well that they had to research the antidote as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire civilization would be in danger of raging. But when everyone placed their hope on the researchers, these researchers also followed one after another. One fell down. The entire research process was disrupted as the researchers were directed. In this race against time, reorganizing a group of researchers to conduct research will delay the progress for a long time. Under such circumstances, you have to ensure that these researchers will not be infected with the virus. It is very difficult to do this. To be precise, judging from the current situation, it is basically impossible. In this way, as wave after wave of outbreaks occurred across the entire civilization, most people were infected. And the most critical thing was that even some of their colonial galaxies also experienced large-scale outbreaks. As for the space city that symbolizes the entire civilization, it is naturally also the hardest hit area. After things developed to this point, everyone knew that their civilization was over. From 50% to 60% of the entire civilization, to now more than 99% of the people have been tricked. And the whole process only took a week. This speed is outrageous. Now, the only people in their civilization who have not been infected are those who have lived on battleships for a long time. These people looked at the entire civilization with almost despair, and it was heading for destruction step by step. And what frightens them even more is that this virus can not only spread within the planet, it can also spread in space. And Space City is the best example. This really shocked the group of people hiding in the battleship. And now they decided to escape from here after thinking about it. Although they don't know how long their warship can last in space. And they don't know whether the virus will follow their warship to other places. But none of this matters anymore. They must leave in order to survive. Here. In this way, many battleships set off to various corners of the universe. After they left for a while, Jiang Yao's insect nest also came here and began to carry out the final harvest of the entire civilization. Until now, this matter can be considered to have come to an end. Jiang Yao destroyed this middle-level civilization in the universe at the cost of only 10 second-stage infected people. Chapter 443, Discovering the Seriously Injured Battlestar. So sometimes curiosity can really kill the cat. At this moment, while Jiang Yao was cleaning up the battlefield, he couldn't help but sigh that such a powerful civilization eventually fell to destruction just because of curiosity. At the same time, players also completed their deployment in the new galaxy. As soon as they arrived in this star field, the players went their separate ways and went to their respective areas of responsibility. In order to take precautions, many guilds have prioritized finding a safe spot in the target galaxy and arranging the supplies and transport units there. After doing all this, the Euglena players immediately set off to the planet over there to investigate the situation. Then the players in the guild began to plan strategies based on the information brought back by the eyeworm players. The overall operation process is relatively easy for some players in large guilds to handle, but it is more difficult for some small guilds. If they encounter a civilization with average strength, the Grand Guild can choose to directly use the fighting locusts of the insect swarm host to cooperate with the corruptors in their hands. The fighting locusts and defensive bugs of the swarm hosts not only provide output and protection for the corruptors, but can also act as cannon fodder when necessary, so that units with remaining health can retreat safely. Of course, each wave of such an operation will consume a lot of money. But in this case, they will attack civilization very quickly. So after solving their target galaxy, they had more time to search around to see if they could find other resource galaxies. And there are some small guilds whose attack methods are naturally not so efficient. First, they will let the Euglena players find the relatively weak areas of the galaxy, and then determine where the infected or cockroaches will settle. Immediately afterwards, they sent corruptors and fighting locusts to launch the first wave of attacks. Of course, this wave of attacks was mainly based on harassment. The infected people take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the planet. If they are discovered after sneaking into the planet, they will start to surround the planet and release the virus. But in this case, their infected people will definitely burp inside. It would be easier if they were not discovered. They could hide and slowly release the poison, and then sit back and wait for civilization to belch. All in all, no matter how they operate, there is still a slight gap compared to large guilds in terms of speed. And the most important thing is that apart from the difference in speed, there is also the fact that they have no way to deal with some civilizations with relatively high technological levels. Of course, they all understand this. After all, it is basically unrealistic to invest here to achieve the results of the big guys. So in the end, they came up with a way to solve the current dilemma, which was to change civilization. For example, if your current civilization's technological level is too high and you can't handle it, you can choose to trade with other guilds. For some large guilds, they are also happy to accept this proposal. After all, high-level civilizations definitely have more resources than low-level civilizations. Such a wave of operations will naturally benefit everyone. But it will also involve a problem, which is that there are only a few major guilds. There are too many guilds that need to be replaced. But the number of civilizations they have is limited, so they can't replace them no matter how they change. In the end, many large guilds changed careers and became mercenaries to help these small guilds fight. Because the current situation is special, these employment fees are also ridiculously high. When encountering some relatively powerful civilizations, many large guilds offer astronomical prices such as 30% of the total income. Although this price is already ridiculously high, there is no way for the small guilds to accept it. After all, if you don't accept it, then you really have no income at all. So under the players' actions, these big guilds are basically making a lot of money this time. The big guilds that have earned enough resources store these resources in secret places one after another. In this way, players in this star field have been having a lot of fun during this period of time. Although the players are having fun, the civilization here has suffered. One civilization after another was sent away by players. and their resources were plundered by players. In this way, half a year passed round after round. In the past 6 months, players have accumulated a lot of resources. Whether it is mineral resources or biological resources, players have a lot of reserves. Although they can't use these resources now, when Jiangyao comes over later, they can basically make a fortune by exchanging the resources. And after disposing of all the resource galaxies in their hands, the players began to search around this star field to see if they could find more civilizations. Not many eyeworms are needed to detect these civilizations, so those extra eyeworm players are directly sent out to search for resources throughout the universe. After a period of time, many Euglena players have made some gains, and some have found meteorite belts containing ores. Some found planets with ores. There are also some who are lucky enough to find civilizations that mine a lot of ores. For such guild players, they all have a unified name. And this name is European Dog. Because to put it bluntly, when you find this type of civilization, you are just picking it up. After all, you only need to send away the civilization, and then you can directly transport the ore. After all, the ore has already been collected for you, so you only need to transport it, which saves you a lot of manpower and material resources. This is undoubtedly good news for players. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that with these ore resources, your guild will not need to worry about the supply of subsequent battles in the short term. Of course, sometimes things are like this. Some people are happy and some are sad. Most guilds made a lot of money during this event. But there were also many guilds who were not so lucky. The 2 assigned planets are also relatively resource poor. Under such circumstances, they basically gained nothing from attacking civilization. In the end, they had no choice but to become mercenaries. But not every guild of this kind was very strong. So becoming mercenaries could only lower the price. Although they make less money in one round, they can still make a little bit, which is definitely better than not making any money at all. In this way, players are having a great time developing various developments in this star field and attacking various civilizations. Of course, this joy was short-lived. As time went by, they discovered fewer and fewer civilizations, and the guild activities became less and less every day. To put it simply, players all enter the grassing stage after a period of time. The current situation is that they can still play if they can find civilization. But if they can't find civilization, they are in a state of doing nothing. It is also because of this reason that the civilizations that were found later were all miserable. After all, the players have been hungry for a long time and suddenly found a civilization. You can imagine what they will do with this civilization. After the war started, it was purely a vicious dog attack. Just when the players thought they would be planting grass here for a long time, a discovery made things turn around this day. On this day, the players of a medium-sized guild were still waiting for news about the feeding of the players exploring the Euglena as usual. Because the current situation at this stage is that there are more monks and less meat. Once the players of Jiangyao Eyeworm team find the civilization, they will auction it in the channel. Brothers, yesterday's civilization was auctioned by another guild with similar strength to mine. We must grasp this guild today. At this moment, a player in this guild said, as he watched the countdown to the start of the auction. The people next to him also nodded when they heard his words. We have been doing nothing for a month. Now we finally have a good civilized auction, and we must seize it. But everyone should calm down. It is good to fight in a civilized manner. But we must also consider the issues of battle losses and return on investment. Take yesterday's civilization for example. Although it was taken away, based on the information provided by the Eyeworm team, we are not sure that this civilization will definitely make money. In short, the auction of civilization depends on personal vision. We make guesses based on the limited information they provide. Estimate the value of this civilization. Calculate the battle losses. And finally calculate how much we can make in one wave. And then consider whether it is worth buying it. However, these Eyeworm players are very thieving. The information they provide is foggy. If we make a mistake in judgment, there is a high probability that we will lose money to our grandma's family. In this way, the ranking began in everyone's discussion. This time, the auction was for a civilization with a mid-level technological level. This level of civilization is very difficult for most guilds to win. So many small and medium-sized guilds have chosen to quit. But this kind of civilization is different for some stronger guilds. Therefore, civilized auctions are still quite competitive. Then when the auction ended and the players were about to leave, suddenly the Eyeworm players on the front line brought another exciting news. That's when they discovered the space fortress. To be precise, it should be a war fortress. And it is a seriously injured war fortress. Everyone is familiar with this war fortress. It is the one that was carried with the Empire before. After that war, the war fortress was severely damaged and fled from the previous planet. Originally, the players thought they might never encounter it again. But who could have imagined that they would meet this war fortress again so soon? And after meeting this fortress, the players became excited. No one else knows the specific situation of this war fortress, but the players know it very well. According to the players' predictions, there is a high probability that the war fortress's injuries will not recover in a short time. Of course, the result is what the players thought. At this moment, the war fortress in the picture is being repaired near a galaxy. Transport ships can be seen coming and going near him. It is obvious that these warships are collecting materials to repair the war fortress. At this time, players have also discovered a large amount of reserves in this galaxy, which is very important for players. This is undoubtedly good news for us. At this time, the players present all know that they only need to deal with this war fortress, so that they can not only obtain the resources inside the war fortress. It is even said that even the surrounding resources belong to them. Players naturally don't want to miss such a good thing. Of course, players also know that this war fortress is very powerful. If they want to defeat it, all players must unite together. And under such circumstances, there is still the possibility of failure. So players are thinking of various ways to deal with this war fortress. The first thing players need to consider when attacking this war fortress is how to withstand its damage. After all, the firepower of this war fortress is not the slightest bit strong, so it is obviously unwise to resist it forcefully. The second is how to prevent this war fortress from escaping. After all, if this thing escapes, the next time they encounter it may be in the year of the monkey. So players want to kill it directly in this wave. Although the second stage swarm host can hatch bugs that prevent jumps, the war fortress has many turrets, and the skins of these bugs are very fragile. Even if players create a large number of disturbing bugs, it is still difficult to trap them here. After all, the bugs you release can be easily cleaned up by this fortress. And once he cleans up your bugs, he can run away at any time. So the best way now is to use electromagnetic pulse banlings. However, to interfere with this method, you need a large number of electromagnetic pulse banlings. Although players have some reserves of these insects, they are not many. After all, bugs like this are not used very frequently under the current situation of the players. So the reserves of the players are not too large. So now players must face a problem. That is, how to maximize the effectiveness under limited conditions. And what tactics should be adopted to attack this war fortress. Some things are crucial. As long as there is a problem in any link, then all their efforts will most likely be in vain. I think the electromagnetic pulse banling should be used at the end. When it is ready to escape, the banling should be lifted out. Although it cannot stop him for a long time, this at least gives us more buffer opportunities. Although that is correct, the number of banlings we have is too small. Under such circumstances, even if they are all used, I estimate that it will only take a few minutes at most to break through the interference area at its speed. And these few days, how much output can we make up in minutes? It doesn't matter how much output is added to a building of this level. So I feel that we should find a way to put our infected people in. I think this is definitely the best. What you said above is not entirely correct. The infected person's virus is fine for some low-level civilizations, but it is too easy for them to crack a civilization of this level. Therefore, the effect of putting other infected people in is not obvious. I think you still have to use high-level insect swarm hosts to consume them. If I'm not blind upstairs, the opponent's battleships are all inside. You still want to go in and fight them? You are going in to deliver them. Chapter 444 Make a plan and start taking action. In this way, players started talking about this matter. They are all racking their brains to come up with a perfect solution. After all, their current situation is no better than before. If they encountered such a situation before, with their resource reserves, even if the group was destroyed, they would be able to immediately pull out a new formation. But now it is no longer possible. Now they only have one formation in hand, which means they feel a little bit desperate. If they overturn this wave of operations, then this event will basically be over. And there is a high probability that all the high-level units in their hands will be involved. I have to complain. It happened to be that we met such a big customer when we were running out of supplies. It was really hard. Yes, as long as the insect nest is there. There are various ways to deal with such big things. Now that the insect nest is gone, it will purely depend on the accumulation in our hands. It just so happens that the number of relevant troops we have prepared is relatively small. which makes it very uncomfortable. I can't complain to you guys upstairs. In fact, this is what real war is like. Real war is about adjusting tactics according to different situations, and finally achieving victory. This is the core of this type of game. Speaking of which, the player then added, from a certain perspective. Our previous gameplay was not considered real combat because of the insect nest. The production speed of the insect nest is really fast. When dealing with different situations, we can change the lineup according to the specific situation. For example, to deal with this wave of enemies, we need to use banlings to clean up a lot of miscellaneous soldiers. Then we can hatch these units immediately. Or in some systems, we need to use auxiliary units like this. And we can immediately produce a large number of infected people. These are the privileges officially set for us players. But if it is a real war, it is impossible to have the help of these things. Take some other civilizations for example. When they encounter similar situations, they can only use what they already have in their hands to fight. They cannot replenish what we need at any time like us. This is the only way to restore the war in the most realistic way. So our current situation is almost like this. But then again, there must be a little challenge when playing games. Winning by rationally arranging limited resources is the essence of the game. Although we will suffer heavy losses if we lose this battle, I believe that this battle will also be the most interesting one since we entered the game. A battle. At this time, everyone fell into deep thought after hearing what this player said. In fact, from a certain perspective, what this player said is not wrong. Indeed, in many previous battles, we took advantage of our advantages as players and the advantages set by the official to achieve victory. In fact, many times our battles were more like dimensionality reduction strikes. Compared to other civilizations, there is no way to change their wealth here, but we can add or reduce troops at any time. Under such circumstances, we fought many wars with various discomforts. From this, it is not difficult to see how good our operations are without the player's buff. I seriously suspect that this wave was planned intentionally. He wanted to use this method to change the style of future fighting. After all, our battles were a bit boring in the past. This must have been reflected in our planning. By constantly purchasing new units, we improved the attributes of the units to crush the enemy. At this stage, it is quite interesting for us to play, but this routine can never last long. After all, you can infinitely improve your own attributes and fight against monsters with higher attributes. In the end, the playability is not even as good as others. Type low-cost game high. This is definitely something the planners don't want to see. So they designed such a wave. The current planning is probably still in a trial stage. He wants to see how the new combat method performs through such a round of trials. If it performs well, then he may adopt the same routine in the future. After hearing what this player said, many players expressed confusion. I'm very curious. From a business perspective, the first option is obviously more in line with business logic. By using units with higher attributes to fight against monsters with higher attributes, you can force we continue to make money. Because once we stop making money, we will be crushed by monsters. After such a wave of operations, the planning will definitely make money in various ways. There is no need for him to put away a lot of money and stop coming. Play this trick. If you upstairs have this idea, it can only be said that you don't understand this business logic. Making money first is definitely the most important thing. But how to make this money is the key. To give a very simple example, if you follow this routine to continuously strengthen monsters and soldiers, what level will the data of monsters and soldiers be lifted to by the end of the game? First of all, planning must take into account the factor of numerical expansion. Now the enemies we face have a sense of numerical expansion. As time goes by, if we continue to do this, the numerical expansion will be even more severe. Although on the surface it seems that the expansion of quality will not have a great impact on us. In fact, we cannot plan so many arms. Each arm is carefully designed. If the numbers expand too much, the previous early units will definitely be eliminated, and players will flock to buy new units. But in the end, when players see that they are constantly changing units, it will be a waste of money. As time goes by, I will feel that this game is a trap. And in the past, players who bought those early stage units were very smart. Under such circumstances, I think players' desire to spend money may be greatly reduced. At worst, everyone will choose to fail or quit the game. This is what the planners don't want to see. And so many of the planners' units have been eliminated due to the expansion of numbers. They can't make a penny, which is also a loss for the planners. Including some basic arms with the current data, our frequency of use is not as high as before. If we continue according to this routine, We may not use these arms in the end. So in order to avoid such a thing from happening, we plan the data, and the approach have to be changed. I guess in the eyes of the planner, the game he wants to make is one where 100 flowers bloom. And each unit has its role no matter what stage it is. So when the planner found that there was something wrong with the current values, he immediately stopped the previous routine. In this way, players are also discussing this matter. There are many people who understand the plan move and are making various speculations. After the discussion on these irrelevant issues was over, the players started discussing the war fortress again. Although the war fortress was severely damaged, there were still many difficulties in taking it down. These difficulties are what the players urgently need to solve now. But fortunately in the end, after many discussions, they finally came up with a slightly more reliable plan. After determining the general plan, the players began to prepare. When the preparations were almost complete, the players began to take action. First of all, players spent a large part of their resources and began to frantically produce combat locusts and defensive locusts. In the subsequent war, these units mainly played the role of cannon fodder and bugs that assisted jump interference. Because the players are acting collectively this time, everyone has contributed a certain amount of funds. So these swarm hosts are working overtime to produce them day and night. Although the whole process is expected to take about a month, the players are not in a hurry about this. After all, the thing will probably stay there for a long time. So the players have enough time to put all kinds of things together. All preliminary preparations have been done. During this period of time, the players also stopped searching for other galaxies. They called all the eyeworm players back to stare at the situation at the war fortress day and night. After a period of exploration, the players have roughly figured out the situation there. First of all, the meteorite belt in that galaxy contains a large amount of ores. In addition to the meteorite belt, there are also some ores in the planets in that galaxy. And after a long period of observation, players can basically confirm that the war fortress is not only used for fighting, but it is also a place where civilized people live. Players also praise this wave of operations of this civilization as experts. But after thinking about it, players can understand. After all, there is nothing wrong with using a war fortress that is about the size of a planet to live in. And there are many benefits to operating this way. First of all, they don't need to worry about their home star being targeted by other civilizations. And all kinds of uncomfortable situations will occur in order to protect the home star. Secondly, once there is a problem with the war fortress, they don't have to worry about being alone. After all, as long as this thing is destroyed, they will basically all die suddenly. And it will be nice to have a neat family. How the players discovered this is also very simple. Because this war fortress has been here for some time. So they gradually relaxed their vigilance. After repairs, many sightseeing ships flew out of the fortress to carry out sightseeing trips on various planets. Through this, players can probably guess the situation inside this war fortress. And these sightseeing boats have naturally become the focus of players' attention. Originally, these sightseeing boats were not included in the players' plans at the beginning. But after discovering them later, the players reorganized their plans. And the new plan mainly revolved around the sightseeing boats. After players learned about it, the sightseeing route of this sightseeing ship included a gas planet. That kind of planet would be extremely dangerous to many civilizations. Of course, this is mainly for low-level civilizations. Civilizations with their level of technology would think it's nothing. And the most important thing is that this gaseous planet is very popular among their civilization. Basically every sightseeing boat that runs out will go to that gaseous planet for a walk. The most important thing is that they have also launched a travel service for gaseous planets, which allows you to wear a special armor and wander around the gaseous planets. For this service, players can only call the money for playing. Sure enough, they don't understand the excitement that rich people pursue. As for why they judge them as rich people, the reason is very simple. Just because of the luxury of their sightseeing boat. If you don't have some funds, you will most likely not be able to spend this thing. So players infer that these sightseeing boats are only for rich people. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that these sightseeing boats have also become the targets of players. After determining the goal, the players immediately started taking action. Brothers, I have explained the general situation clearly to you. Whether the entire next combat plan can be successful or not depends on us. At this moment, somewhere in the galaxy, a group of Velociraptor players are getting ready to go. This group of Hydralisk players are mainly based on the catastrophic swift beasts in the 5th stage. The main reason for choosing this kind of beast is that as a space weapon, this kind of beast is relatively fast. And the most important thing is that its target is relatively small. With 150,000 HP, 12,000 attacks, and 1,200 defenses, it is still far from being able to deal with battleships. But it is more than enough to deal with some ground troops and ordinary people. After that, the small team set off, and each of their raptors carried a condensed baneling. These banelings are all the players' reserves of condensed matter banelings. Therefore, everyone at this time also knew that their task was arduous. So they were very careful in their infiltration plan. Brothers, we have to take a detour this time, because the insect swarm itself has a certain degree of concealment. So as long as we are not too noisy, we can still complete the mission smoothly. And this wave of players with eyeworms is assisting us. So as long as everyone keeps up with the team, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, let me first state that our operation cycle is very long in this wave because we have to take a detour for safety reasons. After arranging everything in this way, they set off towards the target point, under the command of the Euglena players. This team of raptors also avoided dangers again and again, because the unobstructed area they wanted to sail this time was relatively far away. The players found a meteorite in advance and planned their sailing route. Then they hid inside the meteorite, leaving only a few players to change the meteorite outside the meteorite when necessary. Sailing trajectory. We successfully passed through this area using the meteorite as a cover, in order to ensure that the whole process was foolproof. This wave of players took a full month to complete the journey that usually only takes a few minutes. Fortunately, in the end, the players successfully reached the gaseous planet. After arriving here, the players immediately entered the interior of the planet, and then hid themselves waiting for the arrival of this civilization sightseeing ship. Chapter 445. This civilization is very fun to play. But now on the other side, in the Crossel civilization, a sightseeing boat is slowly sailing out from the war fortress. A sightseeing ship is about 8 kilometers long, and there are nearly 100,000 tourists inside this ship. And these tourists are all wealthy people in civilization without exception. In fact, the internal situation of most civilizations in this universe is similar. Although technology can solve many problems, the entire economy still remains the same. If we really liberate all people so that they can enjoy all kinds of material life while lying down, then such an operation will not be conducive to the development of civilization. Therefore, there is still the concept of money in such a civilization. But compared to lower-level civilizations, their money can buy more high-tech things. But the essence of making money has not changed. So in this civilization you will see that some people may not even be able to rent a house, while some people have their own private villas. They do not need to be crowded in the same building with thousands of other people. In this civilization, everyone is busy with their own lives, and they have more jobs than Blue Star. After all, technology has developed to this level and has basically touched every aspect. Therefore, the younger generation has many choices. Of course, no matter what work they do, they ultimately have only two purposes. The first is to fulfill the lofty ideal of contributing to civilization, and the second is simple, and that is to enjoy life. In a civilization of this level, there are many ways to entertain. The more popular ones are space sightseeing tours and hunting civilization. For space sightseeing travel, you take a sightseeing ship to some more dangerous planets to experience various strange phenomena on that planet. As for the hunting civilization, it means to find some low-level civilization in advance and use it as a hunting ground. And some rich people can buy armor and enter that planet to hunt. For this group of wealthy people, hunting civilization is naturally much more fun than sightseeing. But the current situation is quite special. The war fortress will take at least 100 years to repair. During this period of time, what the war fortress has to do is to hide itself from other civilizations. Under such circumstances, high-profile hunting is definitely impossible, even on a small scale, because small-scale hunting is very likely to encounter some advanced civilizations on the way and be followed by them to find the location of the war fortress. If it was in the past, they would naturally not be afraid of these problems. But not now. Therefore, for safety reasons, this entertainment of hunting civilization has been banned. And the only thing that has a little fun is the sightseeing boat. At least you can take these sightseeing ships to these dangerous planets. If necessary, you can also wear armor and swim around the planet. For these wealthy people, this kind of entertainment is barely acceptable. So at this stage, in this civilization, there are many sightseeing ships going to surrounding planets every day. At this time, the people who were enjoying themselves in this sightseeing ship did not know that they were about to become the target of the insect swarm, because the planet they were heading to at this time was the planet where the players had ambushed. Hey, why do you think these rich people always like to do this kind of thing? Inside the battleship at the moment, the vice captain in the cab looked at some people enjoying life in the surveillance room and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The captain also shook his head and expressed incomprehension. I heard that this type of people just like excitement. Although I don't understand why they have such strange preferences. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to just finish your work and earn some hard money. After hearing what the captain said, the vice captain also sighed. I really envy these people. If I were as rich as them, I would definitely buy a big house in the fortress and then resign and enjoy life. To be honest, I feel that these people are really idle and like to find excitement when they have nothing to do. If something goes wrong with their armor while wandering around these planets, they will most likely be crushed to pieces and cannot be saved. Who says it's not the case? It's a bit confusing to have to go to these places if you don't want to go to so many places. In this way, a few people drove the battleship into the planet while discussing. At the moment when they entered the planet, the players who had been prepared also started to take action. Players Iworm, keep an eye out. And everyone from the Velociraptor team, please pay attention. They should stop later and open the hatch to let people out. This is when we attack. The environment here is relatively complex, which will have some impact on their jamming devices. In addition, their warship is not a combat ship, so the various sensing systems are much weaker. And we have a natural induction shielding ability. Although it is not strong, it is enough. So we rush over as soon as they open the hatch. When they react and try to close the hatch, it will most likely be too late. Players with condensed banlings should pay attention to protecting the condensed banlings when charging. As for the electromagnetic pulse banlings, they can approach the battleship in advance and detonate directly when we charge. In this case, their signal will most likely be interfered with. So for a short period of time, it will be impossible for them to send a distress message. And this period of time is a good time for us to attack. In addition, we need the cooperation of 3 condensed banling players. You 3 will detonate it first. When we charge, you will charge together. However, the target of your charge is the opponent's control room. Give priority to the other party's communication equipment. Destroyed. The players who had arranged everything in this way were quietly waiting for the best opportunity to attack. It didn't take long for this tourist ship to be what the players thought. They came to an area where the storm was slightly weak and stopped. Then, they saw the hatch slowly opening. Many people wearing battleships flew out from inside and began to move around the battleship. It was not until this moment that the players understood how much fun this civilization had. First of all, these battle armors are also divided into grades. Some low-grade battle armors can only move around the battleship, because these battle armors require the battleship to transmit energy to maintain the operation of the shield. While some high-level battle armors can feel free to go anywhere. These people are pretty good at playing with emotions. Yeah. Not to mention finding such an exciting place for a walk. Even the equipment is divided into different grades. What the heck? These NPCs are having more fun than us. If this were reality, their quality of life would be a little bit higher. I have to admit that no matter where they are, rich people like to find excitement. How did you? Upstairs? Tell that they were rich? This is not simple. How many ships of this kind of tourists come out every day? And how many people are there in their civilization? If you think about it this way, you can understand that those who can afford these levels must be rich people. And now that their war fortress has been damaged like this, they are still able to come out for a walk. This is basically impossible without using the ability to count money. That makes sense. If that's the case, then we have to teach them a lesson today. That is, don't come out to lick the cat for excitement. With that said, the players began to sneak towards the surroundings of the battleship quietly. At this time, many people wearing high-value armor were already far away from their sightseeing ship. At this time, they were still immersed in the scenery of this planet. Although the visibility here is not high, it is intoxicating to see the special gas flowing around like ribbons. The faint thunder that can be seen in the distance, and various roars. While they were admiring everything around them, they were carried away by the high-speed winds on the planet. And while they were still intoxicated, the next moment one of them saw a black shadow approaching him quickly. He was also very surprised by this black shadow, because it was not displayed on his armor's radar. How is this going? Logically speaking, this thing should react on the armor's radar. At this point, the man frowned. You really shouldn't have chosen this company. The armors they use are all such old stuff. Such a big black shadow. It's probably some kind of rock. But it doesn't appear on the armor. This radar system is simply a decoration. Having said this, the man suddenly thought of something interesting and activated his armor. The next moment, the armor's propulsion system was turned on, and he clenched his fists and aimed at the black shadow flying towards him. Then he used the super high speed of the battleship to fly towards the black shadow. At the same time, he also made a fist movement. It was obvious that he wanted to break the rock. And as he got closer and closer to the black shadow, the appearance of the black shadow also appeared in front of his eyes. He regretted it when he saw the true identity of the black shadow, because that thing is not a rock at all, but a swarm of insects. That's right. Living Zerg. And it looks a bit like a velociraptor. The most important thing is that based on the information he heard, he knew that the insect swarm should have evolved. So some of the soldiers looked different from before. However, he could still tell what kind of weapon this thing evolved from through its general outline. And according to rumors, he also knew that these bugs had greatly improved their strength after evolving. So when he saw the insect getting closer and closer, he immediately braked, turned around and ran away. Obviously, he also knew that he had no chance of winning against this thing. After all, even the most ordinary velociraptors can fight back and forth with their combat mechas. If the combat mechas are older, they basically can't defeat these bugs. And the thing in his hand now is not a mecha. Not even a battle armor. At most, it can only be called civilian armor. This thing has no chance of winning against insects. So he immediately made the wisest decision of his life. But sometimes it's not the decision you make that can change your destiny. And his fate was already decided when he rushed towards the bug. This player was sneaking towards the battleship. But at this moment, he noticed that a fool wearing a battle armor came nearby. Then, just when the player was still thinking about how to kill him without anyone noticing, the fool actually flew towards him. This wave of operations also made this player a little dazed. Ah, you know I'm a Zerg and you still approach me? Just put on a suit of armor and come. Brother, you are very brave. As he said this, he saw the player rushing towards the Han. And then he saw the Han suddenly turn around and run away. In this player's eyes, this scene is not about the opponent finding out that he can't beat him and then running away, but a provocation. This feeling is as if the other party first seduces you, then distances itself from you, and then continues to seduce you while avoiding your attack and then mocks you. Come and hit me. You can't hit me. Of course, these are all made up by these players after seeing the operation of that guy. Son thief, you are a real pippy. With your speed, you still want to be a pippy shrimp? As he said this, the player immediately accelerated and rushed over. At this moment, he was frightened when he saw the player suddenly accelerating. Realizing that he couldn't escape, he calculated the time and was ready to change direction immediately when the players were about to catch up with him. In this case, the bug should react. Don't come over and rush over. And he can use this gap to run away. After calculating all this, I saw him staring at the insects getting closer and closer. Immediately afterwards, now! As he said this, he saw that he was going straight and suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn. To perform such an operation at such a speed in such an environment was because their civilized civilian armor technology level was high enough. Otherwise, it would have been crushed to pieces. What he didn't know was that his operation just confirmed the player's guesses. Then came the fun. Are you still moving? I'll let you go. The next moment, the player was seen lifting his hand and grabbing it with his claws. Then, there is no more. Maid, a little NPC wearing this rag is here to play with me. What do you think? After complaining, the player continued to move towards the area where the battleship was located. What he didn't know at this time was that his action had unintentionally helped everyone, because the news of the battleship's reimbursement was received by the battleship immediately. If the ship was a battleship, they would definitely be ready for battle as soon as they encountered such a situation. But unfortunately, this ship is not. This was a sightseeing ship carrying civilized celebrities, and they did not have a strong sense of combat. In addition, this area could be regarded as the protection range of their war fortress. So these people did not think about the matter in this regard at all. At this time, their first reaction was to cause trouble. The captain is in trouble. Battleship no. 39 is damaged. What? The captain suddenly panicked when he heard the report from his subordinates. You must know that this is not good news, because the people here have status and status. If someone is killed because of the quality of the armor, then their company, and they will have nothing to do with it. And the most important thing is that these people are not as easy to deal with as ordinary people. Chapter 446. The plan succeeded. At this time, the captain didn't care much, and he immediately began to ask about the specific situation. The armor is damaged. Where are the people? Are they okay? When he heard his question, the vice captain looked at him in surprise, then shrugged. Captain, you know the atmospheric pressure inside this planet. Do you think people will be fine if there is no armor to protect them? Hearing this, the captain's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he also realized how stupid his question was. But this is normal. If he encounters such a thing, and is held accountable in the end, then he must be the worst off. That's why he asked such a retarded question in a desperate situation. After calming down at this time, he immediately issued an order. Let everyone return to sea immediately. Also, check everything for me, and find out the background of the deceased person. If the power behind him is not determined, we can use our connections to pay a small amount and still be able to get away with it. If the strength and background behind him are big. At this point, the captain did not continue. At this time, everyone immediately started to take action after hearing the captain's order. At this time, no one in this group was thinking about the enemy's invasion. At this time, their attention was focused on the identity of that person. After all, this is closely related to their interests. Because in this civilization, if any safety accident occurs on these tourist ships, they are jointly and severally liable. And the most important thing is that the responsibility is not small. Because everything in the battleship is purchased by them. And they will naturally get a little bit of rebate when purchasing. So the quality is naturally not the best. They would all suffer if this matter was really investigated. So while they were investigating, they were thinking about what excuses and reasons they should use to escape responsibility in the future. But at this time, no one noticed the rapidly approaching insect swarm on the radar. Yes, the insect swarm has already appeared within their reconnaissance range. Originally, according to the plan, the players were waiting to charge closer. But as a result, everyone was returning because the captain gave the order. Naturally, the eyeworm players truthfully informed the latent players about this scene. After learning the news, this group of players mistakenly thought that they had been exposed. So they immediately launched a charge without caring about many of them. When they charged, they were still focusing on checking the identity of the person who had the accident. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Because when the players were very close to them, they noticed something strange on the radar. At this time, they realized that the situation was not good. When they wanted to increase the shield power, the players had already launched an attack and broke the shield. Immediately afterwards, the players swarmed directly into the interior of their ship as planned. At the same time, after seeing the other party's identity clearly, the commander was also frightened. At this time, he instinctively wanted to call the headquarters. But the next moment, all the communication equipment in the entire control room failed. Warning. Warning. There is strong interference around the battleship. And information transmission is blocked. Warning. Warning. Communication facilities are 70% damaged. 80%. 90%. Warning. Warning. The ship's hull has been invaded by unknown energy bodies. And before he could react, he suddenly saw the people around him starting to fall one after another. This frightened him greatly. And just when he thought it was his turn, the death sentence never came. When he was still wondering what was going on, the next moment the door to the control room was broken open and a swarm of insects poured in. At this time, the commander was extremely frightened when he looked at these insects. Now he has basically guessed his fate. There is a high probability that it will be torn into pieces by these vicious creatures. And just when he closed his eyes and waited for death, a sudden voice came. Are you the captain of this ship? Next, we tell you to do as you are told. As long as you cooperate well, we may be able to keep you alive. When these two voices appeared, the captain suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the swarm of insects in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that these bugs could actually talk to him. As for the means used in dialogue, as someone in an advanced civilization, he is naturally familiar with it. Conscious communication. This method was also used by them before when communicating with low-level civilizations. But he never expected that insects could also use this method, and without the help of any instruments. Of course, this is not important to him at this moment. The most important thing for him now is how to save his own life. And another point is that according to their data, these bugs do not have independent consciousness. They are ruthless killing machines. To put it simply, there is no emotion. But what's going on now? He was confused. Through the clear language of these bugs and the smooth attack operations, these bugs didn't seem to be very smart. They couldn't be too smart. At this time, after realizing all this, he immediately answered the Zerg. Obviously now he knows very well that he must cooperate with them in order to save his own life. After receiving his answer, the insect's next operation shocked him even more. First, the insects ordered him to drive the spacecraft to a designated location. Then he did as he was told. And when he came here, he saw a lot of big bugs waiting for him. And when these big bugs saw the spacecraft, they all got in. Seeing this scene, he didn't know that these bugs had a plan. But what can he do if he knows? He can't just cooperate. Because in order to survive, how could he not cooperate? And then, after doing all this, these bugs actually ordered him to drive the battleship back to the war fortress, which scared him badly. If he really wants to go in with so many bugs, he will be a center of civilization through the ages. And then again, even civilized sightseeing warships have to be scanned when entering the battle fortress. So the bugs inside will definitely be scanned out. When the time comes, no matter whether the bugs can kill him or not, he will be finished. You must know that he is called a traitor to civilization at worst. And is called a traitor to civilization at worst. He would not be able to tolerate this kind of crime. After thinking about this, he knew that he could no longer sit still and wait for death. You must stand up for yourself. For the sake of civilization. And for myself. No matter how afraid I am of death. I can't do it at this time. So what if I die for the safety of civilization? I must nip the danger in the cradle by myself. Thinking of this, his expression changed. And then he looked at the vicious insect swarm and said in a firm tone, "Okay, Grandpas, as long as I cooperate with you, you can spare my life." After getting a positive answer from the insect swarm, he returned to the driving seat and skillfully controlled the spacecraft. Yes, he was timid at the critical moment. Although his life in civilization is not considered rich, don't forget his profession. So no matter how poor he is, he can still be considered a small asset. He still had a lot of life to enjoy. He had never experienced the threat of death when he lived a comfortable life. Although he was full of passion, he still flinched when he really wanted to sacrifice his life for righteousness. Anyway, there aren't many bugs here. Even if they get in, they will be wiped out quickly. As long as I seize the opportunity to escape, I still have a chance to survive. And the most important thing is that I know the secret of how insects can communicate. When the time comes, with this secret, I can use my relationship to polish my behavior a little. And there is still a chance that this matter can be solved. For example, the number of bugs is very small. So even if they go in, they will still be catching turtles in an urn. Although I wanted to sacrifice my life at the time, I also understood the importance of these discoveries and these special bugs. So after thinking about this, I changed my mind and decided to bring the bugs in first, so that civilized people can catch them for research. And also to send back information that the bugs can communicate and have clear logic. That's why I did this. Although I know very well that doing so will put myself in danger. But so what if I sacrifice a little bit of myself for the sake of civilization? At that time, not only will I not become a sinner of civilization, but I may also become a hero of civilization. Thinking of this, the captain couldn't help but praise his routine as being perfect. Anyone who can't think of a way to get the best of both worlds can't think of such a solution. The captain who had thought of countermeasures also knew very well that the next step was the key, which was how to slip away from the eyes of these bugs when necessary while ensuring his own safety. In this way, he drove the battleship closer to the fortress. At this time, as the distance got closer and closer, he became more and more nervous. And at this moment, the war fortress suddenly issued an order for all warships to return. Although most of the communication facilities on his battleship had been damaged at this time, some were still preserved. And the battleship was very close to the battlestar at this time. So he still received a message. Just when he was still a little confused, he saw a lot of combat warships flying out of the fortress. At this time, temporary passages had been opened. These passages were mainly for their sightseeing ships and mining ships to pass through. When he saw the scene, he naturally flew towards the temporary passage honestly. And just when he was still confused about what happened, he received another more complete message. The Zerg is attacking. Please all warships return as soon as possible. The Zergs are attacking? Isn't the bug in my spaceship? Has it been discovered? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly seemed to think of something. I see. These bugs must have guessed that they might be found out if they returned on this battleship. So they made such preparations. Because they know that although the main passage of the fortress can be used by all warships in normal times, in the event of an emergency, it will inevitably become a dedicated passage for warships. In this case, These warships will use the secondary channel. And the equipment in the secondary channel is definitely not as advanced as the main channel. So they can easily sneak in. They had this idea in mind from the beginning. So they designed such a set of ideas. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was obvious that the intelligence of these bugs might be much higher than they thought. Even though they are in the secondary channel, there is absolutely no way they can escape the scan. Because our scanning equipment is not as simple as they think. Then they might still be discovered after a while. Thinking of this, he whispered, at this speed, we will reach the scanning area in 10 minutes at most. So I have to think of a way in advance. Think of hashtag %% #UN. Percent at hashtag UN? What's wrong with my voice? Huh? Why am I foaming at the mouth all of a sudden? The next moment, he rolled his eyes and fell straight down. At this time, after seeing him fall, the players started to communicate with each other. This road should be directly inside the passage. Then we just need to create the illusion that the battleship is out of control, and that's it. Using the loss of control as a cover allows us to get closer to the target point. In addition, the situation outside is very chaotic now. In the chaos, some captains panicked and made mistakes, causing the warship to lose control. It is also reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. Brothers, we will disperse immediately after we rush out of this area. After we disperse, the raptors will be mainly responsible for causing damage and attracting their attention. The infected and banelings will take this opportunity to hide if they can. And if they can't hide, they will fight. Anyway, the bigger the noise we can make here, the better. The players who had arranged everything began to take action immediately. As they operated, the battleship's propulsion engine suddenly started the next moment, and then flew forward at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the strangeness of the battleship naturally attracted the attention of others, because players also destroyed a lot of facilities during this period. Thick smoke began to billow from parts of the battleship. The observers who saw this scene at this time naturally thought that the battleship might have lost control. Although the possibility of this was very low, he still thought about it. To ensure the safety of the people inside, he immediately opened many passages ahead and activated various deceleration devices in the passages. Although these devices were activated in order to ensure that the battleship could slow down in a gentle manner, the power of these devices was not turned on very high, which also caused the players to glide very far away. After the battleship came to a stop, they were about to send a robot to rescue the people inside. But the next moment, they saw a swarm of bugs flying out from inside the battleship. After seeing this scene, these people naturally realized that the situation was not good. Now there are only some defensive combat units left in the battle fortress. Although the output of these combat units is not bad, they are not good enough compared with the Zerg. As for some combat units that can easily eliminate the Zerg, they are now fighting against the Zerg swarm outside. Now everyone realized that something was serious. Fortunately, the number of bugs is relatively small, so although they are difficult to deal with, they are not completely impossible to deal with. Chapter 447. The frontal battle begins. But what the Crossal civilization doesn't know is that although they have some information about the insect swarm, this information has long been out of date. If it had been in the past, it would have been easy for them to clean up this batch of bugs. But the insect swarm at this moment is no longer what it used to be. According to the current strength of the insect swarm, it is not difficult for them to deal with it. In fact, for them, the reason why the intelligence about Sunkyun is still in the past is mainly because the number of times they have played against Sunkyun is too few, and they can only fight twice. During the first battle, the overall strength of the players was not very good. At that time, they were basically dominated by Hydralisks. It was already a great thing to have a corruptor. When fighting under such circumstances, they only updated the information about the insect swarm to these arms. As for some high-priced auxiliary arms, the player holding rate was very small at that time, and they did not play in such a war, so they don't have any information on these arms at all. Later, after a period of development, the players had basically started to become corrupted per capita. Under such circumstances, various high-value units emerged one after another, and their strength had increased many times compared to before. They naturally don't know about these things. And more importantly, in the later stage, although the players also had a round of battles with them, the players at that stage mainly used the fighting locusts of the swarm host. When to fight, this kind of bug doesn't pose much of a threat to them at all, so they can't use these things to judge what the overall strength of the bug swarm is now. So what happened next was embarrassing. After they fought against these bugs, They suddenly discovered that the defensive capabilities of these bugs were many times higher than those of the same type of bugs recorded in their data. Although it is mentioned in the data that the insect swarm has evolved and its strength has been greatly improved, the specific degree of improvement is not clear in the data. When encountering these infected people under such circumstances, they seemed very helpless. Although their attacks can cause damage to these soldiers, the damage caused is almost negligible. The most critical thing at the moment is that when they are chasing the infected, the velociraptors begin to cause destruction in various areas. For ordinary people in this civilization, the lethality of the velociraptors is terrifying. Therefore, in order to ensure their safety, the pursuing combat units also had to deal with the raptors, while the remaining accumulated units attack the infected. After there are fewer combat units attacking the infected, this naturally provides opportunities for the infected. When facing a large number of enemies, the infected can only escape for their lives. But when your enemies are few enough, it will be different. The infected took advantage of this opportunity to destroy some of the opponent's combat units. Although after such a wave of operations, the infected also suffered a lot of damage. But because there are fewer chasing units, the infected have a greater chance of escaping. As a result, many infected people successfully escaped from their pursuit. After escaping from the pursuit, these infected people immediately put all their energy into the virus according to the original plan. For them, as long as they have consumed all the energy, it doesn't matter if they die. Anyway, it has already exerted its maximum value. After doing all this, the infected players immediately controlled the infected and started to wander around here. The next thing they had to do was to delay as much time as possible before the infected died. This time, they set the virus attack time to be 5 hours. So this wave will be effective quickly. But in order to ensure that the enemy will not study these antidotes in advance, they still need to let the enemy take advantage of them within a few hours. All attention is shifted to yourself. The infected person's virus is devastating to low-level civilizations. But for high-level civilizations to develop corresponding antidotes, the cycle required is very short. It is even very easy for advanced civilizations to discover these viruses. So players must pave the way for the smooth spread and outbreak of viruses in advance. It is actually very difficult for a civilization of this level to have the virus work. Fortunately, players do not have high hopes for this matter. Their main focus is still on the frontal battlefield, and the virus outbreak on the rear battlefield is mainly to divert the enemy's attention. Once problems arise in the rear, these main battle units will inevitably be affected during the battle. After all, their families are all in the fortress. So these people may be eager to end the battle and then go back to understand the situation. As long as they have such a mentality, it will undoubtedly allow players to find flaws. Of course, players have never expected to defeat him in a battle of this level in one battle, according to the player's own estimation. This time, they will have to spend many battles to consume the enemy, in order to ensure that the high-value units under their control are destroyed. Players will spend a lot of time hatching some defensive locusts after each war ends. After the number of these locusts reaches a certain level, the second war will begin. However, during this period, they need to solve the problem of the enemy's war fortress being able to wander around. So players have different attack goals in each battle. Brothers, be careful. All units should pay attention to the tasks assigned before. Don't get too excited and forget the tasks. Attention, everyone. The enemy's flagship formation is coming from the flank. The Thunder Beast brothers are all ready to meet the enemy. Assault team, charge at me. Don't be a coward. There is a team to cover us. Attention, brothers. The war fortress is on fire. All guilds ask cockroach players to go up and fight. Pay attention to your positioning to avoid damage, and try to avoid it as much as possible. Once you find that your health is less than 1/4, retreat immediately. Logistics team, please pay attention and provide cover for the retreating troops with residual health. The assault team has arrived at the predetermined location and is about to launch the electromagnetic pulse explosion. Other teams should pay attention. Boss Thunder Beast, Boss Cyclops is ready to use his ultimate move. The long-range sniper team should pay attention to clearing a ballistic path for the bosses. Okay. Receive. As the players issued orders one by one, the next moment a large number of corruptors began to clean up the battleships in front of the Thunder Beast and the Cyclops. Soon, an unobstructed route was cleared ahead with the Thunder Beast and the Cyclops as the center. At this time, everyone saw that the time was ripe and immediately launched an attack. The next moment, the electromagnetic pulse bandlings exploded, because they were brought to the predetermined location by the assault team. When they exploded, the interference just covered the entire area. At the same time, the Thunder Beast and the One-Eyed Giant Beast also used their strongest skills. Countless thick beams of light were ejected from their mouths, pointing directly at the target along the route that the Corruptor had just cleared. War Fortress Jump Engine. At this moment, when the Crossel civilization realized that the situation was not good, it was already too late. At this time, it was too late for them to forcefully change the direction of the War Fortress or organize a fleet to protect the jump engine. They really didn't expect this wave of operations with the players. At the beginning of the battle, the fighting between the two sides was normal. There is nothing special about the players' lineup and the direction of their attacks. But when the fighting lasted for a certain period, the whole situation changed. First, their base was invaded by bugs. Although the number of invading bugs was very small, but this small number of bugs caused them a lot of trouble, because these bugs carried a special virus that broke out on a large scale within their civilization. At this time, as the news broke out, the bugs on the frontal battlefield also changed. Originally, they formed a regular formation and continued to advance through frontal battles. Who would have thought that suddenly, several of their teams broke away from the main force, and then the entire large force began to disperse. While they were still a little confused, several formations among these troops had already rushed into them. Defense network. Of course it happened. They would naturally give priority to cleaning up these bugs. But when cleaning these bugs, they discovered a problem. The surface of these bugs was covered with many special bugs, and they knew very well from previous battles that these bugs were bugs with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Therefore, it took them a certain amount of time to clean up this group of bugs. At this time, many formations of bugs rushed over. At this point, they thought that the bugs' tactics were to use this method, engage in close combat with them. After all, compared to them, bugs have an advantage in close combat. The bugs at this stage did indeed operate in this way. But just when they thought the bugs were going to operate in this way, who would have thought that the bugs would play this trick? They directly targeted the jump engine of the War Fortress. In the past, it would have been basically impossible for the bugs to destroy the jump engine. After all, the War Fortress also has a powerful shield system. But this is not the case now. The previous war caused heavy damage to many facilities of the War Fortress, including the shield device. At this time, after realizing the swarm's tricks, it was already too late for them to stop them. At this stage, their only way is to hope that their menstruation can withstand the attack of the insects. But unfortunately, they underestimate the damage caused by the insects. As the bugs' attack ended, their damaged devices increased. And after seeing this wave of operations by the bugs, they had vaguely guessed the bugs' tricks. The goal of this wave of fighting bugs is very clear, which is to destroy the engines of their battleships and trap their fortress here in this way. This is not good news for them, because through previous battles, they have discovered the routine the bugs are using, which is to try to cover the evacuation of the troops with remaining health. The recovery ability of bugs is extremely strong. As long as you give them a little time, they can easily recover. Under such circumstances, their war fortress is still trapped here. So from now on, they have no choice but to be forced to fight against the insect swarm. And the insect swarm can continue to consume them in this way until their combat arms are cleaned up. Compared with the powerful recovery ability of the insect swarm, their subsequent recovery is definitely not as good as the insect swarm. In addition, this wave of insect swarm is not reckless. If they choose to retreat with residual health, their losses will be reduced to a greater extent. Now things are in trouble. Looking at every move of the inner swarm, the commander of this war could not help but frown. Obviously, this wave of operations by the players made him feel a little troublesome. The trick he could think of at this time was to try his best to keep the bugs here. But it always backfires. Because although their war fortress is powerful, the bugs choose to fight at close range. Although their war fortress can supplement the battleship with a certain amount of firepower support, it is obvious that they cannot open fire at all costs. If they want to fire at all costs, they have to evacuate the warships. But now their war fortress is not protected by shields. The battleships were evacuated under such circumstances. At this distance, their forts became the target of attacks by the bugs. It was very easy for the bugs to destroy the unprotected forts. Although there are a large number of turrets on their war fortress, it is undeniable that if they are given a few waves by the bugs, they will be cleaned up sooner or later, and their war fortress will become a tiger with its teeth pulled out. So now they can only use battleships to consume the enemy and find ways to keep the enemy here. But it backfires. First of all, the individual strength of the bugs is too strong, and there are many auxiliary units assisting them, making it very difficult for them to kill the bugs. And the most important thing is that after experiencing such a war before, their condition has not yet fully recovered. Under such circumstances, the number of warships they can use is limited. When such a situation occurred, the commander was very helpless. He could only say that they were really unlucky. After running so far, they finally met the bugs. If they weren't so unlucky, it would be basically impossible for the bugs to defeat them after they fully recovered. At this time, due to luck, they were found by the swarm in advance. So they fought quite passively in this battle. Of course, they also knew very well that although their side was playing passively, it did not mean that the insects could defeat them so easily. Judging from the current battle losses, if they continued to fight, it would still be the insects that would suffer. The only thing he is worried about now is the follow-up supplies of the insects. Because at this time, he didn't know how many reserve units the bugs had. If there were more of these reserve units, it would be troublesome. Chapter 448 Retreat immediately after the goal is achieved. For this commander, what he needs to do now is also very simple. That is to block this wave of attacks and subsequent attacks by the bugs, and let the civilization devote all its energy and time to repairing the shield device. Only after the shield device is repaired and perfected can they ensure a certain degree of safety. After ensuring their own safety, they can repair the propulsion engine and escape from here. But just as he was planning this, the bugs were causing trouble again. Originally, the commander thought that the insects were going to fight him to the death. But who would have thought that the insects suddenly chose to retreat at this time? The commander was also a little confused about this batch of operations by the insects. It was obvious that he did not expect that the insects would retreat in the middle of the attack. For him, this was barely good news, because this wave of bugs was a surprise attack. Therefore, they are not very well prepared. And after this wave of experience, it is basically impossible for the bugs to achieve such a good record in the next wave. But at this time, he also noticed that a large part of the current insect swarm was injured, and their retreat at this time was just to preserve their strength. And they were sure that they would not order a pursuit. After all, they put so many viruses into civilization just to prevent this kind of thing from happening. The situation within his own civilization is now very bad, and he needs to go over for support. For this reason, he can only give up the pursuit. Of course, it doesn't matter to him whether this batch of bugs is eliminated or not, because in his eyes, the number of insect swarms is very large. Even if he eliminates this wave, it will not have much impact on the overall insect swarm. There is no need for him to take risks in order to eliminate this group of bugs. After all, he doesn't know if there will be an ambush of bugs in the surrounding area. In addition, his civilization now needs to deal with some troubles by himself. So after thinking about it, he ordered the warship to return. After returning, they began to deal with matters within the civilization. This was the first time they encountered this virus. However, it is not difficult for them to study the antidote for this virus. They found some virus samples, analyzed them, and immediately started research and simulations. And the antidote came out soon. With the medicine, this virus incident will be over. And the most important thing is that they don't have to worry even if they encounter such a situation again in the future, because the antidote to prevent this special virus is already available. However, considering that if something similar happened again, they decided to produce a batch of such medicines and distribute them to ordinary people in case of emergency needs. After all, the speed of infection of this virus is too exaggerated. If you don't take drugs in time, once the attack occurs, it will basically be gone. What they didn't know at this time was that their move played into the player's hands. If nothing else happens, our virus should have killed many of them. At the gathering place where the players gathered, everyone was discussing the next battle arrangements. That's for sure. Don't look at how many times I circled their city. According to the contagiousness of this virus and its power after the outbreak, the losses on their side will definitely not be small in this wave. And just in case, they will definitely use a large amount of them after they have developed the corresponding antidote. Production. The antidote to our poison is quite tricky. So even if they have the materials, I guess they will use up a large part of their warehouse. For them, this wave of consumption is equivalent to pure investment without any return. Because this wave of people we are sending in are the second stage of infection. And the next wave we are going to send is the third stage of infected people. Compared with the second stage, the third stage of infected people is a different model, which means that they need to study another wave in the future. Antidote. The third stage is over. We still have the fourth stage. And as the stage progresses, the research of medicine becomes more and more difficult. After so many waves of consumption, I estimate that the amount of resource reserves in their hands will definitely be insufficient. It would be too much. At a certain stage, they may have researched it, but if they don't have the materials for mass production, then they will most likely be doomed. Although a civilization of this level can develop some life-saving medicine or technology, it won't last long. If they can't find enough materials to make an antidote in the short term, then there will always be a day when their methods can't withstand it. When the virus breaks out collectively on that day, they will be finished. And this is also the player's routine. Rather than attacking directly and solving the enemy through the frontal battlefield, players prefer to use various dirty tricks to deal with them. After all, special auxiliary units such as infected people exist for this purpose. And they happen to also carry a lot of infected people. It is said that if you don't use it, you don't use it. So after thinking about it, the players came up with such a routine. Of course, it is also very simple to put the infected people in. That is, let Xianyu and the others teleport these infected people in during the battle. If they turn on the shield device, Xianyu will need to consume a lot of energy to teleport. Even if all the energy is consumed, he may not be able to teleport in. In other words, even if they turn on other shielding devices, Xianyu cannot do this. After all, at this level of civilization, their shielding devices are no longer like those of some low-level civilizations. The cost for a civilization of this level to send it in is very high. But it's a pity that they don't know the players' routines now. Even though the Empire has tried all the players' methods. But it is a pity that this civilization has not been tortured yet. Therefore, they know very little about the players' methods. And they can only know how expensive the players' tricks are until they have played all the tricks on them. But after they experience it, the players' goals will be achieved. It's unknown whether they will have enough time to make plans for the players' routines by then. In fact, players have also speculated on why their so-called strategy is so effective. At first, the players thought it was because their identities were special. So the planners set it up this way on purpose. But then the players thought about it, and it seemed wrong. After all, there are very smart people in every civilization. And how could those people not see through their own strategies? If not, then what's going on with No? 1? The former No. 1 belonged to another civilization, but was finally absorbed by Jiangyao. After being recruited, he also directed players to fight. Players still have fresh memories of that game, where they defeated the enemy even though their own strength was inferior to that of the enemy. Although they suffered heavy losses in that battle, they used those shrimp soldiers and crab generals to take over the Star Ring. This was a very terrifying thing. This is like you using primitive weapons to win a modern war. That's how outrageous it is. Up until that stage, all the statistics of the Star Ring civilization had crushed them. According to the normal routine, they had no chance of winning at all. But what about the result? Number 1 tried his best to make them win. In that war, players also saw how strong No. 1's commanding ability was. Every step of No. 1's playing takes into account the next 10 or 20 steps. When everyone thinks his target is here. In fact, his target is in a place you can't even imagine. Or at a place you think is the most impossible. At that time, No. 1 arranged various preludes in order to create opportunities for players to raid the Star Ring. It is even said that most of the troops are sacrificed. The purpose is to divert the enemy's attention to another battlefield. Create opportunities for the elite team to raid. For the success of this raid, No. 1 has been laying the groundwork since the beginning of the war. To be precise, the entire war has been rehearsed countless times in No. 1's mind. What to do at each stage, and how to proceed at each stage, if the enemy does not follow his own routine. How to temporarily change the strategy. Number 1 has planned it before the war begins, and guides the players to complete his plan step by step. Of course, the final result is that good Number 1's plan was successfully implemented. But whether players can use his routines? The answer is no. After all, this is a war, and various situations may occur during the battle. In such a situation, if you do not have strong adaptability, then basically your plan will most likely appear at a certain stage. Question. These things are not something you can master once you say you know them. This requires time and experience. Obviously, players do not have this. Even if you can think of it, it is useless. Because when it is actually implemented, it is completely different from what you think. After all, even when playing chess, they may only be able to consider people who are 2 or 3 steps ahead. If you ask them to plan the layout of the war, it is not that difficult at all. Moreover, interstellar wars do not have too many uncertain factors compared to ground wars. The other side has too many uncertain technologies, and any one technology is enough to change the direction of the entire war. But under such circumstances, the players' routines were surprisingly good, which puzzled them. However, later they also asked number 1 specifically how they should operate if they were to direct it themselves. And no one gave them an answer after reading their previous combat ideas. That is, it will be fine just as before. Everyone present was also puzzled as to why number 1 said this. But number 1 soon answered their questions. No one told them that your tactics can only be used by you from a certain perspective, and others cannot use them at all. Especially people like him who cannot understand their ideas at all, because their tactics are so simple that even people in their civilized kindergarten can think of them. It is precisely because this tactic is extremely simple that it works wonders. That is, no one would have thought that you would adopt such a ridiculous tactic. Even if you dare to apply this tactic that is not called a tactic to the battlefield, it can be regarded as a routine. No one told him that before the battle begins, he will collect general information about the enemy, simulate the enemy's combat ideas, conduct deductions according to the enemy's combat ideas, and start laying out the layout for his side. The enemy commander will also adopt this strategy. When people like them start a war, they pay more attention to the scientific and technological strength of both sides of the war and other general directions. Their tactics are mainly based on these. First, they have to determine what functions these warships have and what effect they will have at what time. How often do enemies use them? Use the known information to determine what tactics the enemy should use to fight. You also need to consider the enemy's current situation, how to operate from the enemy's perspective, and other such issues. These questions are relatively advanced for players, and they must not have imagined that there are so many, because no player has sorted out the enemy's forces and analyzed them one by one. Normally, such a strategy is ambitious, but such a grand strategy has caused them to be frustrated repeatedly. The reason is that the players' routines are too simple. After the enemy clearly understands the player's arms, they will simulate the player's combat ideas based on the player's arms. After all, everyone wants to maximize their use of their arms during battle to improve their strength. But who would have thought that when the battle began, the players did not play according to their routines, but adopted a very bullshit tactic? Yes, for these civilized people, the players' tactics were very bullshit. It's ridiculous that some units will perform better when placed in this position, and the effect will even be 10 times better than before. However, the players have placed it in a position where it should not be placed. After being placed in this position, it basically has no effect. Many times they would think about what tactics the players would use to attack. But in the end the players actually chose to charge directly. And when they see players doing this, they will instinctively think that the insect swarm may have ambushes elsewhere. The purpose is to attract their attention through this group of troops, and then use this to gain opportunities for troops in other places to raid. With this in mind, they have to pay attention to the surrounding situation. But the final result was that the swarm of insects really rushed over. At this stage, they discovered that the troops in other areas that were ready to go were in vain. All in all kinds of tricks have made these civilized commanders miserable. It's like the two parties were originally competing to drive, but the other person drove a real car, and you drove a car with an XX card. To be honest, it caught them off guard a bit. Chapter 449 Agreeing on a New Plan. Of course, although players' tactics often bring unexpected results, they are not always successful. After all, sometimes after the enemy suffers a few more losses, they will consciously lower the limit of your ability to do such a routine. In the end, your combat plan will most likely fail, and it is very difficult for others to prevent your combat routine of simplicity, because your routine is so simple that some people can figure it out just by thinking about it. Then if you want to defend, just target this point directly, instead of referring to the entire battle situation and the opponent's ship configuration and other factors, like you do with other civilizations. To put it simply, once someone else sees through it, your tactic will basically be useless. Then you need to see if the opponent has the corresponding technology that can resist your tactics. But sometimes it is so helpless. Most civilizations do not have the technology to completely target the insect swarm. This also leads to the fact that although the player's tactics are seen through, and they know the player's routines, it is basically impossible to completely target them. In the final analysis, once the routine is seen through, the only thing left to do is fight for the talent and skills. However, sometimes just relying on talents and skills can determine the direction of the battle. And just like when normal civilizations are at war, the gap in civilization technology is the same. The players knew this very well, especially after asking no one The players who understood the principle decided to continue to implement this tactic to the end. It's not that the players want to do this, but that they really have no choice, because they can't think of too profound tactics. Instead of considering a nondescript tactic, it's better to use this set of simple and practical methods. Anyway, one tactic can be used against end civilizations. In this civilization, he has seen through it, and it doesn't matter. The next civilization is a new beginning. All in all, for the players, they are determined to use this simple routine on the server. At this time, the players who had achieved stage victory were gathering together to communicate their next battle plan. In the first stage, the players' routine is very simple. They first conduct a small-scale battle to understand the situation of the opponent's warships, and conveniently destroy the opponent's jump engine, leaving the opponent's war fortress to stand in place, and then tested the opponent's internal defense force to plan for the next step. Therefore, out of this consideration, players will choose to evacuate the battlefield collectively when the game is in full swing. First, let's talk about battleships. The technological level of enemy battleships is generally far worse than that of the Empire. However, we can fight back and forth with the Empire, so the enemy does not pose a great threat to us. The main reason why the enemy is strong is because the war fortress provides them with 2 strong fire support. Under such circumstances, we are relatively passive in fighting their warships. In order to effectively prevent this situation from continuing, our next battle should still be based on the original plan, and the infected people will be assigned through the teleportation of the salty fish boss, so as to give them an inside-out response. After hearing what this player said, Xianyu thought for a while, and then asked a few questions. This routine is nothing, but what I am concerned about now is how fast the enemy can develop the antidote. I guess it won't take too long, although we can continue to put infected people into them in the future. But you must know that what we are facing now is the enemy's war fortress. There are corresponding facilities inside Baobuki that can limit my teleportation to a certain extent, even now that the enemy has no shield. I want to teleport some. It takes about half of the energy consumption to enter a unit. At this point, Xianyu looked at everyone. This means that once the enemy opens the corresponding facilities, it is very likely that the troops will not be able to be transferred. So we can change the routine of multiple teleportations. We must find a way to destroy most of the enemy's active forces in the next wave. Otherwise, once the enemy activates the facility, it will be difficult for us to get in. Moreover, our routine can actually be regarded as a trump card, and once it is used, it will have no effect. It just so happens that the enemy's eyes are now on the warships entering and exiting. So this is our only chance. If it fails this time, or the enemy is wary of our skill, the number of troops we teleport will be greatly reduced next time. Even when it comes to the final situation where the full bite can teleport 1 or 2 to the past, it is obviously not cost-effective to do so. So I think we can seize the opportunity to teleport more at once in this wave. The success or failure depends on this time. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It was obvious that this was not good news for them. Originally, according to their plan, they planned to adopt a batch transmission mode after testing the effects of infected people, because the infected people at each stage have different virus recipes. The infected people at different stages are transmitted in waves to consume their resource reserves. When their resources are almost exhausted, it will be easy to destroy them by teleporting the strongest ones in. So at the beginning of the battle, the players asked Xianyu to take a look at how many energy-devouring points it would cost to teleport directly. But now it seems that the consumption of this energy-devouring point is a bit beyond their expectations. It's not impossible to teleport more infected people at once. But we have already teleported a wave before, and they know the situation of this type of troops very well. Under such circumstances, if we send some more in, no matter what stage they are, they will definitely take strict precautions. It's even said that as soon as we entered, they started collecting samples to study drugs, or they had already made plans for this type of routine in advance. Under such circumstances, our desperate teleportation was very risky. Everyone agreed with this view. Indeed, if the enemy has corresponding defensive measures, then the troops we teleported in will basically be in vain, and such a precious teleportation opportunity will be wasted. Thinking of this, everyone also understood that the current situation was a bit difficult for them to operate, and they also knew it very well at this time. The opponent's shield system is damaged. Not that it doesn't exist. It will take a long time for them to repair the entire war fortress, but the time it takes to repair the shield system will not be too exaggerated. At this moment, a player suggested, "Actually, I think we can go all in on this wave. But then again, no matter what we do next, it actually feels a bit all or nothing. So I think it's better to go for it instead of being timid like this. After hearing what this player said, everyone looked at him curiously and waited for his next words. Seeing everyone's looks, the player continued, "Brothers, think about it. The purpose of us fighting in such a wretched manner is simply to reduce the damage in the battle. Then take advantage of the insect swarm to consume the enemy. Your idea is not wrong. But have you ever thought about the technological civilizations like our enemies? How many warship production lines they have in their hands, and how many resources they have reserved. Under such circumstances, we will waste a lot of money fighting them. Do we really have an advantage? Besides, if the enemy's supplies can keep up in every battle, then the final result will be that we will most likely fail, because it is not possible for their supplies to keep up with our supplies. And if you think about how little supplies we carry, compared with the reserves of a fortress as big as the enemy, it is a bit funny. Right now, the enemy doesn't know about our teleportation capabilities, so they still have room for manipulation. Once the enemy knows, they will block the teleportation path for us. And then we want to defeat the enemy through consumption, which will be even more difficult. Disaster. So the advice I give is to invest all the resources you have and give it a try. First of all, more than half of the resources we carry are still unused, so we can consider arranging them all. As for the resources we have acquired during this period, we will reserve them to make up for the losses in future battles. The resources we carried before can be mainly invested in auxiliary units, such as insect swarm hosts, allowing them to frantically produce various functional bugs. When our condition is almost restored, we will go back and fight with them. Because of the lessons learned from the last time, they will probably focus on the entrance and exit channels of the spacecraft, so they will not think of it at all. We also have the ability to teleport. They most likely haven't made any plans for teleportation, so this way we can teleport as many units as possible. However, the effect of teleporting ordinary auxiliary troops is not great, so I suggest teleporting the Cyclops, the 4th level cockroach, and the Thunder Beast directly. As long as these things are sent in, the combat troops on the enemy's front line will be distracted when the time comes to wreak havoc on the enemy's front line. So we also have an absolute advantage on the main battlefield. After hearing what this player said, everyone was a little thoughtful. It was obvious that this player's routine was indeed somewhat feasible. But this wave was also very risky. After all, players have been trying to avoid the teleportation of special units, such as Thunder Beasts. The main reason for this is because the value of this type of unit is too high, and they must find ways to protect it. And now they have sent all these high-value troops in. Although the internal destruction they will cause after entering is definitely more obvious than the effects of the infected, but they also have to consider battle losses. After entering, because there is no cover from other cannon fodder units, there is a high probability that these high-value units will suffer certain battle losses. It depends on whether these big guilds are willing to part with it. At this time, the player who looked at the hesitation of everyone continued, "Brothers, although the risk of my routine is high, it is undeniable that the probability of success is also high. Although this is very likely to cause some of the Thunder Beasts to burp inside. But think about it. The leader also said before that one of the Starry Sky Beasts might be able to track our group of soldiers. It is also for this reason that our group of soldiers cannot return to the insect nest. If what the leader said is true, our group of soldiers may be sent away by the Starry Sky Beast at any time. To put it bluntly, our group of soldiers exists in name only. Instead of letting him end up being given to the Starry Sky Beast for nothing, we should use them to maximize their value. As long as we knock down this war fortress, the resources inside it will at least allow us to replenish a new wave of troops. Not to mention a lot of resources. And there may even be more. In this case, even if our group of soldiers is wiped out by the Starry Sky Beast, we will not lose, because he has earned us enough resources. Of course, as the Thunder Beast Guild has contributed top power, we can also appropriately favor them a little in the final distribution ratio." As the player finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. It was obvious that they also believed that what the player said made sense. "Brothers, I think we can do this. Although everyone now has the expectation that the Starry Sky Beast cannot find us. This thing is more or less self-deceiving. Think about it. The Starry Sky Beast followed us before jumping to the area where the Empire is located. Based on this alone, it is not difficult to see that we are being tracked by the Starry Sky Beast. And the leader's guess is also based on this. A lot of us are actually lucky now. But the facts will not change just because you are lucky. Therefore, our troops will be found by the Starry Sky Beast sooner or later. and it is better to drain them of their remaining value than to give them away for nothing. In this way, everyone was discussing this matter, just like what these players said. In fact, everyone knew very well that there was a high probability that the Starry Sky Beast would be able to track them. But they all took a chance. After all, it is too difficult to obtain this kind of arms, and no one would be willing to die like this. But this is also the fact. Just because you are lucky does not mean that the facts will change because of your luck. In that case, how about we take a gamble? I think it can be possible. If the bet is right, even if the giant Starry Sky Beast destroys our group in the future, we will not lose. Consider yourself unlucky if you lose. Anyway, no matter whether we die in the hands of the War Fortress or the Starry Sky Beast, we can't escape death, so it doesn't matter who we die in. What a difference. Of course, in order to ensure that the plan goes smoothly, we still need to communicate about the arrangements for this unit. After deciding on the idea in this way, everyone began to gather together to discuss the future combat routine. After everything was settled, the players began to enter the intense preparation stage. Considering that the enemy would prioritize repairing the shield system after experiencing this wave before, the preparation time for the players this time was not long. Chapter 450. The combat plan proceeds smoothly. After a period of preparation, the players have almost finished everything. At this time, within the Crossal civilization, after being tortured by the players before, they immediately realized the importance of internal defense. First of all, they strengthened the control of various types of warships, especially the returning warships. Once a problem is discovered, they will choose to destroy it directly. And then the internal security measures have also been upgraded. And they have also planned that if the players attack again next time, they will definitely keep some of the main battleships internally just in case. And antibodies against that special virus have been developed. Of course, in order to prevent civilized people from being infected and suddenly dying suddenly, they have also produced a large number of life-saving items for civilized people to prepare. Just in case. Once this kind of thing is used, metabolism will stop and the body will enter a frozen state. In this case, they can at least hold on to their lives and wait until the battle is over before starting to treat these people. The Crossal civilization used this method to reduce the casualties from the last incident. Of course, they have better methods, but compared to other methods, the cost of this method is the lowest. After all, this thing needs to be installed by everyone. If the cost is too high, their material reserves will be very tight. Of course, considering safety, they decided to repair the shield system first. In fact, the shield system of their war fortress was very seriously damaged, especially because many materials were in relatively short supply. Under such circumstances, they chose to prioritize repairing other facilities. But after such a wave, they decided to use the remaining materials to repair the shield device. As for the problems of other facilities and materials, they can only collect them slowly later. For them now, solving the current problems is the top priority. While they were still working on repairing the shield system, the players were already flying towards them with large forces. Brothers, we only have one chance in this wave, so there can be no flaw in any aspect of our plan. At this time, Xianyu was reminding everyone over and over again on the road. Okay, old salted fish. To be honest, you don't need to say this, because we don't have any high-end plans at all. It's nothing more than engaging in a battle, launching a wave of charges, covering the Thunder Beast to close the distance with the War Fortress, and then you start teleporting. Then it's up to you to do whatever you want outside. This thing has no technical content at all. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Don't be so sophisticated about such a fool-like operation. And don't make any mistakes in any link. I'm curious about what links we have. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Think about it. We just ran over like this without any sense of ceremony. After all, it's such a high-level thing to start a war. No matter what, you have to do some high-end operations. And then again, so many of you up are recording videos. We just passed by without saying a word. You will have to dub in the later stage. If we say some messy and fancy words in the early stage, not only will you not need dubbing in the later stage, but you can also pretend to be B. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone thought that this was really the case. That makes sense. I think it can be possible. When the time comes, we will do a live recording of the game. People will be able to master our various professional terminology in a short time. In this case, we can consider operating a wave. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Wait for me to transport it upstairs. I'm also thinking about the lines. Ahem. I worm team. No. I should say Pioneer Reconnaissance Team no. 1. How is the situation over there? Damn it. You guys from my worm team no. 1 are actually talking back. Huh? Are you calling us? I'm numb. I'm too tall to react. So what? The situation here is probably. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. This is the Pioneer 1 Reconnaissance Team. We are currently located in the enemy's space fortress. Which is about, how many AU? Anyway, we are observing the enemy from a very far distance. Currently, the enemy has a large number of maintenance robots repairing their shield devices. The current repair level of the shield devices is about. Anyway, 56 repair teams are repairing it. Also, the enemy's or ship squad has also sent additional manpower. Before, their or ship squad did not follow the thugs, follow the defense warships. Now basically every or ship squad is followed by 10, about a dozen defense warships. As for the enemy's sightseeing boat, there are no more. I guess it was caused by the last incident. After the report, the eyeworm player thought for a moment and then added, over. Everyone. Ahem. There's no need to say the last sentence. Just say that's it after the report is over. At this point, the player thought for a while, and then continued. Brothers, we are currently about, still a little far away from the enemy. Because they will find us when we are at a certain distance from them. So after we land, we will be attacked by the enemy. In case we need to open the shield in advance. Once we land, we will form an array of defensive bugs to cover our advance. In addition, each unit should pay attention to its own blood volume when waiting for the battle, and try to cover its teammates. In this battle, we are outnumbered. So we must unite. Speaking of this unity, I have to talk to you in detail. The person upstairs is talking about your sister. How come you have such a sense of déjà vu that the leader is speaking? Mard, you were asked to pretend to be B, not the leader. Off topic. Brothers, off topic. We have entered the enemy's reconnaissance range. Just now, the eyeworm player said on the public channel that the enemy's warships have already launched. What? The enemy actually found us. Damn it! How can we repair it? Sister, stop talking. Mad, there's going to be a war. In this way, the players kept coming to the area where the war fortress was located. When the players appeared in this area, they saw countless artillery fire coming towards them the next moment. Fortunately, the players were well prepared. This wave of artillery fire did not cause much damage to the players. And as soon as they landed, the players immediately rushed towards the enemy according to the original plan. The main team, pay attention to the charge. This wave of Thunder Beasts will go deep into the hinterland. In order to ensure safety, it is best for the Thunder Beasts to enter at full state. So we all help the Thunder Beasts share the damage. Attention! Flank! An enemy team is coming from the side. Sniper team, pay attention. Mad, stop pretending. Flanker? Tell me clearly whether it's the left or the right. And what the H.L. is a sniper team. We don't have one. You are blind upstairs. You don't know what to look for. The sniper team is always close to you. All you have to do is rush up to meet the enemy and that's it. Ouch. Damn it. Don't pretend to be giving instructions like this. Who would understand? Yes, it will be over soon if it overturns. Just to be on the safe side, let's speak human language. In this way, the players gave up their previous plan after some negotiation. And then, the tactical command returned to normal. Brothers looked up and saw a few more idiots flying over. See, there are so many people in Yaya who want to spray him to death. 100 of them should be enough. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Brothers, give me a spanking and squirt. Where are the cockroaches? Where are the cockroaches? There are 5 damage-resistant cockroaches on the right side. Come over to the area where cockroaches are more abundant. Cockroaches. The ones in the middle. Mater, are you all nesting over there to give birth? Hurry up and go to the side to block the damage. At this time, as the players were getting closer to the war, the fortress was getting closer. Seeing this scene, the Crossal civilization immediately made tactical changes. All warships that are relatively close to the insect swarm are evacuating backwards. The other side wants to fight a fierce battle at close range. So we cannot give them this opportunity. All warships are engaged in a defensive battle around the war fortress. And each team tries to keep a certain distance from the bugs. As his order was issued, these combat formations began to shift positions. At this time, the players saw the operation of Crossal civilization and fell into deep thought for a while. Looking at the situation. Are they planning to make way for us? Although I can't believe it. Since they did this. This is our chance to charge. Brothers are so cute. Go. Go. Go! Pay attention later. The other side has a small formation coming to steal your dick. Brothers. Pay attention. We are about to teleport. You must stop them outside. Don't let them return to support. Don't worry. It's okay. You don't trust us when we do things. And then as Xinyu and the others finished speaking, a large number of thunder beasts, cockroaches and one-eyed giant beasts were seen disappearing on the battlefield. The situation on the player's side was naturally noticed by the Crossal civilization. When they looked at the sudden disappearance of the giant beast, they had a vague feeling of bad premonition. They knew very well that these giant beasts were the main combat arms of the players. And these arms had just used their ability to jump short distances and disappeared in this area. Although they were extremely surprised that the bugs had mastered this technology. After all, this technology was very difficult. And they were also a little surprised that this group of bugs could actually use it. Of course, for them at this time, this is not the point. The point is where these giant beasts jumped to. Even at this stage, many people have vaguely speculated that this thing has probably jumped to their hometown. Although they had this idea, no one dared to say it at this time. Because if it was said in this way, it would disturb the morale of the army. But the facts would not change just because they didn't say anything. After a while, they received the unfortunate news. A large number of thunder beasts and one-eyed behemoths appeared inside their war fortress. At this time, these behemoths were wreaking havoc inside the war fortress. It's over. At this time, everyone present had such an idea in their hearts. Although they had anticipated that the bugs might repeat their old tricks. So they had prepared a response plan in advance. But the response plan was for viruses, not physical damage. With the terrifying destructive power of the thunder beasts, let alone freezing them into popsicles. Even if you turn them into iron rods, they won't be able to withstand such a torment. Although they left some defensive warships inside, these warships were completely insufficient in front of the thunder beast. At this time, everyone present was panicking. They were well aware of the terrifying and destructive power of the thunder beast. If this thing got in, it would be really unstoppable. Return. Formation no. 1 to no. 5 will return immediately. Realizing that the situation was not good, the commander-in-chief immediately issued an order. But the players at this time obviously would not let them get their wish. So when they saw some warships preparing to return, they immediately pursued and intercepted these returning warships. Although the war fortress at this moment is also constantly attacking the players with crazy output, in order to ensure that they can successfully cover the ultrasonic beasts to complete their mission. The players also rushed forward desperately despite the firepower from both sides. At this time, seeing the players chasing and intercepting these battleships, they were determined to rush in. After all, they knew very well that if they left these giant beasts alone, even if they won the battle, it would be meaningless. Because after they clean up the bugs here, there is a high probability that they will be destroyed by these thunder beasts. If there is no home, then winning the battle will have no effect. In this way, both sides fell into a state of anxiety. One side was desperately trying to rush back to support, while the other side was desperately trying to stop it. Compared to the players, the Crossal civilization has a large number of battleships. So as long as they rush back at any cost, it will be very difficult for the players to stop them. In this way, the whole scene became more and more chaotic, until a dazzling light lit up in the battlefield, and all the warships and insects in the area disappeared. When this scene appeared, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. If this scene were from the Empire, they must be very familiar with it. After all, they are the ones who make it so that the players cannot take care of themselves. But for Crossal civilization, this routine of players is still new. And the most important thing is that with this new trick, they don't dare to rush into the base in a swarm, because they might explode again unexpectedly. After all, through the explosion just now, they knew very well that the power of this thing was not small. And it was also large scale. This is what makes them most uncomfortable. It is powerful, and has a wide range. As long as you dare to get close, you will be sure that no one will be left behind. But if they don't get close, their home will most likely be demolished by those bugs before long. Chapter 451 successfully entered the war fortress. Obviously, this wave of operations by the players caused them difficulties. And through a wave of tricks played by the players, it is not difficult for them to see that this group of bugs is determined to stop them here. The situation at home is urgent now. But the bugs here have been blocking it, which makes them slightly anxious about the current situation. Although they were extremely anxious at this time, they also knew very well that they had to return to the voyage while ensuring the safety of seeing each other again. Otherwise, if they were almost dead by the time, there would be no point in going back. Therefore, they can only choose to continue to fight against the insects. At this moment, they only hope that some internal defense facilities can play a role in delaying time. Although they have also deployed a lot of defensive facilities internally, they also know that the effects of these defensive facilities are not as good as imagined. After all, this time the bugs directly sent in large quantities of goods. This was no different than some other units. Each of the combat units sent in by the bugs were very powerful. Whether it is their internal combat units or defense facilities, they can only deal with the enemies who infiltrate regularly. If they want to rely on those things to eliminate elite units like this, it is indeed somewhat difficult. At this time, inside the war fortress, the entire scene became chaotic as the players' thunder beasts entered. Originally, they were thinking that with their own preparations, even if the bugs repeated their old tricks, they wouldn't have much effect. And considering the mistake last time, they also specially strengthened their attack on the approaching warships this time. Supervision. Therefore, it is basically unrealistic for the bugs to use the same tricks to sneak in. As a result, just when they thought their arrangements were foolproof, who would have thought that these bugs would teach them a good lesson? And compared to the last time when a few infected people were released, this time the players prepared super double for them. First of all, when these thunder beasts come in, their primary target is not the city. Their main target is various important facilities. So as soon as these thunder beasts came in, they divided into several groups and set off towards various important facilities. Although these facilities had corresponding protection measures. But this is the inside of a war fortress after all. Although they have done some internal defenses, they have not done it very well. After all, who would have thought that their interiors would be stolen by other people's main force? The main purpose of building their internal facilities is not to resist foreign enemies, but to resist certain gangs that cause trouble in civilization. Therefore, these defense mechanisms are no different from scratching an itch for the Thunder Beast. Of course, in order to prevent their warships from focusing all their attention on the Thunder Beast, players also went out of their way to get a few level 3 cockroaches to convert enemies. After all, with the help of these little cockroaches, the enemy's defensive warships have to focus their energy and time on chasing these cockroaches that can convert the enemy. This naturally created the best opportunity for the Thunder Beasts to destroy. In this way, the Thunder Beasts began to destroy important facilities inside the entire war fortress. As the destruction work began, many forts outside the war fortress began to appear one after another. Offline. As these turrets went offline, the combat pressure on the players outside was also decreasing. At this time, the enemy's external combat formation saw that their turrets were offline so quickly, and they naturally guessed what the opponent was doing inside. This time they became even more anxious. And finally they had to order all fleets to return. And it was the kind that did not hesitate at all costs. As the order was issued, all the warships flew towards each entrance in a swarm. Although the players prepared a lot of bomb bugs, facing so many warships, the effect is not particularly obvious. Fortunately, although the players did not stop them all in this wave, when they returned, the players also took the opportunity to clean up a large number of their warships. After successfully returning, some warships were sent to guard their entrance, while the remaining warships headed towards the area where the Ultralisk and Cockroach were. Of course, it was impossible for the players to just watch them return without doing anything. Almost at the same time as them, many players rushed towards the interior of the war fortress desperately. Although a large part of it was blocked out, there were still quite a few people who managed to sneak in. As soon as they entered, the players started fighting with the returning fleets. At this time, the peripheral fleets also launched charges again and again towards the entrance of the war fortress. As the entrance to the war fortress slowly closed, the players' charge ended in failure. Fortunately, there were some players inside who could help the Thunder Beast resist for a period of time, which was good news for the players. These people are so cruel. In order to prevent us from entering, they used battleships as cannon fodder to block the door. Yeah, it's not fun now. The charge failed. The players inside will face the siege of so many enemy warships. I guess they may not be able to withstand it for long. It's hard to say. After all, it's their hometown. If they really want to mess around, we won't feel bad if they break it anyway. That's true. But I'm wondering what we should do next. What are you doing? This is not simple. since the war fortress does not have any defensive troops or shields. Isn't this the best time for us to demolish their forts? Take advantage of this opportunity to dismantle their forts. It doesn't matter if they fail inside then. At worst, we will slowly fight with them later to consume them. That's true. Anyway, we still have a lot of troops on the periphery. If we use these troops to fight against them in the future, they may not be able to withstand it. By the way, let's destroy all their thrusters as well. We have to make sure that they are 100% unable to move here, although their propulsion engines have special protection. Under normal circumstances, if we want to destroy a warship, the cost will be very heavy. But unfortunately, they have no hair on the outside now. This is also our best time to destroy it. After discussing the general plan in this way, the players outside the war fortress also began to cause wanton destruction. Because these forts did not have the assistance of other battleships, the players destroyed them very quickly. You only need to be infinitely close to the war fortress, so that the damage suffered by the players will be minimized. Players can sustain this amount of damage for a long time. So taking this opportunity, players began to attack the entire area. Cleaning work. Of course, the players' destruction is also very clear. First, destroy the big ones, then deal with the medium ones, and finally deal with the small ones. In this case, even if the enemy comes out midway, they will most likely clear out some of the forts that can cause great damage to the enemy. As for the remaining small forts, they will not play a big role in the war. At this time, the operations of the peripheral players were naturally known to others. Looking at this group of bugs, they felt variously uncomfortable. They had to admit that this group of bugs made it difficult for them to take care of themselves. Of course, they knew exactly why such a situation occurred. The main reason was that the individual strength of the insects was too strong. To deal with the bugs, they had to deploy a lot of troops to compete with them. Under such circumstances, after the bugs split into two groups, they wanted to take care of both sides. This would only be possible unless the military strength was expanded several times. But it is a pity that now they don't have that many battleships. Although they suffered heavy losses after the last battle with the Empire while repairing the war fortress and replenishing the number of battleships, they are not bugs after all, and their production speed is far from the level of the bug swarm. Coupled with the shortage of resources, their battleships were found by players without much replenishment. Although they all knew very well at this time that if the bugs continued to operate like this, their war fortress might really become a tiger with its teeth pulled out. But after going through several waves of battles at this time, they also figured out the tricks of the insects. First of all, what they can determine is that the number of this group of bugs is not large. Because if there are a large number of bugs here, then they will not send only such a few in each batch. And the types of soldiers in each batch are basically the same. From this, they can deduce that there is only such an independent insect swarm in this area. This is undoubtedly good news for them. Although the current situation seems very uncomfortable for them, they are not without opportunities to change the status quo. The solution they can think of at present is to clean up the bugs inside, and then deal with the outside ones. This way, they would have enough time to repair the engine and escape from here. After all, they don't know exactly where the insect swarm support troops are. But they can be sure that if the insect swarm support troops were nearby, they would have supported them long ago. And they would not let this insect swarm be in the area. Here I spend time with myself. And they also know very well that if it were before, it would not be a little bit difficult for them to eliminate this group of insects. But it is different now. Now most of the insects are isolated by themselves. This means that they still have a chance to eliminate the bugs in batches. And they also know that this is their only chance. Of course, they are also worried that an internal war with the bugs will be a very scary thing for the entire war fortress or the people living inside. But they have no choice. But the only good thing is that their buildings have certain defensive capabilities. Although they cannot completely withstand the aftermath of the battle, they can at least reduce some of the losses. In this way, after determining the general idea, they immediately assembled the warships and began to clear out the insect swarms inside. The first one to bear the brunt was the cockroaches. After all, the various transformations of these little cockroaches also gave them a lot of headaches. So they gave priority to cleaning up these annoying guys. After solving these units, their next target was to be among the regular formations of the bugs, because there were a lot of regular formations that had mixed in just now, and they had to clear out these units first. As for the Thunder Beast and the One-Eyed Behemoth, they are not their main targets. First, the combat power of this type of unit is very powerful. If the other auxiliary units are not cleared out, if they directly go to war with this type of unit, It is very likely that other units will cooperate with the attack of this high-strength unit. In this case, their losses will be very heavy. But after they clean up all these auxiliary units, the next thing will be easier to handle. The players naturally knew about their strategy, so they immediately let all the conventional combat units that had mixed and start to disperse. Use this method to delay time. Anyway, in a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus many situation, as long as the number is not too exaggerated, the players will not be weak at all. So Crossell felt uncomfortable when the players dispersed all the units. In order to prevent the Crossell civilization from being killed if the cleanup failed, the entire formation was divided into small formations of 100 battleships to pursue the dispersed combat arms of the bugs. After such a wave of operations, they did not form many teams in total, and the players would not stupidly let these formations attack them. So when the players who were wreaking havoc saw the pursuit battleship coming, they didn't say anything. Then he started running away. Anyway, their running speed is faster than the opponent's warships, so it is not difficult for the opponent to catch up with them. Moreover, the players all ran directly towards the city, which also caused the pursuing warships to throw traps. It is also for this reason that they can only choose to fire in places far away from the city, and they can only cease fire when they get close to the city. The families who discovered this started wandering around the city. This also led to the fact that in the end, in order to clear them out as quickly as possible and ensure that they could catch up with them, the Crossell civilization had to choose 2 formations to chase and intercept a bug. After such a wave of operations, their cleanup work was delayed a lot. The longer their cleanup speed is delayed, the more time the Thunder Beast will have to destroy it. As for why they didn't prioritize the Finns, there was actually another reason besides worrying that the auxiliary laser cards of these units would cause them heavy losses. That is, no matter whether they clear out the Thunder Beast or not, there is a high probability that the forts cannot be saved. Under such circumstances, even if they pay a heavy price, clearing out the Thunder Beast will not change the current situation. Anyway, they were mentally prepared for the loss of all the forts, and they were also prepared for the interior of the war fortress to be completely destroyed. With the support of double preparations, it is obvious that conventional combat arms, which threaten the lives of most people at all times, have become their first clearing target. Chapter 452. The war begins. At this time, with the actions of the enemy warships, although the players deliberately delayed time, their troops were still reduced at a very fast rate. But at this time, just after they focused all their attention on the players' regular combat units, the players' Thunder Beast squad gathered together. Brothers seem to be in this position. Should be. Since we are here, let's start taking action and try to break through this place before the enemy comes. But I'm curious as to whether our firepower can directly break through his armor. We have to break it even if we can't break it. This is our only chance. Otherwise, the half of our troops here will most likely be cold. After the inside is cold, we will only rely on the remaining half outside to fight them. Our chances of winning are not high. Yes, our only solution now is to bring in players from outside. Okay, everyone, no matter whether we can win or not, we will fight this wave. Having said that, a group of high-level soldiers began to unleash their strongest skills on a certain area of the fortress. These troops poured in all the remaining energy in order to fight. But the only good thing is that since the players came in, they have been less targeted. So this group of high-level units have more energy left in their hands, which also gives them the ability to break through the war fortress this time. The defense creates favorable conditions. At this time, all the high-level arms on the scene were almost fully invested in energy-devouring energy. Such a huge energy fluctuation naturally attracted the attention of the battleships that were chasing the players in other areas. And they were also shocked when they learned what the players were doing. In fact, they are still very confident in the defense of the war fortress. If they want to penetrate it from the inside out, the firepower requirements of the warships are very high. And now is a critical moment in the war. If you want to use this method to break through the defense at this stage, the requirements for firepower will increase exponentially. After all, when the enemy knows your intentions, they will definitely come to stop you. If it were normal, you could slowly ink it. Even if your first round of attacks didn't penetrate it, then you could slowly make up for the damage bit by bit through normal attacks. But the current situation does not allow them to do this. Therefore, if players want to break through this defense, they can only rely on this wave of attacks. They are also very clear about the operations of the players. At this time, the high-level units inside the bugs are attacking the same position as the external units. In other words, they want to break open the war fortress through double attacks from the inside and outside. Defense. This kind of routine is feasible. But therein lies the problem. They are probably aware of the damage caused by bugs. They know that bugs have the ability to break through defenses. But it is absolutely impossible for bugs to have the ability to break through defenses in a short time. Therefore, these actions of the bugs are in vain in their eyes. Because the first wave of attacks by the bugs is absolutely impossible to penetrate the war fortress. And after their first round of attacks is over, they can send warships to harass them and prevent them from launching a second round of attacks. If these two waves of routines are implemented, their plan will basically fail, and all these elite units may be lost. And the most important thing is that before, these elite units were scattered, and it was very troublesome for them to deal with them. But now that this group of elite units are gathered together, doesn't this give them a chance to catch them all at once? Naturally, they didn't dare to let go of such an opportunity. So after learning about the bugs' tactics, they immediately ordered all formations to assemble, and then attacked the bugs' elite troop gathering point. At this time, their actions were naturally known to the players, and all the players inside the insect nest spontaneously gathered together and flew towards the area where the thunder beasts and the others were. At this moment, all the players know clearly that if they want to win this battle, they can only let in the players from outside. Now their only chance is to gather all the troops here to resist the wave of thunder beast, and buy enough time for the thunder beast. At this moment, looking at the actions of the players, Crossel Civilization was also a little unconfident. Originally, they thought that after this group of thunder beasts carried out the first round of destruction, and found that the war fortress was not destroyed, they would most likely choose to retreat. After all, after realizing that what they were doing was of little significance, they would definitely not stay there. The primary purpose of their fleets is to keep these thunder beasts here before they withdraw. Although they could not guarantee how many thunder beasts would be left behind in this wave, they were certain that at least 5 or 6 would be left behind. This was their initial tactical plan. But when they saw the players' other units starting to gather there, they were a little confused after making the plan. In such a situation, what is the purpose of their gathering? It was obvious that they were preparing to make a desperate move. And there was a prerequisite for making a desperate move. The premise was that they were confident enough to break through the defense. But they could not guarantee that their fleet would not arrive before breaking through the defense. At this time, they summoned all the troops to gather together to buy the last time for the Thunder Beast. When the plan was successful, the outside troops could come in. But the premise of all this is that the Thunder Beast can destroy the war fortress in a short time. But according to their estimate of the damage to players, the possibility of Ultralisk destroying it in a short time is very low. Under such circumstances, there are only two possibilities for what happened. The first is that their estimated data is wrong. And the second is that the other party does not know the specific situation of the war fortress at all. Originally they thought that the insect swarm belonged to the second type. But when they saw the insect swarm gathering together so confidently, they had to wonder if their data was wrong. To be honest, they are very confident in their data. But this matter does not mean it will work just because they are confident. If their data estimation is wrong, then they are really doomed. It is also for this reason that the commander-in-chief of the Crossel civilization was so frightened that he mobilized almost all the forces of the civilization to go to this area. Obviously this time, they want to stop the players. And the most important thing is that after dispatching these troops, he also told these soldiers the specific situation. His actual words were that the Zerg have the ability to break through the defenses of the space fortress in a short period of time. So now you have to stop them at any cost. Otherwise we will be in trouble when they break through the defenses. To put it simply, whether this battle can stop the swarm will be directly related to the survival of their civilization. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to compare this war to a life-and-death battle for civilization. And a life-and-death battle like this is a desperate fight for these soldiers. They have no choice. If they win this battle, their space fortress is temporarily safe. If they fail, their civilization will be declared destroyed and all their efforts will be in vain. This is something they will never allow to happen. Therefore, all the soldiers present were fully mentally prepared for this battle. In their estimation, if they were unable to break through the bug's defense line in the combat area, they would resort to suicide attacks. Use this to break through the enemy's defenses and attack the Ultralisk that is destroying the war fortress. This time they were ready to sacrifice for their homeland. And none of the warships that went to support them planned to come back alive. For them, as long as they prevent the enemy's conspiracy, everything is worth it. At this time, they almost have the same idea. The players are also making a desperate move. Whether the players can destroy the war fortress will directly determine the fate of all their current arms. For players, although this group of troops has long been prepared to sacrifice, they also want to get back what they invested. The value of this group of troops is too high. Only by knocking down this fortress, collecting the resources inside, and then selling them can they make up for the loss of this group of troops. Therefore, this war is very relevant to them. Big. It is no exaggeration to say that this war is really a fateful battle for the players. Because once they fail, all their previous efforts will be in vain. For these units, the players have gone all the way. It's a lot of investment. If the troops they spent a lot of time and money to cultivate were sacrificed in vain without creating any value, the strength of the entire players would undergo earth-shaking changes. Players know very well that they will most likely never be able to organize such a strong lineup in a short period of time. If this battle fails, they will have to enter a recovery period of at least half a year, or even a year before they can return to their current strength. This is something they won't allow. At this moment, both sides have different beliefs. And it is because of this belief that the whole war looks a bit bleak. First of all, it was the Colossal civilization. Their warships and the insect swarms were engaged in battles one after another. Seeing that they could not break through the insect swarm's defense, many fronts directly accelerated and started self-destruction procedures in order to open a path for their teammates through their own sacrifices. The situation on the player's side was similar. In order to ensure that the Thunder Beasts could destroy these areas safely, they also tried their best to resist the waves of attacks from the Colossal civilization. Seeing the Colossal civilization crashing into it desperately, the players rushed forward not to be outdone. Once the blood volume of the corruptors in the front row dropped to a certain level, they immediately retreated to the rear for output. The corruptors in the rear with healthy blood volume immediately made up for it, and began to bear injuries in the front row. And when the players saw those warships rushing forward desperately, the corruptors with residual blood in the back row immediately rushed forward and died together with these warships. The auxiliary units such as the insect swarm host also spent energy on frantically producing small locusts to assist in the battle. All in all, this time both the players and the Colossal civilization tried their best. On the battlefield, combat units from both sides were constantly falling. The wreckage of warships all over the sky fell from the sky. And countless bugs also fell from the sky. Countless combat units on the ground were firing at the insect swarms in the sky. While they were firing, they saw densely packed combat locusts swarming towards them. As the battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage, both the players and the Colossal civilization have only one belief at this time, which is to defeat the opponent. This battle is no different from previous battles. In the past, players were thinking about how to protect as many of their units as possible. But this time it is different. This time, players are thinking about how to deal with as many ships as possible. Battleship. Sometimes, the battle is so cruel. Both sides have their own beliefs, and will give everything for their beliefs. At this time, outside the war fortress, a player took more than 100 dark matter banelings in the guild and broke away from the large army. Even after this player left, the war between the swarms inside the war fortress continued. As time goes by, players gradually fall into a disadvantage. Although the players' units are much stronger than the enemy's warships, the number of enemies is much greater than the players. And this time the players are fighting a defensive battle. This wave of players is no better than before. In the past, they didn't care about defense and just attacked. More often, they would even choose close combat to maximize the advantages of the insect swarm. This kind of operation gives them a great advantage when facing warships whose technological level is higher than theirs. But this time it is different. This time the players are fighting a defensive battle. They need to protect the Thunder Beast among the enemy ships that are much larger in number than themselves. It is also for this reason that their losses are very fast. Maid, brothers, just hold on for 1 second longer. Didn't you say that we didn't agree that the inside should cooperate with the outside? How come the inside and outside attack together? It has taken so long, and it still hasn't broken through the defense of this thing. Old Tai, you have to understand that this thing is a war fortress, not a dog. It would be weird if it was so easy to break open. It's so uncomfortable to be so special. Now our remaining troops are down to 10. And the enemy still has a lot left. If this situation continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Hold on as long as you can. And if you can buy 1 more second for them, then fight for 1 more second. The opponent is also fighting desperately. Martyr. In the past, with troops like them, we had no pressure to fight against 10. But this time, it will be difficult even to fight against 3. Don't you understand yet? The defensive side is naturally at a disadvantage. After all, you have the leverage in their hands. in order to prevent the Thunder Beast from being interfered with by them in all their attacks. We can only bear it hard, and cannot choose to evade it. Chapter 453. The war ends, and the war fortress is captured. In this way, as time goes by and the battle continues, the remaining number of players' units is very small, and the enemy side is not much better. Although the players suffered heavy losses in this wave of war, their losses were several times that of the players. After all, both sides are fighting all or nothing without much consideration. There is no so-called tactics. In this case, it is more about who has the stronger basic attributes of the ship. But in this competition, it is obvious that the players have an advantage. If it weren't for the large number of enemies, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose in this war. But fortunately, this is coming to an end for the Colossal civilization, because there are not many units left by the players at this time. Of course, they also know very well at this time that it is not the time for them to be careless. After cleaning up the remaining units of the players, they must deal with the Thunder Beast as quickly as possible. After all, they are very clear about the strength of these big guys. And they also know very well that the reason why they were able to win this battle was mainly due to numerical suppression. And also because those big guys kept breaking through the defense and did not take action. If those big guys take action, their battle losses will double again. What they have to do now is very simple. That is, after dealing with these little bugs, they should immediately deal with these Thunder Beasts. Although they will pay a heavy price to deal with these Thunder Beasts, all this is worth it, because they all know that if these Thunder Beasts are here, when they break through some of the troops outside the defense alliance, they will have no chance of winning if they fight against them again. But if they take care of the Thunder Beast, even if the outside troops come in, they can still fight, and the chance of winning is still very high. At this time, the players are actually very clear about the current situation. After all, after fighting for so long, the players on both sides have a general understanding of the strength. Now the players understand that if they don't break this defense, they will basically lose this battle. Brothers, hold on. We must buy time for the Thunder Beast and the Cyclops at all costs. Damn it. The firepower of these thieves is too fierce, and I can't stand it anymore. Holy shit. I'm almost out of blood. Me too. At this time, Xianyu and others who were destroying saw the performance of the players, and couldn't help but speed up their destruction progress. Looking at the dwindling number of players, Xianyu and the others knew that no matter what price they paid, they could not let these people down. Brothers, the brothers who are blocking the damage will be unable to withstand the damage. We don't have much time left. Maid, let's fight hard. We will directly invest all our energy in this wave. Whether we can succeed in this wave depends on it. At this time, everyone nodded after hearing Xianyu's words. Originally, according to their plan, they did not plan to invest all their energy in this wave. Originally, they wanted to save some for emergencies. But seeing the current situation, they knew clearly that they had no chance for emergencies. All they had was a last-ditch effort. The next moment, Xianyu and the others made a decision. And then all the elite units invested their full energy, which also accelerated their destruction progress a lot. At this time, the Colossal civilization, which was paying attention to every move here, naturally also noticed this. When they saw the players' operations, they immediately became alert. It was obvious that the current situation made them worried. And at this time, they also informed the frontline combat troops of the changes in the insect swarm. After the frontline combat troops understood this, their attacks became even more desperate. With their attack, the number of players decreased faster. And now everyone's eyes were on Xianyu and his team. Because of their long-term output, hundreds of kilometers around here have turned into a lava HL. And the most conspicuous thing here is the red area in the center that has begun to boil. With Xianyu and the others' continuous attacks and increased investment in devouring energy, this boiling area is spreading outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone knew at this time that the wider these boiling areas spread, the deeper the thickness of the armor that was penetrated. And everyone present had no idea how far the armor had been damaged. Maybe it was only half destroyed. Or maybe it was almost broken through now. All in all, no one has a definite answer to the current situation. But they all know that they cannot let the bugs continue. But is it too late to stop the bugs now? It was obviously too late. At this time, with Xianyu and the others' final blow, the entire area was shrouded in light. These lights were the result of Xianyu and the others draining their last energy. After the light dissipated, everyone's eyes turned to that area, looking at the boiling area that had become a red ocean. The Colossal civilization was extremely nervous. At this moment, Time seemed to have frozen, and everyone was looking at that area. The players were expecting the outer bugs to emerge from that area, and the Crossal civilization was expecting their armor to withstand the blow. And at this critical moment, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted the expecting players. Well, brothers, I have some bad news. I don't know whether to tell it or not. Xianyu felt a little embarrassed when he said this. Then our estimate was wrong. This thing is so hard that even if we put in all the remaining energy, we still didn't penetrate him. And according to my estimate, we may not even get half of it. At this time, as Xianyu's words fell, everyone fell into a brief silence. What the H.L.? Did I hear it wrong? Worry. What the H.I. do you mean by this? Could it be that what we just did was in vain? Did we die in vain? Damn it. I was still expecting the protagonist to turn the tide at the last minute. But you guys gave us this result. So we regarded you as the protagonist. But as a result, you are simply a scammer. Who came up with this idea in the first place? Using high-level troops to break through the enemy's defense. This thing is the enemy's anti-war fortress. As long as it's so easy to break through. It's okay. What do you think? Maid? Please don't do it as an afterthought. We can only speculate. Who knows, something is wrong with the speculation. But it's not our fault. After all, who would have thought that this piece of shit would be so hard? Why don't we give him some clothes and see if we can wear them? Are you afraid that Tao Zi will give you this opportunity by eating so many enemy battleships? It's over now. So what should we do next? What should we do? What else can we do? Just go to the fight and be a good man again 20 years later. It's all about death anyway. We will make money by taking them one more battleship before we die. Compared to the players, when the Crossal civilization saw this result, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was obvious that their data was not wrong, and the players' firepower was not enough to break through the defense of the war fortress. Since the players failed to break through the defenses of the war fortress, this means they are doomed. Attack the whole army. Annihilate the remaining bugs. After getting the accurate answer at this time, the commander of Crossal civilization immediately ordered the warship to continue the attack. And he also deliberately told him to give priority to getting rid of those giant beasts. As long as those few giant beasts are dealt with, the remaining bugs will be nothing more than a bunch of rabble. At this time, seeing the Zerg's failure, the Crossal civilization battleship with high morale also launched a final attack on the players. With countless artillery fire coming, players also started the final battle. And just when the Crossal civilization thought it had a chance to win, a loud noise suddenly came from somewhere in the battle fortress. The sound was deafening. When everyone turned their attention to that area, they saw that the area was already covered in thick smoke. Before anyone could react, a corruptor rushed out of the thick smoke, followed by the second and third. As time passed, more and more corruptors appeared in this war fortress. How can this be? At this time, the commander of Crossal civilization saw the scene in front of him, and suddenly remembered something. He knew very well that this area was currently the weakest defense in the war fortress. That area was almost penetrated by the Empire before. But fortunately, that area finally withstood it. But even if it withstood it, he still suffered a lot of damage. Although they repaired it later, because the time was too short. They only repaired it in a hurry. So the overall defense of that area was not very high. But that area is actually not large and relatively hidden. They never expected that the insects would actually notice this place. And the commander even seriously suspected that the insects were just putting on a show here. And that their goal was that area from beginning to end. Because of the reasons here, he moved all the battleships over. That area was not defended in this way. But when he reacted, it was already too late. The bugs entered here smoothly. And the first thing they did when the bugs came in was to come and support the Thunder Beast players. When the players saw this scene, they immediately became excited. It was obvious that this wave was going to be exciting. Damn! I don't know what happened. But you brothers out there are doing great. This is called the end of mountains and rivers. No way out. Yet another village with dark flowers and bright flowers. Brothers, it's time to fight back. Come on. Ha ha ha. Just ask them if they are surprised or not. The players who saw the turn of events immediately became excited again. And then cooperated with the players who had just entered to launch a counterattack against the battleships of the Crossal civilization. With the addition of new players, this time the Crossal civilization could no longer resist. With the cooperation of both sides, their fleet was quickly defeated. As time went by, the number of their warships became less and less. Of course, the players' losses this time were also extremely heavy. The elite units, except for the Thunder Beast, were basically wiped out by the group. And even the Thunder Beast only had 5 left. And because these 5 were all fighting later, the players on the periphery used cover to let them retreat to recuperate. Otherwise, they might not even be able to save these 5. At the end of this battle, the Crossal civilization fleet was wiped out, and the players had only more than 3,000 remaining soldiers. Although peripheral players joined in the later stage, which turned the entire battle situation around, they still had an extremely difficult time facing the desperate Crossal civilization. At the end of the fight, the Crossal civilization was even more furious. In their civilization, everything that could be used to fight was brought over. In the end, many people even rushed over with weapons in hand. Of course, the situation on the player's side wasn't much better. In the end, they just pulled over all the available troops in their reserves. Even Hydralisks and Velociraptors joined the battle. All in all, both sides had tried their best for this battle. In the end, the players won. Although this victory was a tragic one, it was enough for the players. For the players, this battle not only allowed them to get back their money, but also made a fortune. And the most important thing was that this was their first head-on victory against an advanced civilization. In the past, they fought against these advanced civilizations, and although they achieved many victories, these victories were achieved through various tactics. And the most important thing is that those victories are victories in small-scale battles. This kind of small fights do not mean much. This battle is completely different. This is the first time that players have defeated an advanced civilization in a head-on battle, and wiped out the entire civilization. For them, victory in this battle was of extraordinary significance. A few days later, the affairs of the Crossal civilization have been settled. Their war fortress was taken over by the players. In order to ensure the safety of this war fortress, the remaining units of the players chose to leave here. Then they purchased some new high-level combat units in the insect nest, and then jumped to the area where the war fortress was located to provide a certain degree of protection for the war fortress. And they gathered the prisoners of war from the Crossal civilization, and began to let them continue to repair the war fortress. That's right. Jiang Yao is ready to take the war fortress into his pocket this time. Although this thing suffered heavy losses after so many battles, Jiang Yao also saw the power of this war fortress through the previous battles. It is not a loss to keep this thing. Although this thing will definitely not be repaired in the short term. Fortunately, Jiang Yao is not in a hurry to use it. So for him, as long as he can repair it, the length of time is actually not that important. At worst, he can just wait a few more years, and it will be over. Anyway, I happen to have a lot of troubles to deal with recently. After I finish handling the things, there is a high probability that this thing will be repaired, and it can be used directly. Chapter 454, Space Wandering Team. In fact, Jiang Yao did not expect that this battle could achieve such a result. From the beginning, he did not have high hopes for this battle. The reason is very simple. Although the player's military strength is strong enough, it is still not enough to compete with the war fortress of Crossal civilization. Although the fortress has been severely damaged, even if it is severely damaged, it is not something that the players can defeat. Although Jiang Yao still recognized the players' tactics, especially when they later found a way to invade the war fortress, Jiang Yao felt that this strategy was still good. But Jiang Yao couldn't comment on their subsequent operations, because the players at that time actually wanted to destroy it from the inside out. If this thing could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't be called a war fortress. But fortunately, the final result is good. As for why the players found that area, Jiang Yao later learned the general situation through inquiries. It turned out that the player was previously a member of the Eyeworm team, and later joined the combat team because he killed the Eyeworm. But before his Euglena died, he experienced that battle, which was the battle between the Empire and the Crossal civilization. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to the destruction of that area. After all, many places in the war fortress were destroyed, and the destruction of that special area was not so conspicuous. And the most important thing is that he didn't even know the specific situation of that area. The reason why he asked the players to go to that area at the end was purely because he felt that there was a high probability that Xianyu and the others would fail. Because in the previous battle, as an observer, he knew very well how thick the armor of this thing was. So in the end, when Xianyu and the others were making all-out efforts to destroy, he was thinking of other ways. First, he thought of starting from the destroyed area of the war fortress, because it didn't take long to go through that battle. Even if the Crossal civilization repaired many areas of the war fortress, the defense power of this hastily repaired one would definitely not be as good as before. So he was wondering if he could start from a place where the defense was relatively weak. So he immediately began to recall the previous situation. And soon the scene when the war fortress was destroyed that day flashed through his mind. It was also at this time that he suddenly thought that the area seemed to be damaged deeper than other areas. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Then he led the guild members to that area based on his memory, and then began to destroy it. With the banlings entering, the area was destroyed just as he thought. Part of it exploded. After receiving the news, he immediately told the players outside who were cooperating with Xinyu and the others about the situation. Naturally, those players did not come over immediately after receiving the news. After all, compared to new points of destruction, they are still more willing to believe in the points that should be integrated inside and outside. But after he explained the situation of the war fortress that he had observed to the players, everyone decided to send banlings over for an experiment after discussion. If the effect is not good, then they will continue to deal with this point. Then when the players sent banlings over, they discovered after destruction that this area was much more fragile than other areas. So they immediately moved their positions and started destroying here. The final result did not disappoint him. Xianyu's plan failed, but his sabotage plan succeeded. Of course, his success this time was also due to too much luck, because the war fortress was too severely damaged this time. When the Crossal civilization was repairing, there was a shortage of materials, so they had no choice but to use stronger materials. Repair with lower materials. Of course, the reason why the players were able to enter so smoothly, apart from the materials, is that Xianyu and the others attracted all the attention of the Crossal civilization. Otherwise, their plan would not have gone so smoothly, because the destroyed area was actually not that big. The entire route could support at most a dozen corruptors entering at the same time. If they didn't attract the attention of the Crossal civilization, they would. Then even if they destroy the place, they most likely won't be able to break in. After all, with such a small hole, the garrison fleet there only needs to aim and shoot to be able to block it with one man. But because they all went to fight the salted fish and the others, this gave the players a chance to rush out. It was also for this reason that the Crossal civilization ultimately failed. After understanding the general situation, Jiang Yao didn't know how to evaluate the final result of this battle. The final victory in this battle was the result of various coincidences and luck. Jiang Yao had to admit that the players' luck was really good. In fact, for Jiang Yao, there are two ways to go in this war fortress. First of all, the first way is to incorporate the entire war fortress, which is the one he has chosen now. Of course, there is another way besides this one. The second way is simpler. That is to dismantle the war fortress. The materials used in the war fortress can also convert a lot of energy. And the most important thing is that this war fortress is so big and uses such high-value materials. So just the conversion can make Jiang Yao drink a pot. And coupled with the resources within the war fortress, Jiang Yao estimates that there will not be much of a problem in the evolution of his insect nest. But in the end Jiang Yao gave up this plan. The main reason is that the combat of this thing is too strong. As long as it is repaired and combined with bugs, it will be an invincible combination. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that his development route has always been development on two fronts, technology and evolution. Although we now have the star ring in terms of technology, no matter how the star ring is played, the technological level is here. Compared to the civilized war fortress, the star ring is like an egg SHL that will break when touched. Although in terms of size alone, this war fortress may not even be considered a small shrimp in front of star ring. Its strength is never judged by its size. This war fortress can easily crush the star ring. And the star ring is extremely inconvenient to move due to technological reasons. The most important thing is that the star ring does not have jumping technology, which means that if the distance is too far, it cannot be carried at all. Get on it. Although Jiang Yao had previously thought about slowly cultivating the star ring to upgrade it, this would be a very long cycle and consume a huge amount of resources. So now that he has a better choice, Jiang Yao is naturally prepared to prioritize this war fortress as his first choice. Compared with a more well-equipped war fortress, the star ring is no longer that important in Jiang Yao's eyes. After much thought, he decided to use star ring as his second base. And now his first base has become a war fortress. And because this battle is over, many players have returned from the dead. They have purchased new units, and with their participation, Jiang Yao will be much more relaxed in the subsequent harvest of civilization. Currently, players are divided into three groups. The first group is responsible for guarding the safety of the war fortress. Of course, in addition to so-called security, They also collect materials to repair the war fortress. Because some areas of the war fortress are made of fake and shoddy materials, it is naturally impossible for Jiangyao to allow such things to exist. So Jiangyao plans to replace all these materials with higher quality materials. Because the resources in this galaxy could not meet the needs for repair, Jiangyao asked those players to send some of them to search in other galaxies to see if they could find the needed materials. Except for the players on their own side and the players on the war fortress side. The remaining troops, after the previous battle with the war fortress, continued to wander in the universe. Now, the only one in the entire insect swarm that can be tracked by the starry sky beast is this small force of 3,000 people. At this time, the gang is gathering together to travel to their newly found planet. They discovered this planet accidentally. Although the civilization and technology level on this planet has reached the mid-universe level, the civilization at this stage can only deliver food to these 3,000 people. Because although these thousands of people are the remnants of the last wave of battles, the rest are some units with extremely high attributes, including a large number of corruptors of level 3 or above, and 5 thunder beasts, including Xian the fish one is also among them. In addition, more than half of the cockroaches are in the 4th stage. Of course, this is normal. After all, among the players' arms, except for the thunder beast, this thing is the only one that can take more damage. So there are only so many left. It's no surprise now. And this elite formation is devastating to any midterm or mid to late stage civilization. Brothers, we have made a profit this time. Yes, I never expected that in such a war, we would actually hang on to our lives. That wave has allowed us to recover our capital and make a lot of money. And now we have found a big investor. If you include them, we will make a lot of money this time. Yes, it would be nice if such good things happen more often. But I have been wondering when the giant starry beast will find us. Of course, the later the better. Anyway, the later it finds us, the more residual value our units will have. In this way, the players discussed and launched an attack on this civilization. At this time, the moment the players appeared, they naturally aroused the vigilance of this civilization. This civilization is no better than those in the greenhouse. They also understand the cruelty of the universe very clearly. So after seeing the players coming towards them, they immediately began to organize a counterattack force. They have a total of close to 100,000 warships. This number is considered strong for an intermediate civilization in the universe. Perhaps in the past, when players saw such a number of battleships, they would most likely be very cautious. But it is different now. Now their military strength is too strong. So when they see these battleships, their first reaction is that this civilization probably has a lot of savings, and they can make a lot of money. As the battle between the two sides began, the players naturally pushed forward in a crushing manner. The attacks of these battleships were like scratching an itch on the players. On the other hand, players' attacks can take away a lot of battleships in each wave, especially the Thunder Beast assault force headed by Xinyu. When they enter the enemy's battleship group, these battleships can only escape for their lives. There was nothing else to do. At this time, this civilization looked at this group of powerful behemoths with unprecedented despair. Their steel torrent composed of battleships was unable to fight back in front of this group of creatures. Although the strength of their own troops was 34 times that of the enemy, it was useless. So far in the battle, they have lost nearly 30,000 warships. But the enemy's battle losses are 0. Seeing this scene, even the most determined commander could not bear such a blow. You must know that these battleships are the spiritual pillar of their civilization and the guarantee of their civilization's security. However, now this so-called security guarantee is so vulnerable. How can it be? How could there be such a powerful creature in this world? It's over. Our civilization is over. Why? Why do these evil creatures attack us? Our warships were completely destroyed, and the enemy was killed. 100. It's over. Our civilization is over. The gap in strength is really too big. As time goes by, watching the defeated fleet, the entire civilization has fallen into unprecedented despair. At this time, they hope that a righteous civilization in the universe can save them. But it is obvious that such a hope is destined to be impossible to realize. In this way, they watched their civilization collapse step by step. And at this moment, some people behind them suddenly came up with an evil idea. The development of this civilization can be considered relatively bumpy. Not long after the civilization entered the universe, they met another civilization. And then a war broke out between the two civilizations. However, the technological levels of the two civilizations were basically the same. So they fought back and forth in the following days. In this way, the two civilizations developed while fighting, and this battle continues to this day. Although the war served as a catalyst for the rapid development of the technological level of the two civilizations, the same war also devastated the people of the two civilizations. In this situation, although the technological level of this civilization is pretty good, their life is not as beautiful as they imagined. Their people are busy every day because they know that if they stop, they will most likely be caught up by the other party. And if the other party catches up, the fate that awaits him will be destruction. So they were not doing well. But now, their civilization is about to be destroyed. These people recall the past and throw all problems to the other civilization. It is because of their existence that they can't breathe and they can't enjoy life well. If it weren't for you, then maybe they could enjoy life. So even if they were destroyed, they wouldn't be unable to accept it. But now, thinking about this, some people in this civilization became more and more angry. Finally, they made a decision, which was to send out the coordinates of the planet. Their purpose of doing this is naturally very simple. That is to drag their enemies into the water together. Chapter 455 Remaking Plans. At this time, as this terrible idea flashed in their minds, another civilization would be unlucky. At the same time, the players who received this news were not calm for a moment. Holy shit. What's going on? Brothers? I seem to have received a coordinate just now. Me too. The civilization of love is quite interesting. Buy one and get one free. This is pretty good. After cleaning up this area, we can organize the resources a little bit. And then we can continue sending the next civilization away. This period of time can allow the reconnaissance team to discover more resource points or other civilizations. At this time, for this group of elite players, what they have to do is to collect as many resources as possible before being discovered by the Starry Sky Beast to ensure that they can recover their losses. As for Jiang Yao's side, Jiang Yao naturally refused to give up on this group of elite soldiers. He actually paid too much for this group of troops. From the development to the present, a little accumulation of resources has created this group of elite troops. If he gives up rashly, it will be a very big loss for him. And now he has too many enemies. In addition to the old rival empire, there is also the mysterious civilization and starry sky beasts that have been monitoring him. Plus the void creatures that have just arrived. No matter which one of these opponents is placed in the universe, they can be regarded as relatively powerful civilizations. Now that he is about to face them, Jiang Yao knows very well that any trace of combat power is crucial to him. Especially for this group of elite soldiers. If they are allowed to evolve again, their strength will be further improved. Which means that it is also a guarantee for themselves. Although his insect nest has developed for such a long time, and has a very strong combat effectiveness, it is not enough for the enemies he faces. How to take back the elite troops while ensuring my own safety. This is the focus I need to consider now. As long as this starry sky behemoth is solved, the safety of the players will no longer be a problem. Of course, in addition to this, there is another more important point. That is, the resources provided by the starry sky behemoth can definitely make me gather enough crystals from the hive evolution. And that's not the point. The point is the remaining crystals. Maybe I can get Leviathan out. Now I'm one step away from hatching Leviathan. If the insect nest evolves and the Diviton is released, then by then, I might be able to escape the control of that mysterious civilization. At least at that stage, the insect nest's perception should be able to sense how another civilization is observing me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Now he knew very well that if he wanted to break his situation, he could only count on the starry sky beast in front of him. Although this starry sky behemoth is very powerful, it can also provide him with great help. The risks and benefits are directly proportional. But even a behemoth like the Empire can't do anything to him. Trying to destroy it all by myself is tantamount to wishful thinking. And the damage I can currently do to him is extremely limited. To destroy it, I must at least have the kind of weapons in the hands of the Empire. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also yearned for the strength shown by the previous battleship of the Empire. I don't know what stage the Thunder Beast must evolve to before it can have such strength. If my Thunder Beast has such strength, it may be able to compete with the giant beast in the starry sky. Sometimes the solution to some problems is so simple that when you think of the solution to the problem, you will suddenly realize why I didn't think of it before. This was the case for Jiang Yao at this time. The current situation was very difficult for him. But suddenly he thought of a solution. First of all, my current situation is not good. Several civilizations are eyeing me. The two most threatening civilizations are the starry sky beasts. This guy can find my elite troops at any time and cause a devastating blow to them. The second is the problem of the one that is secretly observing me. Once I develop faster than it expects, it will inevitably attack. My original plan was to let the players collect resources, and I would also collect them at the same time, so that I could quickly gather the resources for the evolved insect nest. After I gathered the resources for the evolved insect nest, I would the hive evolved. In this case, the evolved insect nest will most likely be able to sense how the other party monitors me, and it should also have means to deal with this method. Then I removed these methods one by one with lightning speed. At this time, the civilization secretly observing me will definitely guess that I have escaped his control, so he will attack me. But no matter how fast he is not as fast as me, because long after the insect nest mastered the ability to jump, I was like a large number of induced insects scattered in the universe. When the time comes, I will directly use the inducer to jump. If I jump a few more times, he will most likely not be able to find me. In this way, I got out of his control, and then began to enter a period of great development, continuing to improve my strength as quickly as possible. In this case, even if he finds me in the future, I will no longer be the Zerg who has no power to fight back. This was Jiang Yao's initial plan. In fact, the feasibility of this plan was not very high because there would be some problems. This problem is something Jiang Yao has been thinking about how to avoid. But so far there is no accurate answer. But he didn't have a better way. So even though this method had many flaws, he had no choice but to use it. Among these problems are several very fatal ones. The first is whether the opponent will attack him during the evolution of the insect nest. After all, hive evolution can be understood as a breakthrough in the level of life. Which civilization can definitely discover this kind of breakthrough? In such a situation, will he let himself go? Regarding this issue, Jiang Yao has no idea. But he knows very well that there is a prerequisite for whether the other party will let him go. If his breakthrough in life level has no impact on him, it is all under his control, then he will definitely let himself go. This means that even if he evolves, it will not have any impact on what he is doing now. So his evolution is of little significance. But if he evolves and it has a great impact on him, and he discovers that the situation is not right, then he will definitely attack himself when he is halfway through evolution. The insect nest at that time is very fragile. Under such circumstances, he will attack himself. If you do it yourself, you will really be doomed. For this mysterious unknown enemy, Jiang Yao was extremely cautious, because he had been observing him for too long, and he had been staring at him from the beginning without him noticing. I have developed to this level now, and he is still staring at me as before. Jiang Yao doesn't know how powerful he is, and what his purpose is, and Jiang Yao doesn't know either. But Jiang Yao knew that it wouldn't be long before she had a showdown with him. Now he has to make final preparations for the showdown between the two sides. Investing all resources in the insect nest and player evolution can greatly improve your overall strength. But it is not very useful to your current self. After seeing the powerful starry sky beast and the decisive imperial battleship, Jiang Yao had a new understanding of the combat system of this universe. That is the ultimate single-target combat power. The ultimate single-target combat power that can turn the world around. If he now has a combat unit that can challenge that starry sky beast one-on-one, then the problem he faces will no longer be a problem. If I now have an extreme combat unit that can pull out the eyes of that unknown mysterious civilization, then I won't have so many worries. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao made a decision, which was to create her own extreme single combat unit. From now on, he will invest all his resources into one unit and evolve it to the extreme so that he can have people who can fight with those top combat forces. The choice of this unit is naturally salted fish, because their Thunder Beast is currently the most evolved. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to make preparations in her heart. The resources for evolving the Thunder Beast are massive, but it is a drop in the bucket compared to the overall improvement in player brightness and upgrading the hive. That's it. If the Thunder Beast in the 6th stage doesn't work, then it's the 7th stage. If the 7th stage doesn't work, move to the 8th or even the 10th stage. There will always be a stage where the Thunder Beast can compete with the top combat power of these civilizations. At that time, my Thunder Beast also had the capability of flagship deterrence. But what I need to consider now is how to obtain massive crystals, because now I cannot evolve on a large scale. The main reason is because of the crystal problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately increased the amount of eyeworms. And he wants most people in Blue Star to control the Euglena to help him find civilizations similar to the starry sky beasts or other civilizations. And he also has a bold plan in mind. And this plan will change Blue Star. For him. Although he is developing very well now, Blue Star is his only weakness. Once Blue Star is destroyed by other unsighted civilizations, all his efforts will be in vain. So protecting Blue Star's sake is a top priority for him. Thinking of this, he decided to carry out a relocation plan for Blue Star. This plan was very simple, which was to move the people of Blue Star to the War Fortress. In this case, as long as this War Fortress is not destroyed, Blue Star will continue forever. Moreover, this War Fortress has devoted all the efforts of an advanced civilization. It is not difficult to destroy a War Fortress of this level. In fact, Jiang Yao had thought about transferring Blue Star directly into the Star Ring from the beginning. But later he gave up this plan. The Star Ring is very powerful for some other low-level civilizations. But for people of his level, the Star Ring is as brittle as paper. And the target of that thing is still very big. In such a situation, it is easy to become the opponent's target. If such a situation really happened, Blue Star couldn't run fast even if he wanted to. So it was for this reason that he gave up the idea. Although Star Ring could improve its own strength through continuous upgrades. But this requires too many resources and technologies. Compared to this ready-made War Fortress, it is obvious that Jiang Yao prefers the latter. Takeaway, when Jiang Yao defeated this War Fortress, he did not adopt a plan of absolute elimination. In other words, there were still many people alive in this War Fortress. And it is not difficult to gather them together and let them repair or upgrade the fortress for themselves. Of course, considering that they might leave behind, Jiang Yao also had plans for this. So he decided to let Brainworm supervise these people. With the Brainworm's learning ability, he can quickly figure out their general situation. When the time comes, whether they have caused any trouble will be clear to him. Of course, I can also promise them that as long as they hand over the complete technical line and repair the damaged War Fortress, then I can let them live, find them a habitable planet, and then dump them. In the past, let them fend for themselves. For the civilization in front of us, the temptation of this experience is very great. After all, survival is the first need of civilization. Although they failed in this battle, at least civilization survived. For many people, as long as they are alive, there is hope. There is hope for rebuilding civilization, even if their civilization cannot reach the glory it is now. For them, as long as civilization remains, everything will be easy to handle. After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Although they may doubt whether Jiang Yao will do this, they have no choice. Because if they choose this way, there is at least a glimmer of hope. If they refuse, then there will be a glimmer of hope. There is no hope. And they know very well that the entire fortress has been controlled by a lot of information. But Jiang Yao has not yet started to sort it out. By sorting and digesting it, they can also master the technology of repairing the War Fortress. But compared to using them while learning, the progress of the latter will obviously be faster. So Jiang Yao is not worried at all whether he can repair this War Fortress. The only thing he needs to consider is speed and slowness. Jiang Yao can think of this. And these people can also think of it. Under such circumstances, their choice became clearer, which was to take a gamble. In fact, Jiang Yao might let them go in the end, because keeping them by her side would not be of much help to her. Although it is more beneficial for him to clean them up. It is also of little significance because Jiang Yao is no longer the civilization that was afraid of the Dark Law. Now he has the ability to fight against this Dark Law. Which means that it doesn't matter even if its coordinates are exposed. Because there are actually not many civilizations in this universe that can compete with him. Chapter 456 event starts. In fact, Jiang Yao feels a little sad every time she thinks about this. After all, she used to be a civilization hiding in a dark corner and shivering. At that time, when he saw a powerful civilization, his first reaction was not to fight but to avoid it. But after experiencing so much, he had unknowingly grown to the point where he could compete with such behemoths as the Empire. This is not only due to the help of the system, but also due to the fact that the development speed of the Zerg requires a step-by-step development compared to other civilizations. And the development of the Zerg is much faster. Many things are recorded in its own genes, and then it evolves in this direction. Just like the incubation pools of some military units. For the Zerg, only one larvae and enough resources are needed. Then this incubation pool can be successful, are produced, and the cycle is very short. But for other civilizations, it takes a long time to build a space factory and shipyard. First of all, it is very difficult for them to obtain resources. In addition to resources, there is also the construction process. No matter how high the technological level is, it is still difficult to build a shipyard. Perhaps you can say that for advanced civilizations to build a shipyard, this is a very simple matter and does not require any technical content at all. But you need to consider another factor. That is, the level of the shipyards produced by different civilization levels is also different. If you take a high-level civilization to build a low-level civilization shipyard, it may only take 1 day to complete it. But if you ask it to build its own shipyard of the same level, then its cycle will at least be calculated in years. Because different civilizations have different ways of manufacturing warships. From the lowest level material assembly, to slightly more advanced material synthesis, to the final module assembly, etc. Different methods determine the different equipment required in the shipyard. Especially when civilization reaches the level of an empire. Their warships usually use many special technologies, such as space compression technology. Because at their level of technology, basically most of the matter in the universe can be used. Under such circumstances, the strength of the warships manufactured still does not meet the requirements. So they have to adopt other methods. And this space compression is one of them. Through this technology, warship modules with extremely exaggerated strength can be produced. And the technology used in the warships, or mechas, they obtained from ancient civilizations will be even more powerful. The materials used by these battleships and mechas are more difficult to process. First of all, the amount of materials is massive. And secondly, the processing method requires the materials to be processed in a low-dimensional state, and finally restored in a high-dimensional state. This kind of technology is currently not mastered by the Empire. When a three-dimensional object is expanded into 2 dimensions, its atomic and molecular structure will be reorganized. The most important thing is that when expanded, it is a painting without thickness. And this painting is blurry. It is constantly being pulled up, just like a mosaic that is constantly enlarging. However, you want to ensure that you perform detailed processing on such a mosaic, and after processing, restore the desired whole. The technology required to complete this great undertaking is not currently available to the Empire, which is why the Empire's Star Destroyer ship has not been fully repaired. If he truly masters this technology, then he is very likely to create a brand new battleship, or some brand new war mechas. But the current Empire has not reached such a level, and perhaps he will never have this opportunity, because what he masters has exceeded the bottom line of those civilizations. So those civilizations will not let him go. After all, once these things are created by the Empire, he will become a super civilization, which is something that those civilizations do not allow to happen. After all, the cake has been divided, and no one is willing to step in if you want to. Of course, these questions are not what Jiang Yao needs to test now. What he needs to consider now is how to cultivate elite units. And the most important thing is what other players will think if all resources are invested in one unit. This is what Jiang Yao needs to worry about. How to train this military unit under the premise that everyone can accept it. This is the key point. Because as a planner, Jiang Yao knows that everything must be done in a balanced manner. If the bowl of water is uneven, it will have a great impact on the players. Before time travel, he had seen so many game companies go bankrupt. The main reason was because the value given in the early stage of this plan was relatively high, and then it became difficult to recover in the later stage. In the end, some thieves chose to directly weaken the plan. This kind of practice in the underworld is just pure B players quitting the game. After all, players invested too much capital before this character was weakened. Under such circumstances, you can just forcibly weaken him without saying anything. So what does this make those players who have invested so much money think? They have really become taken advantage of, leaving it to you to plan and play how you want. Such an operation will eventually lead to players quitting the game collectively. After all, there are a lot of games in the market today. Without you, there are still many platforms to play on. And there are even many games that are better than you. It just happened that your group of people used to increase other people's performance. Jiang Yao, who has seen countless similar examples, knows that she must not make similar mistakes. If Xinyu and the others hold the 8th and 9th level Thunder Beasts by then, and other players' Thunder Beasts are still lingering at the 1st and 2nd levels, who will be able to balance their minds? This matter is not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao muttered and began to think of a reasonable plan. The first is the lottery machine. I can put some evolution scrolls in the lottery machine, and these evolution scrolls can directly evolve the Thunder Beast, and then make an evolution scroll activity to draw up. In this case, they can draw the salted fish naturally, but the amount they draw must not be too much. If there are too many, there is a high probability that other players will not draw one, and it will feel unbalanced. So Xianyu and the others can arrange at most 2 tickets for them in the lottery machine. And the first one can be easily obtained. But the second one requires them to pay a big price. Under such circumstances, it is only reasonable that they get it. At the same time, it cannot just be given to them. Other guilds must also give out several evolution coupons. In this way, everyone will get it. And they will not feel that this lottery is being manipulated in secret. Although players can use the evolution rolls issued by the mission, I have set great restrictions on some of them. So these evolution rolls cannot be used as budget evolution rolls. Then next, I need to issue some more evolution coupons with no restrictions to them. In order to ensure fairness, they still have to follow the mission. And once Xianyu and the others come back, they will definitely use the previous evolution volumes. Under such circumstances, if I continue to issue so many, then my funds will definitely not be enough in the short term. So I must let them use them as much as possible during this period. Collect as many resources as possible. At the same time, there are also the most critical space races, or starry sky beasts, that they need to find. Only when they have found enough resources can I start to take action. This will undoubtedly take a long time. But whether Xianyu and the others can last that long is the key. But that starry sky beast was so seriously injured before. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't come out as a monster in a short time. Forget it. Who cares? Whether it's a blessing or a curse. You can't avoid it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao sorted out her thoughts and issued the task. A series of missions. Targeting an unknown civilization. Mission introduction. After long-term observation, the leader discovered that we have been targeted by an unknown civilization. This unknown civilization is like a ghost monitoring everything about us through unknown means. No one knows when they will launch a surprise attack on us. But we cannot sit still and wait. Mission content 1. First of all, players are not allowed to talk about unknown civilization through any means other than non-player chat channels. Because the unknown civilization does not know about it now. And we have discovered it. 2. In order to deal with the attack that may come at any time from unknown civilization, players need to collect as many resources as possible to strengthen the insect swarm. After repeated consideration by the leader decided to launch the Star Invasion Plan and the Galaxy Defense Plan. In the Planetary Invasion Plan, people need to constantly search for planets with resources, regardless of whether the planet has intelligent life or not. What players need to do is capture their planets to obtain resources. Planetary Defense Plan. In the universe, there are 2 types of galaxies for the insect swarms. The first type is galaxies with a lot of rare mineral veins. These galaxies have extremely high mining value and are the primary mining targets for players. The second type is that the galaxy has a certain level of resources, but the amount of these resources is relatively small. It is of little significance to mine this type of galaxy, but the resources of this galaxy can maintain the functions of the small bugs produced by the Zerg host. Players need to find a second type of galaxy and place insect swarm hosts inside to produce a large number of bugs. These galaxies with countless combat bugs will serve as auxiliary bugs to cooperate with the main bug swarm in the future decisive battle. Mission reward. After the event, there will be a ranking, and each of the top 10 guilds will receive an evolution coupon. Restrictions. 11th place 50 guilds. Each person can receive 100,000 evolution points. After 51, each person can obtain 5,000 evolution points. 3. Elite Unit Plan. Although the insect swarm is always won by numbers in the universe. After these few battles, the leader found that there is currently a lack of individual units with extreme combat power among the insect swarm. So the leader decided to cultivate high-stage evolved units. Elite Troops. During the event, players can obtain evolution stage rewards by evolving the Thunder Beast. For every 3 levels of the evolution stage, players can obtain an evolution scroll without any restrictions. The Elite Unit Plan activates the prerequisites to find and kill 5 adult star beasts or a sufficient number of cosmic creatures. Mission. Target unknown civilization. The first phase begins. Benefits of the first phase of the event. 50% off the price of Euglena hatching. 50% off the price of evolution and hatching of transportation bugs. Second phase activity benefits. Stay tuned. At this time, with the release of this announcement, all players were shocked by the huge rewards. Damn it. Brothers, the benefits of this wave of activities are great. I was shocked, saying that after playing the game for so long, I finally saw an official event. The reward this time is a bit exaggerated, especially the unlimited evolution volume. Using this thing will definitely increase the guild's elite combat power to a higher level. The problem is that none of our elite troops can come back now, which is a troublesome thing. It doesn't matter. Get enough resources first, and then start evolving directly. Yes, as long as our elite troops outside can return to the insect nest safely, it will really be a wave of evolution. Brothers, go check out the official website, and there is a preview of the event. What activity? Everyone was a little curious. Unlimited Evolution Volume Lottery up. What the HL? Although the opening time is tentative. The official website has now issued this announcement telling us about this. Damn it. Wouldn't it be a big development this time? If I draw that thing and sell it to other big guilds. You're thinking too much upstairs. The yield rate of this kind of thing will definitely be very low. Yeah. Don't even think about this thing. As long as you figure out the shipping probability. You don't know how much you have to invest. We salty players will just complete the event tasks honestly. The intensity of this event is also quite large. And the most important thing is eyeworms. The prices of these bugs have also dropped. In this way, we can introduce a large number of eyeworms to search for civilized galaxies and starry sky giants. Beast. That's true. But the map of this game is a 1:1 reproduction of the real universe. The universe is so big. If we want to find the starry sky beasts or intelligent planets, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as we release enough Euglena, we don't have to worry if we can't find it. And the official has also lowered the purchase conditions for reconnaissance units like Euglena. I guess we won't have to wait long. There will definitely be a large number of people who will buy them. An influx of qualified new players. As long as there are many people, we won't have to worry about finding them. At that time, we can choose to hire or auction to obtain the fruits of their labor. But I think we can communicate about this and see how to operate. I think the most reliable solution is to hire people and give them a fixed salary every month. Once they find the target galaxy or starry sky behemoth, they will be given an extra reward. I think this solution is quite feasible. And the cost is obviously much lower than waiting for them to find an auction. It's just that this method is very likely to spend a lot of money for a few months. But nothing is found. All in all, auctions and hiring each have their own advantages. I think it's better to hire. If we get it through auction, I guess it will be a sky-high price for the planet and the starry sky beast again. We'll see what the new players think then. Chapter 457 Discussion. Because this time, the event started relatively suddenly. Moreover, the benefits given out by this event are relatively large. So when the event started, many players also discussed it in their own small groups. At this time, we are here at the Salted Fish Guild. Old fellows, the benefits provided by this event are quite incredible. I will seize this opportunity. Our Thunder Beast may be able to advance to the 7th or 8th stage, because you can get an evolution scroll every 3 stages. And our Thunder Beast has already passed the 3rd stage. So it is equivalent to us getting 1 piece for free. And using this one, our Thunder Beast will enter the 6th stage. And then we can get 1 piece for free, which is equivalent to saying that our Thunder Beast base is all in the 7th stage. But when they heard what Shinyi said, everyone nodded. I'm afraid the Thunder Beast in stage 7 is not going to take off. If we have the conditions to get another one, maybe we can fly directly to stage 8. I think the best way is to get 2 and fly directly to the 10th stage. In the 7th stage, you only need to evolve twice. And you can get another one in the 9th stage. Then we can directly have the 10th stage Thunder Beast. The problem is, where do we steal the other 2? Although the lottery is open. Do you think it is possible for us to draw 2 based on the winning rate of this game? It's very difficult. But I think it's not impossible. This time we won't draw the lottery in our own name. All of us in the guild will contribute money. If we put it up for air, are we afraid that we won't be able to sell the goods? Although this player's suggestion is feasible, everyone has no idea. This is true. But I think everyone can also feel that there is no certainty about the lottery. It may be shipped for a few hundred yuan. Or it may be a smash like ours. Millions. Or even tens of millions. May not be shipped. Yeah. That's the most troublesome thing. This thing is purely for looks. Otherwise, let's buy it from other players. After all, the evolution coupons obtained in this lottery can be traded. If any European emperor draws them out, he will definitely sell them. Hearing this, the Emperor Penguin shook his head and said, "Don't think about this plan. If someone draws it and sells it, it will be directly auctioned. Everyone must know how outrageous the auction is. To put it bluntly, even if we prepare enough funds, what's the use? There will always be someone who pays more than us. especially like Potato and the others. Do you think they are short of resources? It's obvious that they are not. The reason why they can't evolve the Thunder Beast is because the current stage in which the Thunder Beast can be opened is limited. And later in the event, the official will adjust the evolution stage of the Thunder Beast. By then, they can even spend money to evolve. For them, they don't lack the money. So the question arises. Players like us who can only evolve Thunder Beasts by buying coupons, and players who spend money to fight for evolution. Whose funds are compared? More abundant? Do we have any chance of winning against them in this situation? In addition, the rewards given in this event are indeed a bit exaggerated. They only need to rely on 1 or 2 hands of evolution scrolls. And then, they can evolve high-stage Thunder Beasts, and even surpass us. Hearing this, Feng Yudian said, speaking of Penguin, I heard Potato, and the others said that their focus should be on Leviathan. So they shouldn't compete with us for this wave of activities. Emperor Penguin shook his head at this. This matter is not as simple as you think. With their economic strength, there is no pressure at all to cultivate Thunder Beast and Leviathan at the same time. The reason why they focus on Leviathan is because they feel that the cost of evolving the Thunder Beast at this stage is too high. If this cost is placed on Leviathan, the cost performance will be more suitable. To give a simple example, they prepared 1 billion and planned to throw it all at Leviathan. The reason why they gave up on the Thunder Beast is because it takes 500 million to have the effect of the Thunder Beast. If they smashed the Ultralisk, then Leviathan wouldn't have the effect they intended. But it's different now. It's like the cost of cultivating the Thunder Beast has changed from 500 million to 100 million. Under such circumstances, do you think they will give up this opportunity? Hearing this, Feng Qijian also nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, things are in trouble. Xianyu also nodded to this. Indeed, this is also a point that I am struggling with. Xianyu continued to add as he spoke. If some players draw 2 or 3 evolution scrolls for auction, and we put all the funds into it, I think we still have a chance to grab one. After all, the quantity only needs to be enough for several of our big guilds. To put it bluntly, it's just a question of 1 more or 1 less for this guild. But I'm afraid that in the end, there will be only 1 single seedling hanging on the auction house. If this is the case, then it will definitely be impossible for us to grab it from them. So we are now faced with a troubling question. And this question is whether to put all the funds we raise into the lottery machine and try our luck, or to keep it for auction. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone fell into deep thought. No, we can do this. Prepare the funds first, and then wait for them to auction. If we don't win, then put all the funds into the lottery machine. Hearing this, another member of the guild interrupted before Xianyu could speak. Upstairs, are you afraid that you think those professional auction companies are stupid? I'm not stupid. You can think of operations that you think others can't think of. I can tell you clearly. The auction of purification scrolls this time must be after the lottery is over. And how many evolution scrolls are there? It will definitely be announced after the lottery pool is closed. Because only then will everyone have no way out. If you get a photo of this thing, it will improve. If you can't get it, you have no other way to get it. Only under such circumstances can the price be raised. Don't even think about the auction in advance. So now we can only choose 1 from 2. Either keep it and wait for the auction to compete with them, or put them all in to try our luck. And I seriously doubt that this event will show that we have improved the most. If other guilds don't want to distance themselves too much from us, then they will most likely cause trouble at the auction. What's the meaning? What do you mean? This is not simple. This means that it is very likely that the situation in which several guilds discussed with each other and ultimately benefited each other will disappear. After all, for them, as long as we get too many evolution scrolls in this wave, our Thunder Beasts will not be able to distance themselves from them at all. Under such circumstances, they will definitely not be with us, cooperating. Therefore, there is a high probability that in the past, several guilds discussed their own equal distribution. This time there is a high probability that each guild will work on its own. It's like saying that this time everyone depends on their own abilities, based on the current situation. If our union wants to catch up, we can only start on several other tasks, and accumulate enough resources through several other tasks. If the amount of accumulated resources is large enough, we can also consider going to the auction house to compete. If the amount is relatively small, then the only choice is to gamble in the lottery. I personally prefer lottery tickets. According to the current situation, our Thunder Beast guarantee is the 7th stage. If we want to reach the 10th stage, we only need 2 lottery tickets. Because evolving to the 9th stage can reward us with 1. Now we just have to see how the rewards are for the mission to find starry sky beasts or space creatures. Yes, there is currently no clear reward content for this task. If the rewards officially announced later in this task are more impressive, then we will still have some in the future. I think too much. These two creatures are too difficult to find. Take the starry sky beasts as an example. We have only encountered them a few times after playing for so long. As for the cosmic creatures, we have never encountered them once. Hearing everyone's discussion at this time, the cloud player sighed. Old fellows, I think your discussion is wrong. What we are discussing now should not be how to obtain so many resources, but how to ensure the safety of our thunder beast. That giant starry beast may come to your door at any time and eat you like spicy sticks to wash your hands of everything. Everyone reacted immediately after hearing this. Yes. Why did you forget this crucial issue? Not only do we have to consider this matter, but other guilds also have to consider it. Xianyu seemed to have thought of something before continuing. I remember that battle. The starry sky beast seemed to be injured. Under such circumstances, I guess he should not come out to act like a monster again. That makes sense. After all, the starry sky beast is acting like a monster now. It would be embarrassing if the Empire targeted it and destroyed it. If it is a starry sky beast, I will definitely rest for a while, especially since I have just escaped from the trap. Under such circumstances, my own condition is not good, and I was injured in the battle. Add these two together. If I go out to hang out again, it will be embarrassing for you to die. So according to normal routine, I will definitely become obscene during this period of time, and then secretly regain my strength. So during this period of time, the starry sky beast is most likely safe. But this is where the problem lies. Once he recovers in the dark, when he appears in front of us again, he will most likely be at full health. And what we need to face then is the starry sky beast in its heyday. So what about the heyday? If the plan goes well, we will have a 10th level thunder beast by then, coupled with the high level thunder beasts of other guilds. I don't believe we can't deal with it. Now that we can deal with him, the next thing will be easier to handle. Because as long as it can't defeat us, we will definitely have a protracted battle with it in the later stage. His long-lasting advantage lies with us. How do you say that? It's very simple. When the starry sky beast's strength reaches this stage, it is very difficult to improve. Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, it may not necessarily improve you much. But we are different. As long as we have enough resources or official activities, if we are lucky, we can evolve 1 or 2 more waves. That's the gap between us and it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah. How could I forget this? It's very difficult for it to improve its strength. For us, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 activities. So for us now, if we fight against this starry sky beast, we don't need to think about how to defeat it. What we need to think about is how to deal with it. As long as we have his ability to deal with it, we will win this battle. And while everyone was still discussing this issue, Xianyu received a message from Potato and the others. Brothers, Potato and the others have sent me a message. Judging from the situation, they should be discussing matters regarding the starry sky behemoth. I'll go over and chat with them first to see what they have to say. After saying hello to the members of the union, Xianyu and Emperor Penguin quickly joined the chat group of the guild president created by Tudo. Everyone must have thought about the current situation of brothers, which is about the starry sky beast. After everyone arrived, Tudo was the first to speak. After hearing what Tua said, everyone nodded. The way our union has found to break the situation is that the starry sky beast is injured, and he will definitely need to recuperate. During his recuperation, we will complete the task and get the reward. If we wait until later, when he has finished his training and comes to us, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose in a fight at that time. Hearing this, Potato nodded. Indeed, we have also thought of this plan. But one of the biggest problems with this plan is that we don't know the time for the starry sky beast to cultivate. It may be that he takes a very long time to recuperate, or it may take a very short time to recuperate. So there are too many uncertainties. But this is the only opportunity for us. So I called everyone together mainly to talk about our subsequent operating model. Because there are many tasks released in this event, especially the gift of unlimited evolution coupons. The prerequisite tasks must be completed. So what we have to do is to complete the prerequisite tasks as quickly as possible. In this case, maybe we can complete the preliminary tasks before the starry sky beasts recover. But everyone also knows that it is very difficult to find other starry sky beasts or cosmic races. It's definitely impossible to find the Euglena just by relying on the existing Euglena. So I propose that each of our guilds invest in it. and then purchase a large number of Euglena and recruit players to control the Euglena. Hire them on a salary basis. And we will share equally the resources obtained from the resource information found at that time. Hearing Marin say that Xinyu also expressed his worries. Boss Potato. We have thought about this plan before. But everyone has a dream of getting rich. Compared with hiring. For most players, it may be more reliable to try their luck in the universe. Chapter 458 Chapter 451 The current situation of Blue Star. Everyone has thought about the problem Xinyu mentioned. But they don't have a better solution to this matter. After all, this survivor bias is part of the small probability. With so many people out, only a few people may become the lucky ones. And the others will most likely be given away. We just need to tell them that not everyone can gain something when they go out to explore. Everyone wants to be the lucky one. But the probability is too low. Compared with working hard for several months. It would be better to get nothing at all. Become a hired worker. So you can at least get a guarantee. In addition, if we increase the rewards for finding galaxies or starry sky monsters, I think a large number of people will still be willing to accept our employment. After all, as long as the rewards for finding galaxies are increased, then for them, they will not be able to find it. And they will be able to get rich if they find it. Under such circumstances, they will definitely give up part of their benefits. The author, a player, then added, whether our plan can be implemented smoothly this time. The main thing is that everyone here must insist on this. In short, the employment conditions and prices are the same. And one or a few guilds should not suddenly add more money to disrupt the market. Under such circumstances, they have only two options. The first is to cooperate with us to get the guarantee, and the second is to try their luck. I'm afraid that some guilds will suddenly increase their efforts, which will eventually turn into vicious competition, which will not be beneficial to everyone. Although our routine has a bit of a monopoly nature, there is nothing we can do about it. In this way, after everyone's discussion, everyone came up with a simple idea. Immediately after the discussion, each union leader also returned to their respective unions, told everyone the results, and started preparations. Because if they hire this time, they need to prepare these troops themselves. After all, they have prepared everything themselves. So there is a high probability that they will not be willing to accept your employment. If you are willing to accept employment, you must arrange all the preparations for him. In this case, the comparison between hiring Hufei and hiring personnel will come out. Once you accept the hire, you have an eyeworm to work with and a fixed salary. And you can also enjoy additional rewards after you find your goal. And if you don't accept the employment, then you need to buy the performance yourself. Although the price of the performance has been lowered now, it is still a big investment. After investing so much, you still need to spend a lot of time and money. Whether you can find the target under such circumstances is still unknown. All in all, it is risky. So how to consider it depends on you personally. At this time, some players who had just obtained qualifications were also talking about this incident. Brothers, have you seen the announcement sent out by those guilds? You see, they want to hire us to help them work. The fixed salary is 4,000 a month. We work 8 hours a day. If we continue to work on weekends, it will be considered overtime. But we must send the progress of our exploration to our respective team leaders every day. There. It's almost like going to work. But the salary is too low. Only 4,000. The most important thing is that I looked at the prices published by other guilds. And they gave them exactly the same price. These things must be exactly the same. Those big guilds must have discussed it. Isn't this purely squeezing us? Actually, I think it's not bad. After all, this game targets knives. If converted into R, the current ratio is more than 10,000 and close to 20,000. I don't think the offer is unacceptable. After all, I don't earn that much even if I work for a month. The most important thing is that this job is calculated on an hourly basis. In this case, I can completely use my commute to get off work and treat it as a part-time job. Hearing this man speak, everyone was a little curious. You are working on both sides like this, which will tire everyone to death. Yes, you must know that exploration is not as simple as monster spawning. To put it bluntly, it means repeating boring work. Although you can look at the scenery of the universe and the like, you will become bored after looking at these things for a long time. What's the point? It's not easy to make some money in this era. Although the above will issue certain subsidies every month, these subsidies are simply not enough. If you want to live a better life, you still have to go to work. Especially now that housing prices are so highly speculated. Under such circumstances, It is simply unrealistic for you to buy a house without working a few more jobs. Now that I want to buy a house, there are so many rental houses released by the government. I feel that I can just rent it. Hearing what this person said, the person before him shook his head. You think of things too simply. Although renting a house is indeed a good choice, the house you rent is only a little bigger, and you can live alone. It's okay. But when you have family, it's hard. Although there are large houses available for rent, the rents of those houses are very high. I feel it is really unnecessary. It's not that high. I just asked about it before. The better ones are just over $4,000 a month. $4,000 is not high. When I buy a house, I only have to repay the monthly loan of more than $1,000. It will take decades. In the end, this house will be mine. The house you rent after decades is not yours. But the initial investment in buying a house is really too big. I said it's hard work. I haven't been able to scrape together a down payment for so many years. So now we just have to work hard. I would say this game is pretty awesome. Now the connection between the game and reality is getting deeper and deeper. I feel like it won't be long before all our work focus will shift to the game. Yeah. I'm over 40 years old. Didn't I expect that I would still have to come here to learn how to play this game? While these people were still chatting, another person came up and said, "This is what you don't understand. Society is progressing. Now that the internet has become so developed, many things in reality will definitely be slowly transferred to the virtual world." The man then added, "Just think about how fast technology has progressed in the past 2 years. Robots are used directly in many places, including when we control robots at work. Our current job is said to be going to work, but in fact it is just playing. Once you lie down in the control cabin, the rest is to operate the robot to work. Such a situation has arisen in the real world. To be honest, the value of each of us has been fixed. If you think about it, the prices for recruiting workers are basically the same everywhere. If we were working a few years ago, our leaders might offer different salaries based on our individual abilities. But now it's basically clear at a glance that the prices vary depending on the model of the robot. Now if we want to break this situation, then we can only find better jobs in this metaverse. Take playing the game as an example. Since the people above value this game so much, they are also willing to invest so much in this game. Funds go in. This is enough to show that this game is of great significance. And based on the theme of this game, I seriously suspect that the above should be preparing to fully enter the space field. Otherwise, it would be impossible to operate in this way. Of course, this is not something I should worry about. But through this incident, we can no longer do work compared to reality. I feel that there may be more promise in the game. After hearing what this person said, the person next to him also walked by and echoed, "I agree with this point. Especially a large part of the files that entered the game very early. When they entered, they were just ordinary players. The game sucks. But look at it now. In just a few years, everyone has a car, a house, and a monthly income of hundreds of thousands. I would say that many of you just can't let go. Subconsciously, you think this is a game. It can make money. At best, it can be a side job and it won't last long. But we might as well change our thinking. Compared with this game, do you think the company you are working for will survive as long as it does? Then I say that what ordinary people like us have to do now is to slowly shift our focus to the game. If you can join those guilds, it is naturally the best. If we don't talk about it in the future, just these few at least the year is guaranteed. There were just a few people talking to each other. Since Jiang Yao's plan was implemented in Blue Star, the entire Blue Star does not seem to have changed much on the surface. But in fact, the entire Blue Star has been infiltrated by Jiang Yao. Whether it is work or life, Jiang Yao's robots are inseparable. Under such circumstances, Blue Star has long belonged to Jiang Yao from a certain perspective. What Jiang Yao has to do is also very simple. That is, to ensure that Blue Star's economic system can operate normally. This is too simple for him. Just send a brainworm to it, and it will be perfectly qualified for this job. Although he also attracted resistance from many ordinary men at the beginning of the implementation of the plan, because they believed that robots could not replace humans. As time went by, these doubts slowly disappeared, because many people have experienced the benefits brought by robots. Let's take the same job as an example. In the past, if you wanted to build a house or stay on a construction site, all you had to do was to put in a lot of sweat and hard work before you could get an income that seems barely adequate. But now you don't need to go to such trouble. Now you only need to control your robot. Not only is it easier for you, but the efficiency is several times higher than before. Of course, not everyone can afford a robot. Jiang Yao also has his own solution to this problem, which is to rent the robot to those who cannot afford it. When the robots use the robots, they only need to pay Jiang Yao a monthly rent, and that's it. In fact, for Jiang Yao, there is not much difference between having and not having these so-called rents. After all, there is no use for him to hold this kind of thing. The reason why he asked them to pay this thing is to enable these people to work. Stand up. After all, once people stop working, the entire world may undergo major changes. So the current status quo will need to be maintained. At the same time, the robot he rented is the lowest level robot. Except for robots going out to work and doing some mental work, the prices offered for other aspects of work are basically the lowest. Therefore, this group of people can only work hard every day before they have the opportunity to collect the down payment for some good robots. Since Jiang Yao's robot was decentralized, the content of the entire Blue Star chat has actually changed a lot. In the past, most people focused on houses and cars. But the most important thing for them now is the house and the robot. A large number of people calculate their monthly salary every month, after paying the rent and the rental fee for the robot, and how much is left after paying for their own food, clothing and housing. How much time do you need to save enough for a down payment for a good robot? As long as you can buy a good robot, you can get a relatively high income. They switch from paying rent to robots to repaying loans to robots every month. In fact, they prefer the former to the latter. After all, as the person said before, after a few years, this thing will eventually be yours. But if you rent it, it will always belong to others. But it's a pity that what they don't know is that everything is a routine. Compared with the house, the replacement of this machine is very fast. Jiang Yao gave the brainworm an order. That is, a new generation of robots must be developed every few years. The performance of the new robots must be at least 10% higher than the original ones. As for the price, it has naturally gone up. His purpose for doing this is very simple. That is, to update the robot. When you feel that you will have a relatively successful life after getting this robot, when a new robot is launched, the hiring price of this robot will gradually decrease as the number of new robots increases. If you want to get higher income, then you must consider selling this robot to subsidize part of the cost and upgrade your robot. Jiang Yao is very good at using matryoshka routines like yours. Anyway, as long as the robots continue to be updated, you must have a long and continuous income if you want to keep up with the times. Your robot will definitely wait until the day it is eliminated. This is just like changing a mobile phone, except that the price of a robot is many times higher than that of a mobile phone. And this is the current situation of Blue Star. But what these people don't know is that in the future, the entire Blue Star will undergo a more significant change. That's right. After careful consideration, Jiang Yao decided to launch the Blue Star migration plan. Prepare to move the entire Blue Star population to the War Fortress. At this time, the War Fortress in the universe was moving in the direction of Blue Star while repairing the damage. In fact, Jiang Yao thought about this plan for a long time before making this decision, because he had to move everyone in Blue Star without anyone noticing. This is a very huge project, and even with his current level of technology, it is still quite difficult. Chapter 459 Return to the Blackworm Galaxy. Of course, Jiang Yao also knew very well that as the saying goes, food must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. So the implementation process of this plan is very long. The first thing he needs to do is to replicate the entire Blue Star 1:1 inside the War Fortress. Although he had thought about transferring the entire planet directly to the War Fortress, he gave up the plan after thinking about it. The movement inside the War Fortress was too great, and the internal environment of Blue Star itself was also ever-changing. Improving the environment here requires a huge investment. So after considering this, Jiang Yao decided to directly reproduce it. Of course, his replica was only a replica of the surface. As for the interior, he had no intention of tinkering with it. After he has reproduced all these things, the next thing will be easier to handle. Next, he only needs to hypnotize everyone in Blue Star, and then let the brainworm command the worms to bring them in. That's it. When the time comes, he no longer needs to worry about Blue Star's safety. As long as this problem is solved, he can then implement the follow-up plan with peace of mind. However, in terms of the current repair progress, Jiang Yao estimates that it will take at least 1 or 2 years to repair the War Fortress. The past 2 years have allowed Jiang Yao to slowly recreate Blue Star. All in all, for him, his future plans, especially in terms of time arrangements, must be tighter. After all, he himself didn't know how much time he had left. At the same time, when Jiang Yao was executing this plan, countless eye worms were hatched and put into use. Jiang Yao released these Euglena worms in batches at different locations to ensure that the reconnaissance area of these Euglena worms was as large as possible. Although a large number of eye worms have been released, it is still unknown whether Jiang Yao can find his target. Compared to Jiang Yao Xianyu, they don't have so many worries. At this time, they were gathering together to discuss their future plans. Brothers, we bought so many Euglena in this batch to explore. And we also invested so much. But whether there will be a result, we are not sure now. Considering that we will have to continue to pay employment fees in the future, I think it is definitely not possible for us to sit at home and wait for news. We must take action and make some extra money. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone naturally knew about the current situation. We also want to take action. But there is nothing to do now. All the resources in the galaxy that can be mined have been mined. As for other places, we have not found them. Under such circumstances, what can we do? Yes, now I feel that we have entered the grassroots period. All we can do now is to wait for the results of those exploration teams. This player seemed to have thought of something. So he asked in the chat group, by the way, we have cast so many nets during this period. Haven't we caught even a single one? It was a risk. And we found many galaxies with resources. But the resource content of those galaxies was too low. So we only put in a Zerg host and let him slowly bring out the bugs there. I really miss the old days. I didn't have to worry about mining the galaxy without resources. Yes, there were fertile galaxies for us to attack one after another. And each one made a lot of money. But now there are no galaxies for us to mess with. I feel so used to it. Obviously, what the players don't know at this time is that it's not that they don't have galaxies to attack, but that many galaxies have not been distributed by Jiang Yao. There are a lot of goods in the alien star map, and Jiang Yao also has many galaxies to choose from. But compared to the past time, his way of attacking galaxies is a little different. For these galaxies, he will first send his eyes to conduct reconnaissance there. If the strength is strong, then it will let the star ring pass. And if the attack strength is slightly weaker, let the Black Worm Squadron deal with it. There are also some more satisfactory ones, which are solved by letting the brainworms take part of the insect swarm with them. His purpose in doing this was not only to train his other combat units, but also to maximize the resources. Because in order to complete your plan, it is not enough to just take kickbacks from players. Now he not only lacks advanced resources, but also basic evolution points. So he must obtain as many evolution points as possible through this method. He also has another purpose of doing this, which is to train the player's independent operation ability. After all, I have always been like a nanny, helping them find the galaxy and arranging their next steps. Although the advantage of this is that players always have galaxies to attack and resources to obtain. But similarly, as time goes by, players' dependence will become stronger and stronger. Finding resource information seems simple, but in fact it is very difficult to operate. However, in this universe, this is a very important skill that must be learned. Take the elite team that is still wandering around. Although they are not in any danger now, if they encounter a powerful civilization and have a war with it, they will win. But the cost is also very heavy. Most of them may be more or less injured, and some are even seriously injured. Under such circumstances, if you want to restore your state in time to replenish your energy, then you need to devour it, or is restored. Although it is possible to wait for the insects to recover naturally, this cycle is too long. No one can guarantee that they will not collide with other civilizations when they naturally recover. If they collide with other civilizations at this stage, and this civilization will also with a certain level of strength, they may collectively overturn. And if they have a strong ability to find resource galaxies and have a lot of spare resource galaxies in their hands, at this stage, they can use these galaxies to quickly restore their own status to cope with the next crisis. A battle. For Jiang Yao, this is what he values more than group combat capabilities. Players also need to learn combat methods in some special situations. Although the current players don't know Jiang Yao's future plans, through this period of grassroots development, they also discover the problem. That's because they are just too boring. There was nothing to do during this period of time, so they could only wait for the stars and the moon to search for players to bring them good news every day. But it was clear that they were destined to be disappointed. Fortunately, while everyone was still chatting, Xianyu suddenly thought of something. Brothers, it's time to talk about it or not. I seem to have remembered a few more important things. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone was curious and asked what was going on. And Xianyu gave everyone a brief explanation of what he had thought of. Brothers, do you still remember the Blackworm planet? When they heard what Xianyu said, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, how could we forget about this? When we left the Blackworm planet and set foot in the universe, we let go of a lot of black worms at that time. And the thing itself reproduces very quickly. After such a long period of development, I'm thinking they should have reached a certain scale. It's such a good relationship. We just happen to be wandering in the universe again. Otherwise we could just stroll over and have a look. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. With the black insect's reproductive ability and the painful experience of almost being exterminated, they will definitely learn from this and develop crazily. So after such a long period of development, I estimate that their scale must be very large. Although these black insects are not very valuable, as long as there are enough, everything will not be a problem. Anyway, no matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still meat. Why don't we go over and visit them to see how they are doing? The group of people who finalized my plan in this way began to move in the direction of the Blackworm planet. And while they were moving forward, they suddenly remembered one more thing. Brothers, when talking about black bugs, I suddenly thought of the Taylor civilization. Taylor civilization? Have you forgotten? When Taylor and Yonya joined forces to fight against us, although we won in the end, they did something in the end. I wonder if you still remember. After hearing this, everyone began to think about the situation at that time. And soon they had an idea. When I heard what you said, I suddenly remembered that, if I remember correctly, they sent a broadcast to the entire universe. Their coordinates have been broadcast. Judging from this situation, it is very likely that there are intelligent creatures visiting them. I feel that it is possible. But if they reveal their coordinates like this, it does not rule out that their galaxy has been cleaned up by advanced civilization. If it is cleaned up by a higher civilization, then it will basically return to dust. Under normal circumstances, if they destroy it for a week, they will probably choose long-range strikes. In this case, if it is hit once that week, then our plan has failed. Of course, it does not rule out that the civilization that received the message lacks resources. If they lack resources, they might take the risk to come here to explore and collect enough information before other civilizations receive the signal or carry out an attack. Resources then leave. Under such circumstances, we can find every opportunity to find that civilized hometown. That galaxy over there just depends on luck. We better take care of the safe Blackworm galaxy first. And this time everyone in the traffic team is very aware of the difference compared to when they left before. This time they go back to kill the goose that lays the eggs. Although this method of raising leeks is very useful, no matter how you raise it, you can never avoid a very critical factor. And that is resources. When they left, they did not collect all the resources of that planet. Their purpose was also to leave a certain environment for the development of these black insects. If the blackworms develop explosively during this period, then these resources will probably be used by them. Under such circumstances, it is not impossible for them to still want to adopt this method. But they need to invest their own resources in it. But if they do so, then the gains outweigh the losses. So now the galaxy on the Blackworm side is almost completely destroyed after this wave of attacks. After a period of market conditions like this, the players came to this galaxy. As soon as they arrived in this galaxy, the players were filled with emotions, thinking of everything they had experienced on this planet. A familiar feeling gradually flooded into their hearts. From the time he first entered the game, he controlled the worker bees to dig around. And later he fought against trolls and black insects and won. Later, with the arrival of Taylor civilization, players tried their best to deal with Taylor civilization and finally won. After such a long detour, I never thought we would end up back here again. Yeah, I think when we were here, I was just a little worker bee. But now I control the powerful thunder beast. Back when you were still able to enter the game. We all saw this through the live broadcast room. I don't know how the black bugs are developing now. I hope they can develop stronger. I guess it's quite surprising. This game is a 1:1 replica of reality. So based on the time of the game, we have only been away for a few years. No matter how well they develop in a few years, the number will not be too large. Many. And we don't rule out the possibility of their demise. After all, we didn't leave much for them when we left. Destruction is impossible. After all, when we left, we dealt with some powerful creatures on that planet. Under such circumstances, they have no enemies. If they can all perish like this, it only means they are too good at it. In this way, the players arrived at the edge of the planet while discussing. But when they came here, their expressions suddenly changed. Because they felt that the planet was wrapped in a strange energy. "Brothers, what is going on?" said a player looking at the planet with some curiosity. "I don't know. We didn't have this energy when we left. Could it be that this planet was discovered by other advanced civilizations? They wanted to observe the black bugs on this planet. So they created such an energy ball and enveloped the entire planet. It shouldn't be possible. The energy surrounding this planet is very special. And judging from its performance, I feel that this thing is most likely formed naturally." While everyone was still discussing this matter, the discovery of a one-eyed behemoth player shocked them. "Brothers, the situation seems to be a little bad. Take a look at the level of civilization development on this planet." After hearing what this player said, everyone immediately shifted their attention from the special energy wrapping the surface of the planet to the interior of the planet. "How can this be? Holy crap! This is outrageous. They have actually entered the technological age. How is this possible? It's only been a few years. It's impossible to develop so fast even if you take hormones." Chapter 460: The Development History of Black Insects. Indeed, the situation on the Blackworm planet at this moment is a bit unexpected for the players. In just a few years, not only did they possess technology, but most importantly, they even launched satellites into the sky. Although their satellites are operating underneath the energy package, it is undeniable that they have entered the technological era. Let me be careful. This is developing too fast. Yeah, that's outrageous. Guys, sure enough, if you encounter other civilizations in the universe, the only thing you can do is to shoot and eliminate them. Because when you met him, and you let him go, when you come back here next time, I don't know how many years have passed. This time may be very long for you. But on the scale of the universe, it's just a moment. But during this period of time, the other side may experience a technological explosion. At that time, it's really hard to say who is a god and who is a bug. Everyone agreed after hearing this. Yes, this is outrageous. They have developed such technology in just a few years. If we give them a few more years, their technological level may very well surpass ours. It's terrible how they did it in a few years. At this moment, a player with a one-eyed monster seemed to see something. Although I don't know the principle, I think I have found the reason. Please pay attention to the situation below them. At this point, everyone looked down with curious eyes. And then, they saw an incredible scene. Then, they saw that all the active black insects on the black insect planet were extremely fast. It feels like you are watching a movie at double speed. Everything is incredibly fast. When the players saw this, they still didn't understand what was going on here. The flow rate of time here is different from the flow rate of time in the outer universe. After saying this, everyone looked at each other and expressed their amazement at this strange phenomenon. If I guess correctly, it should be the function of this special energy body outside. This is incredible. There's something about this energy. Yes. At this time, while the players were still discussing, Jiang Yao stared at the circle of energy bodies in front of her through their perspective. This is a good thing. If you can use this thing, whether it is to raise troops internally or do other things, it will be incredible. Indeed, as long as you use such a strange thing properly, your strength will at least increase several times. And there is a high probability that something like this is a natural product of the universe. Although it is possible that it was fiddled with by other civilizations, this possibility is very low. Because it is absolutely impossible for a civilization that has the ability to fiddle with this thing to use this thing on the Blackworm planet. Of course, Jiang Yao had no idea whether his analysis was correct or not. But he knew very well that it didn't matter whether his analysis was right or wrong. Because even if this is the product of a certain advanced civilization, he still wants to risk taking it as his own. Because this thing is too useful for it. If this energy can be analyzed and imitated, even if it is only a few tenths of a %, it will be terrifying for Jiang Yao. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to take the risk to tinker with this thing. But how to tinker with this thing is the biggest problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was in trouble. Because he knows very well that this thing is so tempting to him. And it is the same to other civilizations in the universe. If he approaches rashly under such circumstances, he will secretly observe whether his civilization will take action. Jiang Yao's answer is yes. And he also knew very well that the other party might have a direct showdown with him. We must transfer this planet to him without anyone noticing. And then conduct research. Jiang Yao's first reaction when thinking of this was to put it inside the star ring. But as soon as he had this idea, he immediately shook his head and rejected the idea. It's not appropriate. It's definitely not appropriate to put it inside the star ring. How about changing the plan temporarily and letting War Fortress take over the planet? As for the star ring, we can wait until it upgrades for a while before accepting Blue Star. After determining the general plan, Jiang Yao immediately ordered the War Fortress to change its course. And at the same time, he also began to gather the wandering brainworms to gather at the War Fortress. In the past, the brainworm did not have to worry about being discovered by the civilization observing behind the scenes, because it produced a lot of brainworms during this period of time, and they are all scattered throughout the universe. If these brainworms are observed one by that civilization, it is obviously unrealistic. Usually they will only observe one of them, and after understanding what it is doing, they may continue to focus on themselves. So Jiang Yao only needs to extract the part of the brainworm sent out by the center, and go to the War Fortress. If we can obtain the secret of that energy ball, then it won't be a big problem even if we are facing the civilization that is observing me now. At this time, Jiang Yao suppressed her inner excitement and had silently simulated many ways to use this energy substance in her heart. Of course, while he was still thinking about this issue, the players also went through a series of operations. By the way, what's going on over there? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the one-eyed behemoth player. After hearing everyone's questions, the Cyclops player who came back to his senses said with lingering fear, "It's too exaggerated." Just now, he thought about going down to understand the situation of the planet. But for safety reasons, he directly sent the clone inside. The object of copying is naturally the little black insect. After a series of operations, he discovered the special characteristics of this energy. First of all, this energy film did not have a strong repelling force against some energy bodies, so the copied little black bug got in easily. Of course, when he got in, the players also conducted a series of tests, and found that some organic matter would completely block him out. By the same token, wanting the things inside to fly out is nothing more than wishful thinking. To put it simply, if you have not analyzed this energy body clearly, then it is basically impossible to enter it in the form of a living body. Realistic. Of course, it is indeed possible for the energy body to enter inside, but it will consume a lot of money. The one-eyed behemoth player consumed 95% of his own energy to barely get in. And when he got in, the situation inside also made it difficult for him to get in. He was stunned. Originally, it controlled the clone to go in and observe the situation. But the moment he got in, he felt as if his mental power was being pulled into that space. That is to say, he instantly changed from the one-eyed monster to the clone as the main body. Under such circumstances, he experienced about 2 or 3 years in it. He had only experienced the outside world for about 2 hours. In the past few years, he, who controlled the black worm, had understood the general situation of this civilization. First of all, the black insect civilization has experienced nearly 40,000 years of development, and is now a highly intelligent civilization. At the same time, the deeds left by the players in the black worm were recorded as the myth of the black worm civilization. Of course, the players played the role of terrible demons in the myth. Records of the black insect civilization. This demon almost wiped out the black insect civilization. However, at this critical moment, a brave black insect appeared and drove the demon out of the planet. From then on, the black insect lived a prosperous life. The overall story background is almost consistent with the templates of some myths and legends of Blue Star. At first, when this player heard this legend for the first time, he was a little dumbfounded. But he also keenly grasped the timeline of this legend. What is the concept of tens of thousands of years ago? How long ago did they leave here? It has only been a few years, but tens of thousands of years have passed on this planet. Judging from this time, it means that only 1 minute of the universe may have passed after 1 year here. After receiving the news, the player couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. You must know that the current black insect civilization is a civilization with a history of tens of thousands of years. Their technology is highly developed. Although compared to some other civilizations in the universe, they are not lucky, because they have only experienced one technological explosion in these tens of thousands of years. And this technological explosion is just the transition from the industrial era to the technological era. In the following time, they never experienced a technological explosion again. In the subsequent period, their technological level developed extremely slowly. But even if their technological level developed slowly, they could not withstand time. If I can't solve the same problem in 10 years, then I can always solve it in 100 or 1,000 years. The black worms in the later period relied on time to forcefully pursue the height of civilization to a very high level. At this time, hearing this player's explanation, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This black insect is just awesome. Damn it. According to what you say, we may not be able to defeat them now? Hearing this, the player shook his head. Everyone can rest assured about this. Although the Hachong civilization's current technological level is sufficiently developed, it is a pity that their material knowledge is not high. Now that they can break through the sky, they can only be regarded as the level of civilization in the middle of the universe. After hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. There is no reason, judging from this timeline, they have experienced so many years of development. There is absolutely no reason for their technological level to be so low. After hearing this, the player also gave an explanation. Actually, I was also wondering about this at first, but after understanding it later, I roughly understood the situation. For the black insect civilization, this layer of energy is not only the key to the development of their civilization, but it can also protect their safety. But this energy also restricts their development from a certain perspective. To put it simply, because of this layer of energy bodies, they cannot leave this planet at all, especially in the history of the development of black insects. During the era of transition from industry to technology, a large number of factories appeared, causing great pollution to the environment of the entire planet. At that time, they had no awareness of environmental protection, so it caused quite a disaster in the later period. When they became aware of this problem, they gradually began to pay attention to it and intentionally began to protect the planet's environment. It was only then that their planet began to slowly recover. At the same time, they also faced a more troublesome thing. That is, they all mutated through ores. From a certain perspective, they are highly dependent on ores. But the amount of ore on the entire planet is limited, and the limited ore will be consumed one day. So Black Insect Dream also spent a lot of time evolving into creatures that are adapted to not rely on ore. Of course, because they have developed part of the technology, their losses during the transformation process are not great. The player continued to add. Of course, these are just some of the problems encountered in the history of black worms development. In addition to these big problems, there are many small problems that have delayed their development. After scientific progress reached a certain level, they came to a standstill, because the matter on the planet is limited, and they have no way to obtain more matter from the outside world. Their understanding of matter reaches a bottleneck period at a certain level, and they cannot go further. Later, after thousands of years of research, they found that this problem had no solution. After understanding this situation, they retreated to the next best thing and began to study applied technology. Although applied technology has developed to the extreme, their understanding of matter is still at that stage, which is why I say we can defeat them. After all, in this universe, the actual level depends on the level of understanding of matter, although they have produced many cool battleships. Because the research on basic materials has been suspended, these things of theirs are no different from toys to us. You can use the classic monkey theory, which is that a group of monkeys want to defeat humans, and they practice throwing rocks every day. Although throwing stones has a certain lethality, for humans, this attack method is too low level and ineffective. No matter how good and accurate you are at throwing stones, the damage to humans will be extremely limited. On the other hand, humans only need to shoot you with one shot, and you will be dead. So this is the situation they are in now. No matter how much basic applied science and technology develops, if their understanding of matter is not improved, they will always be monkeys throwing stones, not hunters raising guns. Having said this, the player looked at everyone and said, but they have begun to return to material research in recent years, because after these years of development, they have also realized the importance of this thing. Although they are locked at this level for various reasons, it does not rule out that they will not be able to solve this problem in the future. Chapter 461 Player's Approach. After hearing what this player said, Xianyu shook his head. The possibility of this is very low, because just when you entered, we tested this layer of shielding, and I found that even my attacks could not shake this layer of shielding. Their environment determines that their material understanding is basically locked. If this problem cannot be solved, their technology will never be able to enter the next level. While everyone was still discussing, they received a new mission reminder from Jiangyao. Trigger the hidden mission, and help the leader bring this planet into the war fortress. Xianyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up as he spoke. Holy crap. This will trigger the hidden mission. We are so lucky. And the reward for this mission is not low. After completing this mission, You can get 5 unlimited evolution scrolls. There are only 5 pieces. How can we divide these things? This is not easy. After this task is completed, these evolution scrolls will be auctioned, and the highest bidder will get it. Brothers, let's not discuss the evolution volume yet. What we need to discuss now is how to complete the prerequisites for this task. Let this planet be taken into the war fortress. Judging from the technological level of the war fortress, it is easy to take it in. However, this mission also mentioned that we need to clean up the black insects inside. Hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Yes, now our attacks cannot destroy this shield at all. And even viruses cannot pass through this shield. In this case, it is basically unrealistic for us to kill those black bugs. This matter is not easy to handle. Now our top priority is to find a way to break through this shield. Otherwise, this mission will be in vain. Didn't Xianyu try it just now? His attack is not painful to this passport, let alone ours. How about we try it, and gather all the attacks at one point to see the effect? In this way, while the players were discussing and trying various methods. But obviously, these methods are in vain. Although their attacks are relatively powerful in this universe, they have no effect on this layer of shield. Damn, this is a bit outrageous. At this time, everyone who had tried many times and failed could not help but feel embarrassed. Yes, the hardness of this layer of turtle SHL is too exaggerated. The simultaneous efforts of so many of our elite units have no effect. It seems that it is basically unrealistic to destroy it from the outside. Do you think this thing will react with some special substances in the universe? Or if some special substances can pass through the shield? I think it's possible. But what substance is the key? There are so many various substances in the universe. And we do not have the ability to take out all these substances and try them one by one. Yes, if we try them one by one, it won't take us several years. I estimate that we won't be able to try them again for hundreds of years. While everyone was still discussing, a player suddenly remembered something and said, "Brothers, I suddenly had a good idea. I wonder if you still remember the strategy adopted by No. 1 when attacking the Star Ring civilization." After hearing what this player said, everyone immediately recalled the scene when they and the Star Ring civilization were in the shabby room. And when they recalled this, their eyes could not help but light up. Yes, why have we forgotten this problem? Since we can't dismantle it from the outside, why can't we solve the problem internally? At this point, everyone started planning. This time they planned to adopt the previous method of controlling the Star Ring civilization, and perhaps disintegrate the Black Worm civilization from within. Let them destroy themselves. However, it is still difficult to use such a routine. After all, the technological development of the Black Insect civilization is not low, and the awareness of the entire Black Insect group is also very high. Under such circumstances, it is basically unrealistic to solve the problem through some special means. Take the most conventional method of cleaning up, which is to provoke a war between different forces and achieve the purpose of rapid attrition through war. This method is very feasible for some first-level civilizations, but is basically unrealistic for some advanced civilizations, because most advanced civilizations have achieved internal unification. There will be some minor conflicts between various regions, but in the end, they can be properly handled. And in this level of civilization, ordinary people usually have a gradual change in their views on war after receiving a lot of cognitive information. They are no longer like low-level civilizations, who only need to pick and choose. Rashly launching a war, such a civilization will have a very embarrassing situation, even if they have the ability to provoke conflicts above. The people below are not stupid. They will never start a war, as long as they are unwilling to take action. No matter how the people above them play, it will have no effect, and they may even be replaced by the people below. After all, with such a mentally retarded leader, these people are a very big hidden danger to the black bugs. For the sake of the stable development of their civilization, they may eliminate these hidden dangers. So this plan was rejected by the players not long after it was proposed. Apart from war, there is another way, which is to create viruses and spread them. After communicating with the players through this method, it was found that the feasibility is also very low, because this level of civilization has reached the ultimate level of utilization and understanding of the internal materials of the planet. Under such circumstances, no matter how the players play, no matter how ferocious the virus is created, it will not take long for the other party to solve it, unless the players get the infected out. But this is obviously unrealistic. These two relatively reliable methods are not practical in this civilization. not to mention some other unreliable methods. While everyone was still having trouble with this matter, a player suddenly thought of a good idea. After this method was communicated by the players, they found that this is undoubtedly the best method to use at present. It didn't take long for a few more black worms to appear on the planet. After these black insects entered this planet, they first found a way to obtain an identity, and then they immediately began to develop in various fields. What the players didn't know at this time was that they were taking great risks by controlling the clone's entry into Jiangyao. But for Jiangyao, this risk is worth taking. Although this risk seems unusually calm compared to previous wars, it is not as massive as those wars. But for Jiangyao, the threat this risk brings to herself may be greater than those life and death wars, or even many times greater. This matter also starts with the first Euglena player to enter the planet. At that time, he felt that after he entered the interior of the planet, the consciousness that originally controlled the Euglena suddenly transferred to the replica. On the surface, this seemed to be nothing, but in fact it was not, because at that moment the system issued a prompt. What the player felt was not a feeling, but reality. His consciousness was indeed pulled into that world, and it was forcibly pulled in. This is a very bizarre thing. You must know that all Jiangyao allows players to do is to control the Zerg through the helmet. The connection between them has little to do with their consciousness, but they were still forcibly pulled in. However, because of this pull, they touched the system's mechanism. So this player came back later, and his return did not mean that its energy was exhausted, but that the system dragged him back. At the moment when his energy is exhausted, his consciousness will also dissipate with the dissipation of the clone. Just when Jiangyao thought that the player was dead, the system took action and forcibly dragged his consciousness back, because the players controlling the Zerg also have part of the system's functions. The situation at that time can be understood as this strange energy directly colliding with the system. What is this concept? You must know that this is a system, and this energy actually has the capital to compete directly with the system, which means that this energy is extraordinary. Although the system won in the end, it was something Jiangyao had never encountered before in the universe for so long. The civilizations he has experienced, no matter how powerful they are not qualified to compete with the system. But that energy is different. So when the players decided to use clones to enter the planet again, Jiangyao originally planned to stop it, because he knew that this energy was not simple, and this energy might involve a lot of follow-up problems. But in the end, he still didn't to block, because he knows very well how much it will help him if he can use this energy. After all, this is an existence that can directly compete with the system. In the past, he was still thinking about how to use the function of this energy. That is, to enter the inside and develop himself quickly through the time difference. But now, he does not want to think about this problem. Now he wants to consider how to use or absorb positive energy itself. He had a hunch that if he mastered how to use this energy and let the insect nest absorb it, then he could be sure that the strength of the insect nest would most likely increase to another level. And he didn't want to let this opportunity go. So when the players decided to enter again, he didn't choose to stop it but chose to take the risk. At this time, inside the Blackworm planet. Hello everyone in the audience. I am the singer Xiao Xiuhei. Thank you for your long-term support. I will give you this song all the way. As the words fell and a beautiful melody sounded, this black insect also began his performance. Xiao Xiuhei is a star who has recently become popular on the Blackworm planet. He was originally just a small and unpopular singer, but one day he suddenly released a song, and this song caused a huge stir on the Blackworm planet. A sensation. He has officially entered the public eye. And just when everyone thought it was a blind cat who met a dead mouse and created a good song, what he did next hit everyone in the face. Because after that, he seemed to be cheating, and every song he released would cause explosions on the Blackworm planet. At this point, an 18-tier star named Hei Chong suddenly transformed into a top player. Not only that, this top streamer is different from other top streamers of Blackworm. This top streamer is not only passionate about his own song creation, but he also engages in many public welfare undertakings. It is also because of his actions that he has gained a very good reputation throughout the entire civilization. And he has many supporters. Naturally, this black bug is the player. And the song he uses is naturally from Blue Star. The main reason why he did this was because according to their discussions, the players came up with the simplest and crudest way to deal with these black bugs. And this move is called cultural invasion. Although on the surface these 4 words don't seem to be a big deal. In fact they are not. It seems that he is not aggressive. But after he successfully invades, he is more lethal than any weapon. And this lethality has no defense. Because any intelligent life, after meeting the most basic survival needs, will consider more spiritual pursuits. This is also the biggest difference between higher organisms and lower organisms. The only two things in the life of lower organisms are survival and reproduction. It is normal for them to sleep when they are full and hunt when they wake up. There is no need for spiritual sustenance or all kinds of entertainment. But advanced organisms are different. If you ask a person to go to work every day except for eating, not to watch videos, not to watch mobile phones, not even to gossip with friends, this person may go crazy in a short time. This is the difference. For lower-level creatures, this is their normal state. But for higher-level creatures, this is a lifestyle they cannot accept. And black insects are no exception. Because they have evolved to this level, and no longer need to worry about material needs. After reaching this stage, they pursue more spiritual satisfaction. Therefore, this civilized entertainment industry is highly developed. The players also took a fancy to this, and chose to take action. Starting from these aspects, entering the eyes of the blackworm public, and then gradually changing their minds. This is the player's plan. Although this plan takes a lot of time to operate, the most important thing for players here is time. Of course, apart from this player, there are some players who have also achieved high achievements in other fields. Of course, the reason why they were able to achieve such high achievements was mainly due to the differences between the two civilizations. Take songs as an example. It's like you listen to some assembly line songs every day. And then one day you suddenly hear a carefully crafted song. Then your eyes will definitely light up. The same is true for the differences between the two civilizations in this regard. When the people of the black insect civilization got used to their creations and their style, another style suddenly appeared. And the cultural connotation of this style is not low. Under such circumstances, they will naturally be attracted. Chapter 462, Blackworm Past. In this way, with a wave of operations from the players, they soon made small achievements in various fields. It is not difficult for players to achieve certain achievements in this world. After all, they can directly copy many things unchanged. They have a lot of such materials. Although after so many years of development, black insect civilization has developed to a very high level in the entertainment industry. Everything talks about a sense of difference. Some of the more conventional things you operate in the black insect civilization. No matter how good you are, it is difficult to stand out. But some differentiated things are completely different. These things of Blue Star are very important to the black insect civilization. For people, it is differentiation. With the success in this area, the player's follow-up operations will be easier to carry out. Because as long as one player is up, he can help other players. And other players are responsible for other things. Whether it is business or other aspects, there are players operating. Of course, players in the film and television industry are also getting involved. Have you heard? Blue Star's new movie Blackworm Origins will be released soon. I heard. What kind of movie is this? I haven't heard anything about it until now. It seems that our black insect, the ancient myth of civilization, is used as a template. And the main filming is the plot of the black insect defeating the devil. Using ancient myths as a template? Some people have tried this kind of movie a long time ago. But the final result didn't seem to be very good. Seeing what Hei-chung said, the Hei-chung next to him also nodded. This kind of subject matter is difficult to shoot. After all, no one has ever seen the monster in the myth. So you can't restore the myth. Yeah. The monsters in the previous movies were terrible. I think the monsters in the first few movies are pretty good. They are quite deceptive. What's the use of bluffing? You have to understand that our black insect civilization is a great civilization. Especially in ancient times. According to research by scientists, the ancient black insect race's physical fitness was 10 times stronger than ours today. More than. Under such circumstances, being able to defeat us black insects is not as simple as bluffing. Those demons must also possess very fierce fighting power. The demons in those movies are just like a group of mentally retarded people. It's ridiculous that they can defeat our ancestors. In this way, the movie was released amidst the expectations of many insects in the black insect civilization. Blue Star Company was naturally a company established by the players here. This company's main business is the movie business. And the reason why it entered the movie industry was mainly because the players saw the signs. In fact, when the players entered the planet and prepared to engage in a wave of sexy operations, they quickly discovered the problem. After all, this civilization has experienced so many years of development in this space. And because of that energy body, they cannot set foot in the universe, and can only survive on the planet. When technology has reached this level, they can only be trapped on the planet. Their spirits are suppressed. So entertainment on this planet has developed very well. On the one hand, it is to relieve the pressure of the people. And on the other hand, everyone has nothing to do. So from a certain perspective, the entertainment industry on this planet has surpassed Blue Star by many times. Under such circumstances, players can bring Blue Star's entertainment industry over and do it at most. Differentiation can be popular, but it cannot be copied. Under such circumstances, if they want to achieve their goals, they need to start from multiple sources. The fields start at the same time. However, players in other fields would most likely be unable to compete with Black Insect Civilization based on their level. And just when the players were at a loss, one player suddenly set his sights on the film and television industry. After he got a general understanding of film and television on this planet, he found business opportunities in it. Although many subjects were filmed, there was one subject in which there were no good works. That is the so-called myth about the encounter between black insects and swarms of insects. Although many people have tried to make this movie, the swarms they portrayed are simply too horrible to watch. Many people feel that these should not be called mythical demons at all. Although they deny these so-called demons, it is undeniable that they have not seen real demons. In their subconscious, they only think that this should not be a demon. But they don't know what the demon looks like. And they have no memory of that past event. It can only be translated and interpreted through some words carved on stones. They may only know a rough idea of that period of history, but they don't know the specific process. And the players think there's no need to worry about putting this thing up. Of course, players also know very well that it is very difficult to change the views and perceptions of the entire Blackworm civilization through this movie, or to get them to recognize this company. So players are ready to make this movie into a series. Now comes the first installment in the film series, The Origin of the Blackworm. Just like this, when the movie was released, a large number of black bugs bought the rights to watch it. In fact, all the black bugs didn't have much hope for this movie. But when they saw the opening of the movie, they were shocked. Because the technology of Black Insect has developed to the current level. Basically every household is watching it under a holographic projection. And they have a very strong sense of immersion in watching this movie. And the players have also been able to restore the environment at that time 1:1. So when the movie opened and the ancient black insect appeared in front of everyone, they felt that their DNA was moving. Although there are many records of ancient black insects on rock walls, many movies have not done much to restore the ancient black insects. However, when this movie opens, all the viewers instinctively, I thought this was an ancient black insect. This was the ancient black insect that had not yet evolved tens of thousands of years ago. Although they did not understand why they felt this way, they admitted that the scene at the beginning had conquered them. At the beginning of the movie, the Black Insect Queen brought the ancient black insects to the depths of a primitive jungle. There are many terrifying creatures on this planet, and the ancient black insect group has to survive in the cracks of these biological threats. When these viewers saw the ancient black insect troops being beaten in all directions by a huge brontosaurus, they felt that their hearts were about to twitch. And after these black insects finally escaped from the hands of the giant beast, before they could recover, a huge flower suddenly appeared and swallowed the nearest black insect. The timid blackworm almost screamed when he saw this place. And some of the blackworm professors responsible for studying paleontology also screamed. Carnivorous flower. We just excavated the fossil of this flower not long ago. Based on the internal structure of the fossil, we infer that this is a flower similar to animals. According to the analysis of some remaining substances in the flower fossils, it was found that the appearance of this flower in ancient times was almost the same as that in the movie. As he spoke, the paleontologist was a little surprised, just as the picture of his exclamation continued to change. At this time, the Black Insect Queen summoned the remaining black insects and started a desperate fight with the flower. In the end, after paying a great price, they successfully killed the flower. And the tribe also had food. Mother Emperor, we have lost half of our clan today, He Zongjuan said as he looked at the black bugs who were carrying the corpses of his clan at night. After hearing what Master He Song said, the Queen Mother also nodded. There are too many powerful monsters living in this forest. The black bug is just one of the weak monsters. It is too difficult for us to survive here. Hearing the words of Queen He Song, military advisor He Song looked into the distance. Mother Queen, it is said that after passing through this forest, there is a paradise, where there are blue skies and white clouds. There are no scary monsters there. And there is plenty of food. Is there really such a place? The Black Insect Queen was a little confused. For it, which lives in such an environment all year round. Such a place only exists in dreams. There must be some. The military advisor said. Mother Emperor. Let's move. Military advisor Sujio gave this suggestion. Move. The Queen Mother murmured after hearing the military advisor's words. But, what if we can't find that paradise after leaving this forest? Although the forest is dangerous, we have lived here for generations. We know where the supplies are, and we know where the food is. Once we leave here and go to an unknown place, we don't know anything. Maybe we will find the paradise you mentioned. Maybe we will never find it. Or we may encounter other ferocious monsters along the way and destroy us. Why don't the military advisors know about the Queen Mother's concerns? But he also knew that staying here would not be a wise move. Mother Queen, haven't you noticed? There are more and more monsters in this forest now. Something must have happened in the forest. So many powerful monsters have appeared out of thin air in the past few years. If this continues, there will be more and more monsters in this forest. I'm worried that we will never have a chance to get out of the forest. After hearing what the military advisor said, the Black Insect Queen fell silent. Indeed, she has also seen the situation in recent years. Although there were monsters in the forest in the past, the strength of these monsters was not much different from them. The difference between these monsters is that they are from the same ethnic group. So in the end, these monsters can only be reduced to their meals. However, during this time, things changed. Some extremely ferocious monsters appeared out of thin air, and even some flowers and plants on the roadside turned into monsters. Now the forest where they live has become AHL. Perhaps we really should leave. The Black Insect Queen made such a decision after a long time. The moment she made this decision, Blackworm's migration journey officially began. At this time, all the black insects watching the movie were quietly staring at the Black Insect Queen in front of them, because they know what kind of challenges they will face when the Black Insect Queen makes this decision. Through the excavation of fossils, they also have a certain understanding of the ancient times of this planet. At the same time, they also know very well what kind of enemies the Black Insect group faced at that time. Looking at the Black Insect Queen in front of them, who perfectly matched the appearance of the ancient black insect they imagined, many black insects only had one thought in their minds. That is, I hope she can bring the black insect to paradise safely. Of course, this Black Insect Queen is naturally made by the players directly according to the one in the insect nest. In fact, when the players released this movie, they expected that this movie would be very attractive to these black insects, because the entertainment in this world is relatively lacking in this aspect. As long as this aspect is done well, then it will not matter. Worry that no one is watching. But this time the players miscalculated, because all the black bugs who watched the movie were attracted by the pictures in the movie from the first sight. This is an identity engraved in DNA, coupled with the function of holographic projection. These audiences now feel as if they are a member of this army of black insects. In fact they are. As the plot progressed, the black worm soon encountered the first problem they faced. It is a threat from the sky, with very powerful monsters in the sky. Facing these monsters, all the black insects can do is run away, because these monsters are too big. They have sharp beaks and claws that can easily tear black insects into pieces, and they can fly at extremely high speeds. No matter where the black insects hide, they cannot escape their pursuit. And just when many black insects thought that at this critical moment, there must be a black insect that could turn the tide, the plot was completely different from what they thought. Because there are no heroes from other movies in that black bug group. There are no black bugs with explosive combat power in other movies. There are just a group of ordinary black bugs. In order to allow the Queen Mother to evacuate safely when facing powerful enemies, half of the black insects decided to stay and fight these monsters to the death. The fate of these black insects can be imagined. This battle was extremely exciting. The powerful predators from the sky tore these black insects into pieces with great force. Although these black insects knew that they had no chance of winning against these monsters, they still resolutely chose to sacrifice themselves just for the sake of survival. By the time the battle was over, only 2 or 3 of the predators from the sky were killed by the black bugs. Everyone was silent at the broken black insect corpse on the ground. They held their fists tightly and looked at everything in front of them. At this time, they wanted to rush forward and help these warriors, but they couldn't. I could only watch these soldiers being torn to pieces. It was also with the sacrifices of these warriors that the remaining black insect tribe finally successfully escaped this crisis. This was just a small episode on the migration journey. And then, they encountered more powerful creatures. Just like before, the Black Clan chose to sacrifice their lives to fight for a glimmer of life for other black worms. In this way, as time goes by, the movie comes to an end. There are no heroes in this migration journey. Just a group of ordinary black insects. This is the barrage at the end of the movie. But the scene soon changed. And the black insect queen standing on the cliff looked at the huge swamp in the distance and murmured, "Every one of our black bugs is a hero." This is the end of the video. Chapter 463 Blackworm Pass 2. And when this part ended, it naturally caused an uproar on the blackworm planet. There is no way. This shot is too real. Many monsters that only existed in their imaginations were brought to the screen one by one here. The migration of ancient black insects is also vividly described. Even the restoration of some ancient organisms and plants has been achieved. Striving for excellence. For these black insects, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is what this planet was like in ancient times. But what this bunch of black insects don't know is that this is really their ancient style. In this way, all the black worms were looking forward to the sequel of this movie. And just like that, several months passed in the blink of an eye. The second Black Worm movie came out a few months later. In this movie, the black worms meet the giant humanoid monster on the mural. These monsters are ugly and extremely fierce. And here, the black insects that have just arrived in the swamp are hunting. It was a paradise for them. Because the pythons and crocodiles living here were perfect food. And just when everyone was happy that the ancient black insect had finally found its paradise, a giant monster suddenly appeared in front of them. The battle is about to break out. And the outcome will naturally end in tragedy. In this battle, both the black insect and the troll suffered heavy casualties. But compared to the troll, the black insect's casualties were even more severe. The black insect mother queen knew that if they continued to fight like this, it would be a matter of time before they were wiped out. Fortunately, black insect discovered a characteristic. That is, these trolls are also an intelligent race. So the black insect queen tried to communicate with them, and signed a series of unequal treaties. These treaties made many black insect viewers feel humiliated, because it was no different from treating them as slaves. But if you think about it calmly, if they were the black insect mother queen, they could only do this for the continuation of the race. After the agreement was signed, the black insects not only had to hunt for themselves every day, but also had to provide sacrifices to the trolls. The pressure on the black insects continued to increase. But compared to the fact that they could be exterminated at any time, their current situation was undoubtedly much better. Some time passed like this. By chance, a very hungry troll suddenly ate a black worm. The delicious taste of black worms kept him coming back. And he also told the news to other trolls who had never tasted black worms. For a time, the uneasy hearts of many trolls began to become restless. The trolls who had tasted the delicious black worms and the trolls who had just tasted the delicious black worms joined forces. And they secretly developed their claws on the black worms. After all, it was just that he couldn't hold back his anger. The black insect queen found out about this matter. When he found out about it, he was shocked and angry. It wants revenge. But he knew very well that with the current strength of the trolls, facing them would be like hitting an egg against a stone. But if this continues, many black insects will encounter their poisonous hands. Thinking of this, the black insect queen can't sleep all night. Now it's time for the black insects to face life and death. And their decisions will directly affect the future of this ethnic group. In this way, in the entanglement of the black insect queen, the story comes to an end. But just when everyone thought it was over, the camera turned and suddenly an alien appeared in the swamp. It was like an escaped elf, running freely in the swamp. Then the screen turned again, and trolls were fighting a huge number of these creatures on a battlefield. Although the trolls were powerful, they still seemed a bit weak when facing this kind of alien creature. Powerless. Just when all the black bugs thought that the story of the next season would tell how the black bugs survived in the gap between the two races, their hearts suddenly tightened, because the picture flashed again, and a worker bee appeared in front of everyone. This kind of triangular-like creature is actually not unfamiliar to them, because this kind of creature appears very frequently on ancient stone walls. And it is also a member of the demons in the black insect myth. Compared to other depictions of demons, the demons portrayed by this company are like crawling out of murals. This kind of creature arouses the instinctive fear engraved in their DNA, because they were almost wiped out by this kind of creature. Oh my god! The devil. This must be the devil. Just looking at the worker bees in front of him, an audience member couldn't help shouting. In fact, many people have the same idea as him, but they restrain themselves. It's so real. If the devil really looks like this, then I wonder how the black bugs defeated this terrifying race. When will the next season be released? I said I'm really looking forward to the next episode. Facing demons, trolls and aliens at the same time. I don't know how our ancestors survived. Oh my god. This is so terrible. In the next chapter, our ancestors may suffer more casualties than the previous chapters combined. That's for sure. After all, in ancient mythology, when three evil races appeared at the same time, the ancient black insects ushered in a battle of annihilation. More than 90% of the black bugs died in that war, and less than 10% of the black bugs survived. I feel like there is something wrong with this myth. Such powerful creatures are confronting our ancestors at the same time. I really don't understand what our ancestors have the ability to fight them to the end. Yes, I am also very curious about this issue. The gap in strength between the two sides is too obvious. How did the ancestors win under such circumstances? Don't guess yet. We still need to wait until next season for the specific situation. But we don't know when this company will launch the next season. With the broadcast of these two movies, the company established by the players at this time caused a huge sensation in the entire Black Worm civilization. The Black Worm series has become popular, and everyone is leaving messages asking the company to release the next season as soon as possible. Many people are also discussing issues regarding the development history of Black Worm, and many people question whether there are problems with the filming of these companies. Seeing these remarks, the players were also speechless. Sure enough, there are trolls no matter where in the world they are. Yeah. You see, these idiots are finding problems with the photos we took, saying that this is wrong and that is unreasonable. And they say it as if they really know everything. Don't these idiots know that labor and management have experienced these things firsthand? The past of the black insects was told by their previous Mother Empress herself. So what happened a few years ago? Her Mother Empress remembers it clearly. How could she be wrong? As for the troll at the back, they said that the depiction of this troll was wrong and what should be done. When I saw this, I wanted to laugh. Back then, the labor and management had fun fighting the troll head-on. How could we not know what it looked like? Seeing these well-founded analyses, I really want to laugh. They said something was wrong here and there, and I tolerated them saying things like trolls. The key point was that they also said the portrayal of our Black Zerg Mother Queen was wrong. There is only one in our insect nest right now. Do you want to bring it over and show it to them? As this player became more and more arrogant, the player next to him quickly advised him, don't take this matter seriously. These trolls can always come to you to talk about your problems. It's like I saw a highlight comment about him using a virtual reality cabin to watch this movie, and then he fell asleep while watching it. As a result, he accidentally spilled his coffee on the virtual reality warehouse and lost some money. The player then added, although I understand what he wants to express. That is, our movie is boring, and he doesn't think it is very good. But has he ever used his pig brain to think about it carefully? Our movie only showed virtual projections, and did not open the virtual reality cabin version. Under such circumstances, I am curious, how the hell did he pass the virtual look at this in reality? This is a typical case of trying to inflict a crime without saying anything. Then don't talk about those idiots. Let's get down to business. Which is about the last operation. The last one is not as good as the previous steps. We need to make a series of slight changes in this last step. How can we change this? Or else we should be made into good people who save the black insect civilization. Seeing this player's establishment, several others couldn't help but shake their heads. This is definitely not possible. Brothers, if you think about it this way, things about us are deeply rooted in the myth of black bugs. Will your family still pay for this kind of forced whitewashing? Maybe the popularity we accumulated in the first 2 seasons will be completely lost because of this episode. So we need to think carefully about how to whitewash us. Indeed, current players know very well that they must think about it carefully. After all, they have finally reached this point. Success or failure depends on this, and they will definitely not let go at such a critical moment. Just like this, several months have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few months, people's expectations for the Black Worm series of movies have become higher and higher. Have you heard? The last part of Black Worm is about to be released. Express expectations. The first few episodes of the series have not disappointed me, and I hope this final season doesn't cause any trouble. I feel that there is a high probability of overturning in the final season. After all, they have to fight 3 races and then win. However, from the perspective of strength, the black bugs have no advantage at all. It is obviously unreasonable to win hastily under such circumstances. Is there anything unreasonable? These races have disappeared into the dust of history, and we are the only ones who have made it to the present. I think it is normal for the Black Worm to defeat them. In this way, amidst everyone's discussion. Season 3 began. At the beginning of this season, everyone saw a huge cave. In the cave, countless black pupils are busy. And there is a mysterious place deep in the cave. Shifting from the perspective to this mysterious place, everyone saw the ore. When everyone saw these ores, they immediately understood how the black worm counterattacked. Because according to research, they found that the ancient black worm strengthened itself through these ores. Just like this, while everyone was still discussing, the black worm should have obtained the power of the ore, and then defeated the trolls and many other enemies to win. The plot did not develop where they thought, because the black insect knew that this ore could gain power, and the trolls also knew it. So using the power of this ore, although the black insect was improved, the troll was improved even more. And due to physical reasons, the troll's body can easily withstand the energy of the ore, while only a few elites of black insects have the ability to withstand the violent energy of the ore. The gap between the two races was once again widened, and it was getting wider and wider. And when the trolls discovered that these ores had this magical power, they began to harvest the ores. Even the ores in the secret room of Black Worm are carefully preserved. If once discovered by the trolls, not only will the black worms have to pay a heavy price because they deceived the trolls, but also the ores will be taken away, which is the foundation for the black worms to stand up and survive. But while everyone was still walking on thin ice, there was a problem within the black insect, and the black insect strategist rebelled, because the number of creatures on the swamp has decreased significantly during this period, and the black worm's advanced team discovered the devil during patrol. In order not to attract the devil's attention, the black worms only dared to act around the Misty Island. Because of this reason, the food of the black worms has been greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, they have to supply the trolls, which leaves the entire black worm group without food. In this case, the strategist could choose to rebel. He reached cooperation with the troll. The troll gave him corresponding rewards, and he also provided black insects to the troll. The current situation can be described as internal and external troubles. And Emperor Haetsung finally decided to leave here under pressure, although he knew very well that with their current strength, leaving this area would be tantamount to death. But staying here would have the same result. So he chose to take the risk. But just when he was about to take action, another bad news came. That is, the demons discovered this place and began to attack it. But the only good thing is that after resisting several demon attacks, the demons also discovered the trolls, and the two powerful races started fighting from then on. As the battles progressed one by one, the trolls gradually began to struggle. Fortunately, the black insects discovered the demons' lair and told the trolls the news. Their purpose was to fight with the giants. The demons united to deal with the bugs first. The black insect queen knew that if she continued to cooperate with the trolls, at least the tribe would still have a chance to be protected. But once the demons invaded, not only the trolls, but also her own tribe would be devoured by them. Just like that, the war is about to break out. However, in this battle, the trolls let the black worms charge as cannon fodder, while they were responsible for the finishing work from behind. With such a plan, the mother side of the black worms naturally knew what the trolls were planning. But she could only accept it, because if she did not accept it, then the trolls would definitely destroy the black insects before the demon destroyed them. Under the gaze of many black insect viewers, these ancient black insect warriors launched a mighty attack on the demon. Attack! And these warriors are destined to die on the battlefield. Chapter 460 for the end of black insect civilization. And this battle is naturally dark, with no light from the sun or the moon. Fortunately, the black insect warriors fought bravely and finally broke through the demon's defense. However, it is very difficult to enter the devil's lair. Even though the black insects tried their best, it was still useless. And at this moment, the trolls came to support. Rather than saying it was support, it was more like they came to pick up the missing pieces. But just when everyone thought that this battle would end in victory, several more powerful demons appeared among the demons. And these powerful demons came to attack with overwhelming force. Blackworm and other trolls were easily killed. Immediately after solving these two groups of people, the demons turned directly to kill the black insects and the lair of the trolls. Although the demons are powerful, the number of humans is small. It is impossible to attack the trolls in this way. Therefore, they gave priority to attacking the tribe of black insects. Now Feidong's remaining defeated troops are naturally impossible to defeat. Evil. At this moment of despair, the Queen Mother stood up resolutely and stood in front of the many black insects. Although he knew that his actions could not stop the devil, he still chose to stand up and be at the forefront at this critical moment. The demons were also moved by his behavior and reached an agreement with him. As long as they agreed to assist the demons in attacking the trolls, they would let the black insects escape after the battle. Although no one could guarantee whether the devil's words were true, they had no other choice at this time. Although they knew it was a trap, the Queen Mother still agreed for the sake of the continuation of the ethnic group. Not long after, an army composed of black insects and demons launched an attack on the trolls. After this battle, the trolls completely withdrew from the stage of history. And after all this was over, just when everyone thought that the demons were about to repent, the demons' behavior surprised everyone, because they thought the black insects were a great race. To put it simply, the demon who was moved by Fei Chang's battle made the demon think that he was just like them, growing stronger in order to survive. This is the so-called sympathy. And the devil also told them a shocking secret. That is, there is a race called ancient aliens on this planet. And this race wants to collect the resources of this planet to repair the spacecraft, and then escape from here. The Black Insect Queen was a little strange when she heard what the devil said. She really couldn't figure out why those aliens wanted to escape from a planet that was clearly in good condition. At this time, the devil told him a shocking secret. The devil told him that this planet was a cage. But the door of the cage was not closed now. And what they had to do was to leave before the door of the cage was closed. In the following time, the demons grew wildly and fought against these aliens, and successfully captured the spaceship. Of course, with the help of the black insects. Immediately afterwards, the demons brought the Black Insect Queen into the spacecraft. Through the inspection instruments of the spacecraft, the Black Insect Queen knew that what the demon said was true. This planet was a cage. So the devil decided to invite the Black Insect Queen to lead the black insects to leave the planet with him to find a new home. And the demons also told her that although our races are different, it is undeniable that we are all creatures from the same planet. In this vast universe, we may be the only ones who can depend on each other. After hearing this, the Black Insect Queen thought for a while, and finally agreed to the devil's request. Because after this period of cooperation, the relationship between the two races was very harmonious. And through this period of time, they also discovered that compared to trolls and other races, these demons have great respect for warriors. Whether they are black insect warriors or demon warriors, this is a person who is born to love fighting. In their cognitive concept, only strong people can gain respect. The Black Insect Queen, who agreed to this matter, naturally told the news to the other insects. Just when everyone thought that the black insect would leave here together with the insect swarm, a sudden change occurred. The strategist who had betrayed the black insect tribe before rebelled again. He deceived many black insects and told them that the Black Insect Queen had been brainwashed and that he was no longer the original queen. Then, under his instigation, these deceived admirers began to attack the queen, because there can only be one queen in the non-worm group, and this queen has been brainwashed by the demons, so they must kill her, kill it, and push out the next queen. In this way, in this battle, the queen was seriously injured, but was finally saved by the demons who came. Then the demons took the queen and the guards who followed him and left here in the spaceship. And the black insect, the military advisor, became the leader of the tribe. However, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. In the end, the lies of the Black Somme strategist were seen through by the new Queen Mother, and the Black Somme strategist was duly punished. But the black insects he deceived were left on this planet forever. Then as time passed, the cage began to close, and the entire planet was enveloped by a huge energy shield. At this point, the whole story came to an end. As the story ended, everyone was still unfinished. But compared to the end of the story, the whole process of the story made many black insects fall into deep thought. Although it is clearly stated at the end of the story that this is all imagination and has nothing to do with reality. But in fact, does it really have nothing to do with reality? This is a question that many black worms are thinking about. Because the development of the entire black worms gives black worms a really strong sense of immersion. The development of the entire story is also very smooth, without any problems. And many plots and myths are relatively appropriate. Perhaps you can say that they made reference to myths. But how to explain so many things that appear in the play? First of all, the weapons carried by the trolls. These weapons are made of special metals. So they were once excavated in archaeology and have been preserved to this day. And the most important thing is that no one knows where these things came from the time they were excavated. And no one knows that these things are used by trolls. But this movie knows that of course what really caused an uproar in the entire black insect world was not the explanation of these items, but a more exaggerated thing. The lair where the trolls live will be shown in the plot. And there is a destroyed spaceship under this layer, which is where the trolls obtained their weapons. As a result, when a certain archaeological black bug with ideas suddenly directed his archaeological team to continue digging downwards, where the troll weapons were dug out, then an incredible scene happened. They really dug up a battleship. Although this battleship is now in disrepair. Is it really a battleship? After restoring it through the external structural remains, people found that it was actually the same as it's exactly the same as the one in the movie. And at the end of the plot, in the big battle when people from other planets invaded here, many mechas and battleships were destroyed. And when many black bugs went to the area in the movie to dig with the attitude of giving it a try, they were completely frightened because they found the remains of battleships and mechas there. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they found the bodies of some worker bees there. Compared with things like Goodbye, the body of worker bees is not so easy to decay, especially the evolved worker bees. So after piecing together these SHLs completely, they were surprised to find that these things looked like those in the movie. It's exactly the same. And they also found the corpses of some other demons. At this moment, the entire Blackworm civilization was boiling, because they discovered that the things in the movie might be true. The plot told in the movie was not the so-called plot at all, but everything they had experienced. The black insects felt a little incredible when they thought of this. Who are the people making these movies? In other words, who is the person behind them? This is the question of all the black insects. This matter naturally attracted the attention of the relevant departments. When they found the company, they found that the company had long been empty. Then, they discovered some secret information in the company. Of course, they naturally saved this information. But what they didn't know was that their actions had long been recorded by the players. It didn't take long for a piece of information to cause an uproar on the internet. It turns out that the person behind this company is the Mother Queen who left the computer here. With high technology, she was ready to return here to take back her former people. But when he came here and found that the situation had developed, he chose to leave. But the truth should not be buried. He believed that all black insects had reason to know the truth back then. And although this thing looks perfect on the surface, it is actually not. Because after eating, some people will always have some strange thoughts in their hearts. These black people have lived a good life for too long. And they have been trapped here for a long time. So they have the idea of following the Mother Queen. And many people believe that only black bugs with a Mother Queen can be called real black bugs. But now these so-called black bugs cannot be called real black bugs. All in all, after this incident, many people in the Black Clan organized themselves spontaneously. They requested that the film be released to break the barrier, and then allow them to follow the Mother Queen. This bizarre request was naturally rejected. After all, no matter how stupid the people above are, they will definitely not be able to do such stupid things. In this way, the two sides remained in a stalemate until one day a message was received by this group of people. It was sent by the Queen Mother. Then things became easier, because when they contacted the Queen Mother, they all fell into madness. And when they fell into madness, the players began to operate in secret to allow them to develop rapidly. And the most important thing is that the players on this planet have not only one film and television company, but also some stars. They provide help to these people through their personal network and recruit more people to join this organization. This is the player, their tasks. In this way, with the cooperation of both parties, this organization that had been silent at first began to flourish slowly. After all, this war is about the economy and technology. If the technology is equivalent, then it is an economic war. With the resources of the players, this organization's economy has been guaranteed to a certain extent, plus their own income. After such a long period of accumulation, they already have the ability to start a war. Of course, they are also very aware of the gap in strength between themselves and the opponent. So they have penetrated into all walks of life and are ready to use their positions at critical moments, own convenience, and create favorable offensive conditions for the organization. In this way, everything went according to plan. Until a certain moment, the time was ripe. After the civilization had been silent for many years, the war started again. Compared with previous wars, the agenda of this war was more ferocious. Because unlike the group of people in the past, players who often experience battles know very well what they need to pay attention to when starting a war, what they need to prepare for, and under what circumstances it is best to start a war, etc. So players plan step by step according to what they know. Until now, everything has been planned, and the real war is about to begin. When the war started, the entire Blackworm civilization became less peaceful. For the people above, the situation this time was more serious than ever before. because this time their opponents were too well prepared. Their opponents took all foreseeable situations into consideration and made plans in advance. So they had no advantage in this battle. But even if they didn't seize the opportunity, after all, this civilization has developed for so many years, and they still have the necessary foundation. So even if the players are well prepared, this battle will not end as easily as the players think. But it doesn't matter to the players. After all, for the players, it is good to win, but it doesn't matter much if they fail. Because after the failure, the players believe that the civilization is also in a state of fragmentation. It is not difficult for them to complete the follow-up finishing work under such circumstances. In this way, as time goes by, the war between civilizations becomes more and more intense. At first, many people were on the sidelines, but in the end, they were forced to join the battlefield. As the number of people increased, the battle became more and more intense, and the battle time was also very long. In fact, for the players, no matter how long the time was, it didn't mean much, because the time in the two places is not equal. Even if the players spend more than 100 years inside, it is only a matter of a few hours outside. And this battle lasted for a very long time. It lasted for 30 years. By the end of the battle, both sides had exhausted their wealth. With the most primitive weapons, there were very few black insects who survived in this situation, and less. In this way, the war finally ended. What surprised the players was that the group of people who believed in the Black Insect Queen won the final victory. Although they won, they were also exhausted. At this time, their overall increase it only cost 300,000 yuan. Chapter 465 Energy Life Form. After doing all this, the players were filled with emotions. I didn't expect it to be successful so easily. I thought we needed other steps. At this time a player said. Hearing what he said, several people next to him also nodded. I also thought that this matter was not that simple. But it is actually surprisingly simple. I didn't expect that a civilization with technological development to this level would start a war so easily. It has no rationality at all. The player next to him thought about this question for a while. And soon, he had an idea in his mind. Actually, it is understandable that the whole thing has developed to this point. You can think about the differences between this civilization and other civilizations. First of all, they are trapped on this planet, which means that even if their scientific level develops to a very high level, they will never be able to leave here. For low-level civilizations, it doesn't matter if they can't leave the planet, but when the civilization has evolved to their level, no one would be willing to keep them trapped in this cage. To put it bluntly, when they are in this situation, the first thing they want to do is to get out of here. But the truth is cruel. They have no way to leave. Although they have gone through many generations over the years, and so many generations have been working hard on this, the final result is not satisfactory. Everyone knows that when the possibility of them wanting to explore outside is basically zero. At this stage, if they want to continue to maintain the stability of the entire civilization, then they have no choice but to shift their focus. Since they can't get out, they can divert people's attention by improving their quality of life. The entertainment industry is the first to bear the brunt. For independent, intelligent creatures like them, apart from material needs, they are more interested in pursuing spiritual satisfaction. On this planet, they don't need to worry about material needs, so their spiritual needs will be higher. Under such circumstances, they paralyze themselves through other things on the spiritual level, and make themselves forget about themselves. In a cage, I force myself to give up the idea of going out to take a look. But this idea will never go away, and are telling them that the Queen Mother wanted to take them away. In a sense, arouse their desire. Think about it. After hearing this player's analysis, everyone nodded. What he said is very consistent with the current situation of this civilization. Soon everyone discovered another problem. As for the war, I think it's a bit strange. After all, war is a very cruel thing. And they actually started the war so easily. This is very normal. In fact, for us, we may instinctively think that war is cruel. But do you have any concept of war? The war we know about is not only through games, but also through some books. And the war expressed by these things is different from the immersive experience you have. It's like in this game. When we fight against the enemy and we lose, the most we can do is lose the character. If you have money, you can buy one and continue playing. We cannot feel the pain of being torn apart by the enemy. But it is different in a real war. You will experience these things all the time. And if you are gone, then they are really gone. No matter how realistic this game is. It's useless because it can't really let you experience that feeling. And it can't make you worry about your safety all the time. And you should be able to see a lot of keyboards on the internet. They talk eloquently every day and kill all kinds of people. Have you ever thought about the reason? In the final analysis, it is just that they are too stressed in real life and want to vent on the internet. With the advancement of technology, the improvement of material life, and the increase of pressure, this behavior will become more and more excessive. There are also people who make appointments online for some reasons in real life. Although such people are a minority. As time goes by and as things progress, I think that we won't have to wait long. And maybe our blue star will also have a lot of people. There are so many people like this. In a harmonious world, everyone lacks an outlet. This is true for us. But the situation is even more serious for the black insect civilization. Under such circumstances, we have created an outlet for them. What do you think they will do? There is no need to think that they will definitely go to war. Although war is cruel, their understanding of war is very similar to ours. They understand these things through books, movies, and television. The war they understand is not called war. People who have never experienced the real war will never know the cruelty of war. So they follow their own impulsive ideas and choose to go to war. But after the war starts, when they experience this cruelty, they will not stop until they want to. Possible. And this is the situation of Black Insect from the beginning of the war to now. The author, the player, sighed, then raised his head and looked toward the sky. The situation of this civilization has basically been settled. What we need to do next is let the leader recover the planet. And then we go to the next destination. Hearing this, the remaining players nodded. In this way, the players left the planet. As for the remaining group of people, the players also made clear arrangements for them. The subsequent operations were relatively simple. By the time the war fortress arrived in this area, the players had already left here. Immediately afterwards, the war fortress took in the planet. Although the planet occupied most of the space inside the war fortress after it entered the war fortress, it was not important. What matters is that the thing is in hand. The next schedule is very simple. Jiang Yao only needs to study the energy body outside the planet until she understands its secrets. At the same time, the players also arrived at the place where Yongyi and Taylor Wen were. There are signals here that they once sent to the entire universe, which means that many civilizations should have paid attention to this area so far. So players should be extremely careful when going to this area. But when they came here and saw the intact area, the players couldn't help but look at each other. What is going on? Why is it that after so many years, the situation here is still the same as when we left? Hearing this player's question, the people next to him shook their heads, expressing their ignorance. There is no reason. I remember that the signal they sent was very fast. After so many years, it should have traveled a long distance. Under such circumstances, no matter what, someone should have received it. It can't be that those civilizations have received it and have begun to take measures. But their methods have not reached here yet. I feel there is such a possibility. But I think besides this possibility, there is another possibility. Because they did not process the signal when they sent it. Which means that their signal can be regarded as a relatively advanced one to a certain extent. Even if some civilizations with lower technological levels than theirs receive signals of this level, they would not dare to attack them. Just like this, while everyone was still discussing the matter, an eyeworm player suddenly discovered that something seemed wrong. Brothers have a situation. There is a substance left in the space here that was not there before. From this, it can be recommended that a civilization must have been here. Hearing this, everyone looked at him one after another, and then asked, "A civilization has been here. Can you find the footprints they left?" Therefore, the eyeworm player shook his head. The other party's behavior was very covert, and did not leave much information. Everyone couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. It was obvious that the amount of information provided by this player was a little bit large. A civilization has already come here, but the other party is very careful to hide itself. And if a civilization really comes to search, then why does this place still remain as it was before? This is a question worth pondering. If inferred according to this logic, players do not rule out that the civilization that came here did this on purpose. He deliberately erased his own traces and restored the place to its original appearance. Naturally, he had his own purpose in doing so. As for what his purpose is, the players don't know. But through limited clues, the players can find the direction of inquiry. In this way, the players started searching in secret. After all, today's players can be regarded as experienced players. Once they find that something is wrong, their instinctive reaction is to hide themselves. So after discovering the situation here, the players immediately hid. and then let the highly concealed reconnaissance bugs explore the surrounding area and collect information. Although the opponent's operation was relatively secretive, after a period of searching, the players still found some clues. Then they finally found this civilization through the things they found. The technological level of this civilization is not low, and it is not much worse than that of the Empire. And they did not go far away from this civilization. They were hiding not far from this area, hiding themselves secretly. To put it simply, they were fishing for law enforcement. They should have been the first civilization to receive the news, and they came here in advance by virtue of their relatively strong technological advantages. After conducting a probe here, they found that there was no how much value, but anything can be used. For example, the signal sent here. This signal contains a lot of things, so there will always be some curious civilizations who come to investigate, and they can take the opportunity to obtain relevant information about this civilization, and then attack this civilization. So they lurk here and started fishing for law enforcement. During this period, many civilizations have been brutally murdered by them. Of course, not every civilization will send fleets to check, and a large number of them have adopted remote cleanup methods, because it is more cost-effective for them to clean up directly. But all these cleanups have been blocked by this civilization. Of course, they are blocking these attacks. In addition to protecting the target, they also have their own ideas. Through these attacks, they can determine the technological level of the opponent's civilization and the general direction of the attack. Through this information, they can find more civilizations. And when certain civilizations cleaned up this place, they suddenly found that it was still the same as before. They naturally know that there are other advanced civilizations here, but because they are already in the same light cone, they must come here to understand this civilization clearly. If the technological level of this civilization is weaker than theirs, they will consider sending them in advance. It's elimination. As long as they come to explore, they will naturally create opportunities for this civilization to find their lair. At the same time, through the weapons they launched previously, this civilization also knew very well that the other party's technological level was not as good as theirs. Under such circumstances, they met, and the result is self-evident. All in all, they used this trick, and they used it very smoothly. For this kind of civilization, the player's evaluation of them in their hearts is also very simple and crude. That is, they are old fools. Players think that this is probably not the first time such things have been done to this civilization. You need to be extremely cautious when fighting against such a civilization, especially now that the players are not in very good condition. And you need to be even more cautious. In this way, for the sake of safety, the players began to have a detailed understanding of the surroundings and their situation, trying to understand the general situation of the other party. In this way, about half a month has passed. During this half month, the players have been hiding in the dark, waiting for the information provided by the frontline investigators. The investigators did not disappoint them. The general situation of this civilization has been it was figured out. And when the players understood the situation of this civilization, they were also shocked, because this civilization was not a carbon-based life form. Likewise, they are not silicon-based life forms. They are energy beings. Regarding this form of life form, players only have a rough understanding of the situation through the introduction on the official website. And this is the first time they have encountered it in the game. Although void creatures are very similar to energy life forms, they are still fundamentally different from energy life forms. All in all, void creatures only have the characteristics of energy life forms, but their essence is not energy life forms, but other vital signs. Of course, for this kind of special creature, players also know that their combat methods and combat capabilities are definitely not ordinary. Moreover, unlike some technological civilizations that rely on battleships, these creatures, like the players, rely more on themselves. Strength. Chapter 466, Fighting with Energy Creatures. This is the first time players have seen this kind of energy creature, so they are very cautious about their battle plan. Brothers, I have told you the general situation. What needs to be discussed now is how to deal with this group of enemies. At this time, in the virtual conference room, players are gathering together to discuss combat plans against energy creatures, because this creature is too special, and no one knows its basic situation. It is unwise to start a war rashly under such circumstances. So after discussion with the players, he decided to call everyone in his guild together. Let's brainstorm together. At this time, everyone is discussing this enemy. According to what Xinyu and the others said, I think this creature should also be a cosmic creature. Maybe you can get crystals by killing them. This player said, And the other person nodded. It goes without saying that this must be a cosmic creature. You must know that we were able to obtain crystals when we killed aliens. Although we killed alien bosses, this kind of creature is obviously a level higher than aliens. And look at them, it looks like it's crystallized. By the way, Xianyu, do you know the total number of those creatures? After hearing everyone's questions, Xianyu also explained what he had learned so far. We have discovered a total of over 40,000 of them so far. There should be many more that we have not discovered. But we estimate that the number there will not exceed 60,000. But we don't know the specific situation of their group. It's possible that the ones here are just the vanguard team, and his large army may be wretched somewhere. So after taking this factor into account, we don't know much about their specific situation. After hearing the salted fish novel, everyone fell into deep thought. If that's the case, we have to consider their hidden numbers. Judging from the current situation on Xianyu's side, they have no chance of winning against this wave. Yes, although Xianyu and the others are elite troops, their numbers are too small. There is only one solution for now, and that is for us to send troops out for reinforcements. However, considering safety, the group of soldiers we sent out will not be able to come back after joining them. That is to say, this batch of soldiers will also join the free arms. So what we have to do now is to figure out the specific benefits of these creatures. If the benefits are relatively low, the soldiers we send out will be at a huge loss. If the benefits are high enough, then things will be easier to handle. After hearing what this player said, Todo said, indeed, this is the most important thing. Although we have discovered them, we don't dare to attack them now. Because once we attack them, we will be exposed, and they will definitely be on guard. If such a situation occurs, it will be quite troublesome for us to fight him. So what we can do now is to hide ourselves, and then know their approximate numbers and nothing else. After he finished speaking, Xianyu added, not only are we unable to determine what they dropped, but we are also unable to determine their strength. So now their only value to us is that they may drop crystals. But this is only possible. Whether they will drop crystals or not will only be known after the actual battle. It is undoubtedly a gamble. If the bet wins, then we will make a lot of money. If the bet loses, we will lose nothing. After hearing this, everyone also understood what was the biggest obstacle to this operation. When we encounter them, there may be groups behind them, or there may be more. So the number of troops we send will start at least 40,000 to 50,000. With such a large amount, the capital investment alone is a huge expense. In addition, we are not sure whether the other party can really explode crystals. And we are not sure what the other party's combat effectiveness is. If the opponent's combat effectiveness is weak, then everything is easy to say. But if the opponent's combat effectiveness is stronger and does not send us out, these 450,000 to 50,000 yuan will be for nothing, and even our elite troops may be sent away together. Yes, this is the most troublesome problem we are facing now. Brothers, this is a gamble. If there was no Starry Sky Beast layer, our operation would be simple. But because of the Starry Sky Beast, it would be a little more complicated for us to do it. Players are also talking about this matter. Because of this action, their investment rate was very high, but the rate of return was certain. So players were extremely cautious about this incident. Compared with the previous attacks, the players could see benefits, but this time, there was no benefit at all. So after some discussion, the players decided to send 50,000 troops. And most of the evolutionary stages of these arms were wandering around the second and third stages. It's really not worthwhile to send those who are too advanced in evolution, because once they come into contact with the escape team, they will not be able to return to the insect nest even if they win in the end. These support troops can only follow the wandering troops and wander around in the universe together. Compared with elite units, these units that have joined the universe will suffer a very high loss rate once they enter into battle with other civilizations, and they will not receive timely supplies, and their continuous combat capabilities will be relatively poor. Under such circumstances, these arms are most likely to be given free of charge, because the basic attributes of elite units are high enough. After completing a battle, their remaining energy may be able to support the second battle, or support them to find enough energy. This is the gap between the two. So this wave of players can be said to have spent a lot of money. But after all, so many resources have been invested in it. So the players also planned very carefully for the later operations. First of all, players estimated the number of enemies to be around 200,000. The combat plan they formulated was also a combat plan against about 200,000 enemies. Among the support troops they sent out, Some were production units, such as a swarm of insect hosts. First, they need to carry out repairs in a nearby galaxy, so that these production units can produce enough cannon fodder bugs. After these cannon fodder bugs reach a certain scale, they will take the lead in launching the first wave of attacks on the energy creatures. When the energy creatures fight, the main force of the players will come out to conduct a surprise attack. In this case, the first round of attacks will be carried out. When fighting, players can minimize losses as much as possible. In this way, after determining the general idea, the players began to prepare. And Jiang Yao was naturally paying close attention to this matter. After all, what he lacks most now is the resource of crystals. If these energy beings can really produce crystals, then he will no longer need to worry about crystals. Therefore, Jiang Yao is also paying close attention to this battle. And if it is confirmed that those creatures can really drop crystals, Jiang Yao may take a risk and drive directly to the insect nest. Although after doing this, the insect nest is very likely to be targeted by the starry sky behemoth. But it doesn't matter to Jiang Yao if he is targeted, because the crystals of that magnitude are enough to make the soldiers under his player's hand more powerful. Evolved. By that time, he will not be afraid even if the Death Star Sky Beast comes. The only thing you worry about now is that once the players evolve to that level, you will probably choose to attack the civilization hiding in the dark. And how you respond is the key. However, he cannot consider these issues for the time being, because he will only consider these issues after the players are at a major disadvantage in the battle. Just like that. 2 months later, Jiang Yao used the insect nest to send the players to a certain galaxy and then left. After Jiang Yao left, the players immediately gathered here and began to use insect swarm hosts and other units with production capabilities to explode troops here. The whole process is relatively simple for the players to operate. Soon the players will have units of a certain size. After having the units, the next thing will be easier to handle. The players took this wave of troops to join the other members of the wandering team. After the players gathered together, they discussed the general combat plan and immediately started taking action. First, the little bugs swarm towards the area where life is lurking, while the large army of players sneaks around to their rear and begins to wait for the opponent to fight. In this way, as time goes by, the cannon fodder bugs are getting closer and closer to the location of the energy creatures. And the energy creatures naturally discover them. Seeing that the other party was unkind, they immediately attacked the cannon fodder bugs. And only at this moment did the players know what the specific situation of these creatures was. The strength of these creatures is actually quite good. Each of them has an unevolved flying dragon. Of course, this strength refers to attack power here. As for defense, because they are energy bodies, ordinary physical attacks will cause minimal damage to them. If you want to cause direct damage to them, you have to use the damage caused by soldiers such as Devourers to be more effective. Fortunately, players have already considered this. So the number of Devourers they carry among the units in this battle plan is actually quite large. Therefore, the players did not worry about the output. After all, the attention of this race was attracted by the bugs in front. The players' large forces immediately launched an attack on them. In addition to the large forces, the players also start taking cover in their respective positions. The main purpose of these hidden things is to track the fleeing energy beings and see if they can find their lair. In this way, everything is going according to the player's plan. In the battlefield, densely packed bugs were seen fighting with these energy creatures. Every time these energy creatures attacked, a cannon fodder bug would die. If a cannon fodder insect wants to kill an energy creature, they need to pay hundreds or even thousands of times the price to complete this task. Of course, it doesn't matter to them whether they can kill these creatures, because their main purpose is to be cannon fodder. To the players, it doesn't matter how many of these little free bugs die. Just like this, watching the battle between the two sides enter a fierce stage, the players saw that there were no energy creatures coming to support from other areas. It was basically certain that there was only this wave of energy creatures in this area. After confirming this matter, the players immediately began to attack the energy life. And when the energy beings who were fighting the bugs discovered the sudden appearance of a large army of players, they also realized that the situation was not good. As the attack began, the energy beings were attacking at extremely fast speeds under the attack of the bugs and the players. The speed decreases. After the battle, the players also have a clear understanding of these energy creatures. First of all, the situation of these energy creatures is similar to that of the insect swarm. Different energy creatures have different strengths. And the most important thing is that they are immune to most energy damage. And physical damage has little effect on them. So the strength of this kind of creature must take into account its talents. In general, after the player's summary, they believe that if these creatures are not against the insect swarm, they will be against other civilizations in the universe. So even if the technological level of this civilization is much higher than theirs, there is still no benefit, because most civilizations in the universe now, except for the Zerg, basically use energy damage as their attack methods. They basically don't have this kind of attack method of the insect devourer. The main reason why the insect swarm can have such attack methods is due to fighting void creatures in another universe. The characteristics of these energy creatures are similar to those of void creatures. Just like the previous battle where the void creatures came to this universe and fought against the Empire. The damage caused by the void creatures was simply a scratch to the Empire's civilized flagship. However, the Empire's civilized flagship has been dealing with the void creatures for so long. The reason is that because of its characteristics, the Empire's attacks cause very little damage. Players have an advantage when fighting void creatures, mainly because corruptors have agent bonuses against void creatures, and corruptors who have undergone systematic evolution have a higher bonus. Although players do not have special bonuses for this kind of energy life form, even if they do not receive bonuses, they will not be able to withstand real damage from players for long. While this creature is immune to most attacks, it also has fatal flaws. That is, its basic attributes are not high. To put it simply, if the damage caused by the enemy to it is not completely effective, it can withstand it for a long time. But once the enemy has the ability to cause full damage to him, it will not be able to sustain a few shots. For these reasons, as soon as the main force of the players fought against these energy creatures, the number of these energy creatures began to decrease significantly. Chapter 467. The battle is over. Naturally, during the fight, the players also discovered this characteristic of the other party. Brothers, our thunder beasts are in the front to take the damage, and the corruptors are in the back to spray us. The player then added, as for the mutant dragons, your output basically has little effect on them. Instead of continuing to output, it is of little significance. You and the thunder beasts will go together and take turns shouldering the damage in the whole row. This wave of main attacks will be given to the corruptors. Okay, what's going on over there now? I worm? Because everything is normal within 1 light year. After saying this, the Yi Song player thought for a moment and then asked, you were fighting on the front line. Did you encounter any enemy invisible reconnaissance units? After hearing this I worm player's question, a player on the front line replied, I haven't found it. But the enemy's situation is very similar to ours. They also have different divisions of arms. I have briefly counted the arms we are fighting against. Total there are 5 kinds. These 5 types correspond to output: line resistance, roaming, logistics and reconnaissance. Energy beings responsible for different divisions of labor have different talents and attack modes. So it is not ruled out that they will have invisible reconnaissance units. All in all, it's okay for you to continue to observe. Even if the opponent has invisible units, a few invisible units won't be in the way. In this way, the players continued to communicate and fight. As time went by, the number of these energy creatures began to gradually decrease. As the number of energy decreased, players also launched a charge against them. Brothers have shipped. Take a look at these energy creatures. After they burp, the energy in them will gradually dissipate, and finally form a small crystal. Holy crap! It's crystal that responds well to this energy. This is a wonderful wave. An energy creature can drop at least 1 unit of crystals. And there are tens of thousands of units of crystals here. And some of the more powerful energy creatures can drop 2 to 3 units. It seems we made the right bet this time. In this way, brothers, we will move forward. And those who are injured will be responsible for following behind to clean up the battlefield. After you have recovered from your injuries, you will go to the front line to take care of your injuries. The player then added, because we don't know exactly what the enemy's situation is in this wave. So we have to count in this wave, so that the data attack and the collection of loot can be operated together. If we do it this way, even if they have support troops to attack suddenly, we can take away the loot. Hearing what this player said, everyone agreed. It's okay. Just do it. As long as we take away the loot, it won't be a loss even if something goes wrong in the end. Where are the King Insect players? We have just prepared to pick them up from a safe distance from the players. Once we have collected enough resources, we will transport them over. Receive it. We'll send it to you where we want to go, and you can transport it directly here. No problem. In this way, players push forward while the players behind are responsible for collecting resources. As the battle progresses, the defeat of the energy creatures has been decided. And in this struggle, Players also discovered that although the damage caused by the insect swarm to the energy creatures, similar to the Thunder Beast, is limited, their ability to withstand injuries is limited, but extremely ferocious. Because players have discovered that although energy creatures are fundamentally different from void creatures in many ways, their attacks are very similar to void creatures. And many of the functions evolved by the Zerg for void creatures are also applicable to them. This is also a typical example of one thing defeating another. For many formations of conventional civilizations in the universe, their attack methods can only rely on their own attributes to resist damage. Therefore, for the Zerg, their combat effectiveness is 100%. But compared to the void creatures, their combat effectiveness may be 50%, which is considered to be more targeted. But when the Zerg fight against the void creatures, the Zerg can exert 100% damage, while the damage caused by the void creatures or these energy creatures to the Zerg is extremely limited. If the Zerg fought against other ordinary civilizations in the universe in the previous universe, then the Zerg's cultural direction might be to specialize in taking damage from these ordinary civilizations. But it is a pity that the Zerg is targeting void creatures. In short, with the addition of void creatures, and the existence of some special energy creatures in the universe itself, the pattern of the entire cosmic civilization is a bit similar to a tripod. Several different races pull against each other and restrain each other. At this time in the battlefield, players looking at the dwindling number of energy creatures knew that this wave of battles would end in victory. Although the overall benefits of this wave of battles were not as good as their investment. But this is not important to them, because the effect of killing these creatures is basically the same as killing the Starry Sky Beast. And the prerequisite for them to trigger that mission is to obtain enough crystals. This wave is over. The crystals they obtained after that were completely sufficient, as long as the mission is launched by then. All their current investments will be recouped, and they will also make a lot of money. In fact, Jiangyao was a little surprised to encounter this kind of creature this time. After all, in the universe, the number of such creatures is extremely rare. Compared to the behemoths in the starry sky, their number is not much greater. But the difficulty of finding them is much greater than that of the behemoths in the starry sky, because most of these creatures belong to intelligent races, and they know how to hide himself. Obscene development. Meeting each other under such circumstances really just depends on luck, because their gameplay is basically the same as Jiangyao's gameplay. When encountering a powerful civilization, they would stay away and develop slowly, waiting until they have sufficient strength before returning to trouble them. When encountering a civilization weaker than themselves, they would directly eliminate it to obtain its resources. Therefore, unless you are lucky enough to discover a civilization of this level, if you encounter it, it must be when the other party is stronger than you. The Starry Sky Beast is different. No matter what they do, every attack caused by the Starry Sky Beast is very loud. And if you are not far away from him, you have a chance to catch him. However, compared to energy life forms, which need to develop slowly, different Starry Sky Behemoths have very powerful strength as long as they reach adulthood. So under normal circumstances, when you find it, you will avoid it instead of talking about it. Take the initiative to attack. After all, other civilizations in the universe are not like Jiangyao, who can use crystals to create more powerful creatures. For these civilizations, the functions of crystals and ores are basically the same, except that the energy content of crystals is higher. However, paying such a heavy price for such a small amount of energy is not worth it for many civilizations. After all, the total amount of matter in the universe is limited, and the total amount of resources that each civilization can obtain from its development to its demise is also limited. How to reasonably allocate this total amount of resources is the most critical. Races with very strong reproductive capabilities, such as insect swarms or void creatures, can develop disorderly. This is why these two races were able to dominate the entire universe in the end. After all, as long as the number base increases, the total amount they obtain will also increase. Compared with other intelligent life forms, they have strong reproductive capabilities and low reproductive costs, which are absolute advantages. If other civilizations want to develop crazily, they need enough equipment and people. But the insect swarm is different. Their number explodes very quickly. Secondly, every insect can be understood as a tool. In fact, the gap can be understood with a very simple metaphor. If your civilization currently has 1 million people and is mining, one galaxy requires at least 500,000 people. After you discover 2 galaxies and start preparations, you will need a lot of time. The first is the production of warships, followed by the production of maintenance equipment, production of transportation equipment, and the establishment of space stations in mining areas, and many other tedious processes. Of course, you have to expand your population to improve mining efficiency. Generally speaking, there are many steps in a process. Although as an advanced civilization, you have a very fast production speed and division of labor, which can greatly speed up the mining process. Great efficiency. But even so, your efficiency is too slow compared to the insect swarm. Because once you find 2 places, you now have 1 million insects, and they can start working immediately. These bugs can also perform tasks such as ore processing, transportation, or mining, etc. So this will lead to a situation. That is, by the time ordinary civilization has completed all the preparation work, the insect swarm may have dug out the area and left. And the efficiency of development in the universe determines everything. For example, now, you and the swarm are in the same light cone. There are only 100 resources in this light cone. After you have mined 2 or 3 resources, the Zerg may have mined 20 or 30 resources. The huge gap in resource acquisition makes the strength of the 2 races very different. Under such circumstances, theoretically, within this light cone, you can collect a total of 10 resources, and the insect swarm can collect 90 resources. But this is just a theory. And in fact, after you collect 2 or 3 places, the insect swarm will come over and eliminate you. And the remaining 97 resources belong to the swarm. This is the gap between races. Whether it is the efficiency of collecting resources or other factors. Species with innate advantages, like the insect swarm, develop much faster than ordinary people. And their ability to resist risks is also very strong. As long as there is one insect nest, it is only a matter of time for him to make a comeback. If it is quick, he may be able to return to his previous state in a few years. If it is slow, it can take up to 10 years at most. However, for some other civilizations, if a spaceship escapes and they want to rebuild their civilization, it will take a huge amount of time. And it is also because of this reason that Jiangyao was able to develop the Zerg to this point in such a short period of time. For the swarm to develop, it does not need to research technology from scratch, because its technology has already been recorded in the DNA. It only needs to produce different buildings through different arms. And then, the technology can be obtained immediately. Among them, the only thing that can hinder the development of the Zerg is basic resources and special resources. The displacement of basic resources in this universe is very high. So although it is difficult to find them, it is not difficult. Then, there are the special resources. Special resources like crystals are relatively rare in this universe. Jiangyao has not obtained many since his development. But this time, the crystals obtained by Jiangyao can be called for massive amounts. With these crystals, the biggest problem it faces will be solved. And the most important thing is that he initially considered that the crystals were too precious, and could not specifically emphasize the value of this thing in front of players. Since doing this will cause players in the later stage to try their best to find crystals when evolving and exploding troops. There is also an advantage to doing so. That is, now that a large number of crystals have been discovered, these precious resources are just normal ores worth a little money in the eyes of players. So they will not hesitate to give these things to themselves and exchange them for them. Integral. So her hard work finally paid off. And Jiangyao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she thought about it. He said that the reason why he worked so hard in the past was not just for today's situation. At this time, as time passed, the battle finally came to an end. In this battle, only about 20% of these energy creatures escaped, and the rest were all destroyed by the players. Then it was time to clean up the battlefield. And through this time, the players made a simple post-war summary. Although this creature is relatively powerful in all aspects, it has a big flaw. That is, its endurance is not strong. The player then added, in the later stages of the battle, many other units became weak. If it weren't for some special energy bodies among them to provide them with energy supplements, I estimate that they would have failed in the middle of this battle. But their advantage is also very obvious. That is, the energy replenishment speed is very fast. After hearing what this player said, one of them seemed to have thought of something. So he asked, by the way, what's going on over there with the eye worm? Have you tracked the group that escaped? After hearing the player's questions, the tracking Euglena player said in the message, we are already tracking. But their speed is somewhat fast. The low-level Euglena can't keep up at all. Now it's all the high-level Euglena that are following them. The situation is probably understood here. You guys should keep an eye on it. I feel like they might want to go back to their old nest. If they can find their nest, it would be great. By the way, the king insect can make arrangements for us. Resources have been shipped one after another. Our delivery efficiency is relatively low. Your overlord insects can send some of them over to assist us. No problem. We'll make arrangements right away. Chapter 468 Energy Life begins to take action. In this way, while the players were communicating, they cleaned the battlefield in an orderly manner. And this time the crystals they obtained were naturally stored in a relatively safe place. And then Feng Sheng went to the insect nest and came back to take them away. After they settled all these trivial matters, everyone gathered together again to discuss the follow-up operations. Because the eyeworms tracking those creatures found that they stopped about 3 light years away from the players. And it seemed that they were waiting for something. The players were mainly discussing this incident. Because these energy creatures suddenly stopped. And the players were not sure what the situation was. Their tracking eyeworm was discovered. So these energy creatures, whether the creature is ready to stay here and wait to die, or for some other reason, no one knows. It should be impossible to be discovered. When we track them, we use eyeworms with invisible capabilities. And the distance is also very far. Under such circumstances, if they can still find us, then their technological level or their strength is definitely more than that. The eyeworm player then added, so based on the above situation, I guess the reason why they stopped here is most likely waiting for other people in their group to come over. In my tracking during this period, we found that these energy beings are very careful. They chose various detours when leaving. But it wouldn't take much time to get to where they are now. But they took at least 2 to 3 times the detour. Hearing this player speak Chinese, he fell into deep thought. This race itself is very slippery. If they are still so careful, it will be quite difficult for us to dig out his lair next. The only way is to never expose the invisible eye bugs to them. Otherwise, when they know that our troops have this ability, I guess there is a high probability that these energy beings outside will never come home. Brothers, let's not go too far. Let's discuss what to do next. Because we can't rule out that they are staying here to wait for foreign aid. If that's the case, do we need to make arrangements in advance to catch them off guard when their foreign aid arrives? In response to this player's question, everyone nodded in agreement. This arrangement must be arranged for them. Well, there is a meteorite belt in the area where they are now. That is the best place for us to ambush. Because the situation over there in the meteorite belt is more complicated. If they want to detect us, it will be difficult for them to bring out the hidden talents of our Zerg race. Under such circumstances, it will be even more difficult for them to find us. Then I think we can discuss how we should arrange them. Otherwise, we should adopt the same routine as before. I think our previous operation was very nice. This is definitely not okay. I've been fooled once. Do you still expect me to be fooled a second time? The player then added, the purpose of these energy creatures stopping here now is to spread out their positions to prevent what happened before from happening again. But this time, while the players were still discussing, it was on the side of the energy creatures. Because this time the players' sudden attack caught them off guard. Although they suffered heavy losses this time. For the entire group, these losses were within an acceptable range. And when they came here, it was because they found the signal sent by Taylor and the Yongye civilization at that time in the universe. After receiving the signal, they guessed that other civilizations would come to explore here one after another. So after thinking about it, they sent part of their troops to wait for the fish to take the bait. Just as they thought from the beginning. This place was attacked by 2 civilizations from a distance. But with them here, the attack would definitely not come here. They stopped these 2 rounds of attacks because their actions made the 2 civilizations in the dark curious about this place. So they sent a spaceship to understand the situation here. And the energy creatures followed their spacecraft. The nests of these 2 civilizations were found and cleaned up. It was also because of the success of this cleanup plan that they sent a small team here. As a result, who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing soon after arriving here? And the most important thing is that the other party actually ambushed so many troops without his knowledge. I don't know that as energy creatures. They are naturally stronger in perception. But under such circumstances, they still let others take the blame. This makes the energy creature group have to take a closer look at this race. Chief, these creatures have the same complete individual combat capabilities as us. But the difference with us is that we are non-living entities. And they are biological entities. At this time, through thinking connection, I saw many energy organisms that had fought before gathered together to discuss this matter. But compared to the organisms we know, they are obviously much stronger. And through previous battles we have discovered that the damage caused by our attacks to them is not as high as imagined. Judging from the situation, it should be the layer of armor on their bodies can protect them from our attacks to a certain extent. And there are several types of arms among them that can cause great harm to us. We have never heard of this situation. And now that they have discovered us, the battle between the two races is inevitable. So we must come up with countermeasures against them as soon as possible. After hearing his words, the leader nodded. Indeed, our top priority now is to find out their weaknesses. But compared to finding out their weaknesses, what we need to care about now is the situation of their group. How many or how small are they composed? Compared with our group, who is larger in size? What is the reproduction method of their group? Their growth cycle and other factors that will affect the direction of the war. We all need to take into account. After hearing the leader's words, his subordinates all nodded. Chief, you are right. In the next battle, it is necessary to understand their basic information. The energy life form changed the subject and continued. But instead of understanding their situation, Chief, we need to know our next plan more now. Our team suffered heavy losses in their attack, and the surviving members are now located 3 light years away from them. And now they need your next instructions. After hearing what his men said, the leader thought for a moment and then asked, did that race send troops to follow them when they fled? Hearing his words, his subordinates replied, at first, the enemy sent several troops to follow them. But because we were faster than them, they lost track. In the process of escaping, our tribesmen took a long detour, so they should have gotten rid of each other. After speaking, his subordinates did not forget to add, of course, this is normal. After all, compared to known creatures or civilizations in the universe, we will not leave any traces when we make jumps or other high-speed movements. So as long as our speed is fast and the enemy's tracking units are fast, it will be easy to get rid of them. After hearing what his men said, the leader fell into deep thought for a long time and then slowly spoke. Let them stay there, and maybe we'll give them up if necessary. When he heard the leader's words, his subordinates were a little confused, but soon he thought of something. Chief, do you suspect that they did not get rid of the enemy? After hearing what his men said, the leader nodded. Judging from the information we have, our soldiers have indeed gotten rid of the enemy. But nothing is absolute. Who can guarantee that they have truly gotten rid of the enemy? Rather than the enemy deliberately letting them, what about the ones that were thrown away? Through the previous battles, you must have seen that the enemy's strength is much higher than ours. This also means that we don't know what means the enemy has. Under such circumstances, all we can do is speculate based on our own knowledge and experience. But such speculation is inaccurate and blind. Take escape as an example. The enemy's technology is higher than ours. Under such circumstances, we can think of escaping. But they can't. The speed we can possess. Can't we? Can't they have it? Perhaps they are faster than us and have more incredible means than us. Under such circumstances, they deliberately let us go. So what is their purpose? Hearing this, his subordinates suddenly realized. You don't rule out that the other party did this on purpose. And their purpose of doing this is most likely to find our home. Hearing this, the leader nodded and then continued. If my inference is correct, then the enemy's eyes should be everywhere near those soldiers. And the enemy is watching their every move. If this is really the case, our next actions will be very risky. The first action is to let them come back here. And the second action is to send troops to support them. There is no need to say more when we get back here. If we send troops to support them, the enemy will definitely ambush there in advance. Having said this, the leader looked at everyone. Although these are all speculations on my part, the possibility of it happening is very high. Of course, I don't rule out the possibility that all of this is just my overthinking. But everyone should be aware that now that we and them have entered the same light cone, our battle with them is inevitable. The development cycle of our energy life forms is very long, and the step-by-step purification of energy requires a long process. Under such circumstances, we have encountered a powerful enemy. This enemy is very cunning. We know very little information about them. The most critical information is who is faster in terms of their evolution speed and ours. When we discuss this issue, there are only 2 paths in front of us. The first path is for us to hide and continue to evolve. After we have evolved to a certain level, we can then go find them. But this path requires taking a very large unknown risk. That is, who is faster in the evolution speed of the other party than us? If their evolution speed is faster than ours, they will become even more advanced when they meet next time. Powerful. So this path is not feasible, because this path is unknown and carries great risks. And it would be foolish to choose an unknown path that carries great risks. At this point the leader paused and continued. With this path eliminated, there is only one path left before us, and that is to fight them now. Although they are powerful, they are not invincible. They are most likely to be the weakest when we face them now. So now is undoubtedly the best time for us to attack. Because we only need to kill them now. Then we don't need to worry about their future. Go worry. Although there is a gap between us and them now. This gap is not irreparable. We can make up this gap with quantity. As he spoke, the leader made a decision. Next we need to do my thing and split more tribesmen. At the same time, we need to send an expeditionary army to search the area where they are located. If I guess correctly, their vanguard force should be hiding somewhere in that galaxy. What we have to do now is to find that vanguard force and eliminate them. After the plan was determined in this way, the group of energy life forms became active. This time, they sent a total of 300,000 energy beings to the area where they were located. Although the total number of players' chaotic units is only 50,000, the energy creatures still decided to deal with this number of players with considerable strength. No matter whether the enemy is weak or strong, they must face it with absolute strength. This is the principle of their civilization. They will not underestimate any civilization. After all, none of the civilizations that can survive in the cracks of the universe and develop to this day are simple. At this time, the players naturally don't know how to operate energy creatures. Now they are focusing on producing cannon fodder bugs and monitoring, and adding a group of escaped energy creatures. Just like this, a month passed while waiting. This galaxy has been unusually quiet this month. Players are hiding in the dark and observing those energy life forms. However, those energy life forms have not made any movement compared to a month ago. They are just floating quietly in the universe. Chapter 469. Brothers, there's been no movement from the other side for a month. I'm afraid they've given up resistance. A player couldn't help complaining as he looked at the energy creature that was still motionless. It's hard to say. After all, we don't know what these creatures are thinking. The player then added, but I always feel that things are not as simple as we think. The strength of this civilization can at least be ranked in the middle and upper reaches in the universe. For a civilization with such strength, every move they make has a profound meaning. Now that we don't understand their operations, it doesn't mean they don't have any actions. Or this player thought about it for a while, and then said, the current situation. I don't know why it always gives me the illusion of calm before the storm. Hearing his words, a player next to him shook his head. You don't need to worry about this at all. Because we have also spread a lot of eyeworms around. Because we can detect any disturbance. So even if they come for a sneak attack, we have enough time to prepare. At this time, when the two of them were still writing two pieces, people from the outside noticed that something was wrong. Brothers, when these energy creatures appeared in his detection range, several players immediately wanted to spread the situation. But this time he obviously underestimated the opponent's speed. Before he could finish his words, he was instantly killed by the enemy. The whole process took less than a second. And what surprised the player most was that the opponent also had super high hiding methods and was able to escape his detection. When he discovered the enemy, the opponent was already very close to him. At this distance, if the opponent suddenly launched an attack, he would have no time to react. At this time, the energy creatures that succeeded in one attack continued to advance towards the area where the players were. This time their plan was very simple. That is to use your speed advantage to sneak into the hinterland of the players. The entire operation process is also very simple. First of all, because they are energy bodies, their concealment is no worse than that of the insect swarm. Using this concealment, they first pass through the reconnaissance units that approach the insect swarm bit by bit, to judge the distance from which the other party detects them. Once the distance at which the other party detects them is determined, the next thing will be easier to handle. They can strike at enemy reconnaissance forces from a safe distance. The advantage of this operation is that they have already eliminated the enemy before they discover them. Although these investigative units will definitely attract the attention of that ethnic group after they burp. But this will take time, compared with them directly passing on the information. The time required for this method will undoubtedly be greatly increased. This time difference was a good time for them to attack. After solving the first target on this route, they continued to advance and soon discovered the second target. Because the first target has already made them clear about the opponent's detection distance, it is very simple for them to clear the second target. That is, keep a safe distance and attack directly. This kind of routine is feasible because their attack speed is very fast. Not only to pass the message, but also to say that many times the opponent is directly killed before they can react. Just as they were moving, the group of energy creatures located 3 light years away from the players also began to move. The main purpose of their movement was to attract the players' attention and let the players focus on them. Create favorable offensive conditions for the troops in the rear. Such a routine is undoubtedly feasible. And of course, they have achieved very good results. But when they are approaching the players at extremely fast speeds in this way, what they don't know is that they are killing them. In the first place, players have already exposed their routines in front of the players. Although their routine is effective for most civilizations in the universe, they will pluck out the other party's eyes before the other party can pass on the message. And only their species can use this routine. But everything has exceptions. And players are this exception. There are no flaws in their overall operation, including the players, who were instantly killed. They were basically in a state of confusion. That is, when they sensed movement around them, the opponent's attack had already reached them. This efficiency was very high. And according to the narratives of the dead players, these creatures were very fast when attacking. After the first point was solved, they quickly appeared at the second point. According to the players' calculations, according to their progress, it only takes 10 minutes for them to fly to the hinterland of the players. The message is cut off, and the other party only has 10 minutes to find out this matter. This is a challenge for any civilization, because under normal circumstances, this kind of reconnaissance-type troops are located far away from the large forces. Under such circumstances, the reconnaissance troops disappear inexplicably, and it is impossible for the large forces to mobilize troops. Because he didn't know the opponent's situation yet, they would definitely send other warships over to check the situation at this time. But the problem lies precisely here, because at this speed of advancement, it only takes them 10 minutes to reach their destination. And no one knows how long it will take for the dispatched warships to arrive here. But it will definitely take longer than this. Which means that even if they send ships to explore, they won't find any valuable information here. Because after they all discover these things, they may have already arrived at the city. The opponent's defense mode is long distance, which means casting a net over a large area. It is very easy for them to avoid detection by casting a long distance net. Even if they cover this long distance, it is useless. Because of their special body structure, they cannot detect it in a large area. In other words, even if they enter their detection circle, they will detect on the periphery or in the middle circle. They will never find themselves. To put it simply, for them, they have covered the entire perimeter. But for themselves, their coverage circle is as full of holes as a fishing net. And it is easy for them to get in. Only when they reach the innermost inner circle did they need to use this method to clear out the reconnaissance units in the densely populated areas of the inner circle. But they are all in the inner circle, which means they are very close to the enemy's home base. After arriving at this position, while they were sniping, their reconnaissance units on the other side would also be spread out. They began to find the enemy's lair as quickly as possible. And then the large force directly killed them. The whole process took a very short time. After all, the range was so small, the enemy can detect them sensitively. And they can also faintly pick out the enemy. At this stage, when the enemy discovers them and prepares them, the usual time of 10 minutes is completely insufficient. Of course, special circumstances like the insect swarm are not included. But they have chosen a more careful strategy for the players. Just break through the inner circle, and then look for it. And this also has the scene where the players were sniped just now. Logically speaking, when they reach this range, they have already begun to cast their net. But this time, they are uncharacteristically for this reason. Of course, the risk of doing this is that the entire sniping time will be extended. And it is very likely that some of the units on the front line that are being sniped will be found to be on alert. So this time, they were purely racing against time. But they knew that area very well. So they had sorted out all the hiding places in that area before setting off. So they just need to look for those places and that's it. But it's a pity that they miscalculated this time. Under normal circumstances, their routine is feasible. If there are no accidents, the players will probably not react until they reach the city. Because if the insect swarm encounters such a situation, they want to transmit information or their sensitivity to information is not that high. So they may succeed. But the players are different. When the first player found something strange and died, the chat group of players immediately exploded. Brothers, something big happened. When I was standing guard just now, I suddenly noticed a strange energy. And then I was knocked out. Made. That has cost me more than 1 million yuan since then. It's amazing. My mentality is broken when I step on a horse. It's more than 1 million. At this time, there was a cry in the chat group. And the players immediately stepped forward to ask what happened. Through the player's narration, the players immediately guessed that it might be an energy life form. And then, the eyeworm, who was only stunned, also went offline, and talked about his experience in the chat group. This is enough. 2 of them were killed in a row, and the enemy had sneaked into the hinterland without them noticing. Ever since, players who learned the news went online and spread the news in the game. The entire player group was shocked. They never expected that these energy creatures actually had this ability. And this is also the main reason for the failure of energy creatures, compared with other normal civilizations. There are 2 channels for players to transmit information. The first one is the normal transmission in the game. The second is the chat group outside the game, which means that even if players are suddenly kidnapped in the game, it will be fine, because players can tell other people in the group about their situations and encounters outside. And those people can go online immediately and spread the news to the players who are playing the game. So the news will be known to the entire player group in less than a minute. At this time, the players immediately began to discuss this matter. There's something about these energy creatures. They've managed to sneak into this distance without anyone noticing. Don't talk about these things for now. The situation is quite urgent now. What should we do next? Why don't we arrange a wave of them properly? I guess they want to launch a surprise attack on us. What are we going to do this time? Since they want to make a surprise attack on us, we will follow their wishes and do the same as the last wave. We will take out ordinary bugs to deal with the damage, and then use eyeworms to copy some fake bugs to make up the number. And then the large troops should first withdraw to a certain distance. After hearing what this player said, everyone immediately understood what he was thinking, and they immediately started taking action without any hesitation. At this time, while the players were still preparing, the energy creatures were quickly moving towards them. The leader has found them. After receiving the news, the leader's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to ask about the other party's situation. Are you sure it's the opponent's large force? Seeing the leader's inquiry, his subordinates quickly said, basically, it has been determined that they are a large force, because through previous battles, we also have a certain understanding of their team distribution. First of all, there are some very small individuals among them that serve as cannon fodder. During the previous battles, they gave priority to sending such small individuals to act as cannon fodder to fight with us. After we entered into combat with their small cannon fodder, their large troops came from behind. So the main attacking units of the opponent were those large individuals. We found that there are not only small individuals in their lair, but also large individuals. And the number is very large. From this, we can infer that their gathering place is here, and they have not noticed that we have arrived. Hearing this, the leader naturally knew that this was the best time for them to attack. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the entire army to speed up. At that moment, countless streams of light were seen flying by, and their targets were directed at the gathering place of the players. After letting them appear here, the leader immediately ordered an attack on them, and then found that their followers immediately began to commotion, and saw countless small insects flying towards them, but in a huge number due to the gap. These insects suffered heavy casualties. Their defensive units took a lot of damage in the front row, while the output units in the rear seized this opportunity to clean up the opponent crazily. In this way, the battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. But within the first few seconds of the battle, they realized something was wrong. Because after the little bug is killed, his death method is completely different from that of the big bugs. The small bug dies normally, but after the big bug dies, it instantly dissipates into the universe. Such a scene was obviously not in line with the way this group died. And at this moment, the leader suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Immediately afterwards, countless insect swarms appeared behind them, and launched a fierce attack on the output units behind them. The leader who saw this scene didn't know that they had been fooled, because in front of them, defensive combat units are taking damage, and behind them, there are no defensive units at all, which means that some of their fragile attacking units will directly bear the swarms of insects. Heavy artillery fire. Chapter 470, Energy Creatures Retreat. At this time, even if the energy creatures know that they have been attacked, there is nothing they can do because the player's attack has already begun. In just the first round of fighting, there were many energy creatures that were easily eliminated by the players. And while these energy creatures had to withstand pressure from the front row, they also had to consider the back row. The 2-sided attack made this group of energy creatures feel powerless. And at this time, they seemed to have discovered a problem. Even though the enemy's front row looked powerful, they actually couldn't cause much effective damage. Seeing the leader of the energy creatures here, he gradually realized that something was wrong. After observation, he suddenly discovered that among the bugs in the front row, most of the bugs' attacks would not cause any harm to them. Fake? Looking at the fierce swarm of insects charging in the front row, The leader of the energy creatures couldn't help but feel a little confused. And soon, he determined the general situation of the opponent's front row. The large individuals behind the opponent's front row were all fake. Although the leader of the energy creatures did not know what method the bugs used to make these fake. Exactly the same as the real thing. Even they couldn't tell if it was fake. But what he was sure of was that the enemy had done it. And the enemy had successfully confused them in this way. At least half of the enemy's hundreds of thousands of troops were fakes. And the remaining small cannon fodder was not included. Only the tens of thousands of bugs that attacked them from the rear were real. The leader of the energy creatures, who knew this situation, was also very angry at the players' operations. So he immediately ordered the entire group of energy creatures to adjust their formation. He needs to bring the defensive energy creatures in front to him. This thing sounds simple to say, but it is very difficult to operate. Although they can make orderly adjustments to the lineup in a very short period of time. But don't forget that this is a battlefield. And the players' fierce attacks are still there. After all, players won't stop attacking you when you adjust your lineup. At this time, players will fight harder. After their lineup was adjusted. Just when they thought they could compete head-on with the players. Another accident happened. I saw a few huge thunder beasts in the enemy's formation. And suddenly a red light lit up at their feet. Followed by an incredulous look from the creature leader. The thunder beast and the corruptor beside him disappeared under their noses in an instant. The next moment, when the thunder beasts and the others appeared, they were already behind the defensive energy creatures. This wave of operations shocked the leader of the energy creatures. He never expected that these bugs actually had this kind of technology. This wave of operations by the bugs made all his efforts just now in vain. In order to adjust the lineup, he endured the damage from the bugs and suffered countless casualties. Under such circumstances, he finally completed the adjustment of the lineup. And the result was that in an instant, if he moved it, he would have to do it again. Although the players' thunder beasts cannot take away all the bugs. For the players, they do not need to take away everything. They only need to take away the high damage corruptors. As for the other bugs, just stay where they are and let them distract the enemy's firepower to deal with the damage. Although the damage caused by these bugs to energy creatures is limited. Once they rush into the large army to disrupt the formation and engage in close combat, then their destructive power is also terrifying. Therefore, the energy creatures had to use some defensive creatures to deal with the batch of bugs left on the front line. I have to say that the players' routines are both feasible and disgusting. But that's how the real battlefield is. No matter how dirty your routine is, as long as it's effective, you have to use it. But the only good thing is that because there are so many energy creatures, even if players use various tricks, the damage they can cause is extremely limited. After all, the number is here. Even if they die, 10 players will die. They alone can still continue to fight this battle. But for the energy creature leaders, this is the worst case scenario. Because such a casualty rate means that they need to consume a lot of resources and time if they want to make up for it. In a cosmic war, it is most unwise to use lives to fill up. Because the cost is too high. Except for special creatures like the Zerg that rely on numbers to win. Most creatures in the universe will consider controlling casualties when fighting. Rate. But now the leaders of the energy creatures have no other choice. If they want to defeat the insect, they have no choice but to risk their lives. The lack of information about the insect and the rash attack have led to this battle. And they are destined to win. Extremely difficult. Although the leaders of the energy creatures in the end knew very well that they could wipe out this group of bugs, they also knew very well that if they wiped out the other group, they would not have much left on their side. But such a sacrifice is worth it. The leader of the energy creatures said calmly. In the evolutionary history of cosmic creatures, especially races like ours that are very powerful individually. Although races like ours are powerful individually, they also have a fatal flaw. That's because the reproductive capacity and the growth cycle of the organism itself are very long. And any ethnic group in this universe that is similar to ours will be like this. This may be a restriction imposed by the laws of the universe on ethnic groups like ours. So for a tribe like ours, it takes a lot of time for each tribe member to grow from birth to growth. It is also for this reason that every member of our clan is precious. We are like this. And so are the other people. And through previous battles, we cannot tell that the opponent's strength is much higher than ours. Under such circumstances, the opponent's individual soldier growth cycle will only be longer than ours. Not shorter. Because this is the law of the universe, and the limitations of these special groups in the universe. This cannot be changed. Speaking of this, the leader of the energy race looked at the fighting insect swarm, and then said lightly, and based on the number of troops you send each time, We can roughly deduce how many members of your tribe there are. From the time you met us until now, you only have 50,000 or 60,000. This is enough to show that your tribe is not large in number. If this group of your troops is eliminated, it will be a heavy blow to you. And the most important thing is that we will have to eliminate you too. Your combat capabilities are so powerful. If these tens of thousands of troops return to your tribe, their combat effectiveness will definitely be higher than it is now. So before we start a war with your tribe, what we have to do is try every means to weaken the number of your tribe. Having said this, the leader of the energy creatures ordered the tribesmen to attack at all costs. Because in his eyes, the tens of thousands of players who want to defeat him can still do it. Although they will pay a certain price. Although it will cost a lot. It is much less difficult to kill all 50,000 people with 300,000 people versus 50,000 people than it is with 1 million people versus 800,000 people, and kill 50,000 people. And the losses will also be smaller. Many. This is what he thinks. When facing someone whose strength is higher than his own. What he fears is that enemies will get together. As long as the enemies don't get together in a swarm, then crushing them by numbers is undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to do it. While he was still thinking about these issues, he didn't know that in the face of such a huge group of energy creatures, the players naturally knew that it would be unrealistic to resist them forcefully, and the final result of a head-on battle would only be their annihilation. After all, the opponent's strength is not weak. Although he can restrain himself based on his talent, it cannot make up for the gap in quantity between several categories. So players have Plan B for these enemies. Brothers have prepared low-level troops and gathered here. After another round of teleportation, the players gathered together again, compared with the previous time when they gathered together and teleported immediately. This time, the salted fish began to move the players they all gathered. Immediately afterwards, a group of alien dragons flew over, and then some baneling players consciously climbed onto these alien dragons. This wave of players is ready to play the old plan again, compared with the previous use of corruptors, because this race was naturally restrained by them. They chose the mutalisks, which are more mobile. Naturally, players don't know how to operate energy creatures. Only after suffering any losses can they understand the enemy's tricks. The Empire was like this, and this group of energy creatures was no exception. The next moment the teleportation started. Just when the leader of the energy creatures thought they were about to change positions again, a change occurred. This time, he found that the bugs did not teleport to the rear to accompany them in the guerrilla fight. This time, a group of bugs teleported to the center of their lineup. And then the bugs immediately spread to the surroundings. When he saw the scene, he instinctively had a bad premonition. He didn't dare to think too much. So he immediately issued an order for the tribesmen to clean up these bugs as soon as possible. But what he never expected was that when these alien dragons were killed, huge energy swept over the next moment, and the entire area was swept by a terrifying energy. Although the damage caused by units such as banelings to them is extremely limited, the number of banelings sent by the players this time is not large. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. And the most important thing is that the blood volume of their group is thin. Therefore, this wave of operations by the players still caused them heavy losses. The players who had done all this continued to fight guerrillas with them. After the explosion was over and the riots in the tribe ended, when they entered the battlefield again, they had lost nearly 10,000 tribesmen, including the previous losses. They have lost at least about 30,000 energy creatures so far, while the players have only lost 3,000 to 4,000. The tenfold numerical difference made the leader realize that the situation was not good. According to the players' fighting style and the number of players, the leader made a simple estimate and found that they might be wiped out by the end of the battle, and there might still be thousands of enemies left. It was obvious that the energy creature leader knew that it was unwise to continue fighting, and he did not expect that he would lose so miserably this time. It should be said that he was not cautious enough. If he could bring all the troops at home, then they could easily win this battle. But he did not, mainly because he wants to bring as much as he can while ensuring adequate defense at home. And this amount is the limit that it can bring out. If he wants to bring more, it will involve the safety of his home nest. Question. At the same time, within his estimation, he thought that this quantity should be completely enough to clear out the enemy. But he never expected that it would be such a result. But now, he finally understands that the enemy's single combat capability is stronger than theirs. And the enemy's evolutionary technology is also stronger than theirs. He knew very well that it was difficult for creatures like them to evolve a special ability. Compared with some technological civilizations, the time and energy they needed to spend were many times that of those civilizations. But whenever they evolve a special ability, their combat level will make a qualitative leap. However, now the leader couldn't help but feel extremely surprised when he looked at these bugs. Compared to them, these bugs had evolved too meticulously, and each different bug had its own independent special ability. Different bugs use such special abilities to cooperate with each other to improve their overall combat effectiveness. If they want to evolve to this level, this leader knows how difficult it is. This is at least the result of hundreds of millions, or even billions of years. Otherwise they would never reach this level. Although they have reached this level, they cannot come without any cost. The number of ethnic groups is probably their biggest price. Everything is mutual. When you get something good, you also need to consider the harm it can bring to you. If numbers are their only breakthrough, then all we can do is cut their numbers. Thinking of this, the leader looked at the fallen clansmen on the battlefield. And after a long time, he made a decision. Retreat. That's right. He chose to retreat. Although they can now try their best to consume the enemy as much as possible, this leader knows very well that it is unwise to do so, because it will cause the entire group of warriors they brought to be annihilated. If something like this happens, then the remaining troops in their lair will not be enough to support the next war with this ethnic group. So what he has to do now is to retain his strength. Conduct roundabout battles with these groups in the surrounding areas to prevent them from escaping here. Then other warriors who were secretly adjusting themselves came here to meet up. And when the number was large enough, they launched a general attack on them. Make up for the gap in quality through quantity. After making the decision at this time, the leader of the energy creatures also directed the tribe to evacuate. Chapter 471. The plan succeeded. This time, the combat energy creatures came and went in a hurry. Although the players did not eliminate them all, they also gained a lot this time. Brothers, it's okay this time. We have produced tens of thousands of crystals in one go. Why did this energy creature escape? Yes, they run too fast. If they fight us, we will make more money. After hearing what these players said, many players shook their heads. I'm afraid we can't see the situation clearly. As for the battle just now, if it really drags on to the later stages, do you think our losses will be small? Understand that the damage our banelings can do to him is very limited. The banelings actually don't play a big role in this battle. This kind of clearing unit cannot be effective. In the later battles, our disadvantage will gradually appear. If we fought hard in the early stage because our energy reserve is still sufficient, when there is not much energy reserve left, you will know what pain is. After hearing what this player said, the previous people were a little confused. Old Tai, according to what you said, if we really fight, we might lose. Then I'm curious, why would they retreat under such circumstances? After hearing this player's question, Xianyu answered him. If I'm not wrong, they don't want to suffer too heavy losses. Xianyu then added, you have also seen the battle loss ratio in the early stage of the battle just now. It is basically 1:10. With this kind of battle loss ratio in the later stage, even if they win, it will be a miserable victory. Although they will win in the end, they may not be able to afford this loss. So they chose to retreat. I guess they are looking for more energy creatures to come over and push us together. Speaking of this, Xianyu couldn't help but start thinking. If this assumption is true, then our subsequent operations may be a bit troublesome. This also means that the enemy will have more troops next time. And the number of troops we have now is definitely not enough. After hearing what Xianyu said, many players thought for a while, and then said, brothers, otherwise we should retreat first. If we follow what Xianyu said, and we continue to stay here, won't we have to face attacks from many energy creatures? And maybe the whole army will be annihilated by then. Many players are opposed to this player's suggestion. Retreat? Retreat, Gil. Yes. We finally encountered such a fat creature. How could we let it go? You must know that this crystal thief is worth a lot of money. The income from hunting energy creatures here is higher than our mining. How could we let go of such a good thing? Yes. These things are extremely valuable. No matter what we do, we must eat them all. I agree. The old guys say that everyone wants to eat it. But how to eat it? We are not sure how many the other party has. And we can't say far away. With their current quantity, it is so difficult for us to handle it. Not to mention that they still have I can support you a lot. It's as if we can't support them. And through these battles we have a clear understanding of their basic situation. We can support new units based on their weaknesses. In this case, not only will the effect be good, but the investment will be low. Yes, all you need to fight this thing is ordinary corruptors. They don't need to evolve. And the damage to them is considerable. Although corruptors are not cheap. One costs 500,000. But we have so many players, and many players have them in stock. We can just take them and use them. Actually, the number of corruptors we need to replace is not that many. After the battle is over and the battle damage is repaired, we can earn any more. Just like this, the players were discussing this matter. In fact, for the players, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although Jiangyao deliberately weakened the importance of crystals, the ratio given by Jiangyao was still high no matter how weakened it was. Therefore, their income from taking down these energy creatures is higher than any previous war. In addition, the players have not eaten meat like this for a long time. Under such circumstances, players of this race will naturally refuse to let it go. Players also know very well that it is unwise to confront this race head-on. Thinking of this, Xianyu asked, by the way, have you figured out where the Euglena came from? After hearing Xianyu's question, the eyeworm players also told everyone what they had discovered. Through their previous attacks and judging from the route of the troops, we can basically determine the approximate direction they came from. The eyeworm player then added, although their general location is now determined, it is still very difficult to find them. After all, we only know the approximate direction, but not the exact direction. If we look in that direction, even if we deviate only 1 degree from the starting point, when the distance is far away, the degree will be infinitely expanded. When he heard this name this time, Xianyu nodded and said that he understood. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Even if we know the direction and keep moving in this direction, if there is a slight deviation, what they want to find is nothing more than wishful thinking. And there are tens of millions of stars in that direction. And we have no idea where they are hiding. Seeing what Xianyu said about eyeworms, the players all nodded. This is the most uncomfortable thing. These creatures cannot jump. Like other civilizations that leave traces, they really leave no traces at all. Of course, trying to track them down in this situation is not about finding a needle in a haystack. While everyone was still thinking, Xianyu thought about it for a while, and soon had a good idea in his mind. As long as we know their general direction, things are actually simple. In the later stages of the battle, we don't need to go to their hometown. We only need to set up traps and ambush them on the path they must pass. In this way, we can defeat them, caught off guard. If this group of troops does not return, but hides in a certain area, then we can go there first to set up an ambush. When the time comes, we will launch attacks from both sides at the same time to prevent them from getting together. Because our later support troops are all targeting their arms, their support troops will definitely not have much advantage in fighting us. If the number of their support troops is large, we will withdraw. And if they have a small number, we will fight. Just like this, the players talked about the next plan. After the players finally negotiated, they soon had a general idea about the subsequent operations. After determining the general plan, the next step is to discuss various arrangements and details. In short, after a period of communication, the players have basically determined the plan. In this way, people began to arrange it. And at this time, on the side of the energy creatures, they also entered an intense preparation stage. This time, the two races were preparing to inflict a wave of evil on each other. In this way, the energy creatures, according to their previous plan, are constantly raising troops, and at the same time sending troops to harass the players to attract their attention. After the players guessed the opponent's plan, they naturally also knew the purpose of sending troops here. So the players also took advantage of the plan and deliberately fell into the trap. In this way, both parties took advantage of their own little 99, and then began to prepare. Time flies by very quickly, and a month flies by. In this month, the players have basically arranged everything that needs to be arranged. This time, the players not only arranged the supporting troops, but also found the location of the enemy's troops in this galaxy. Of course, it is not difficult to find them, because their purpose is to keep the players here. So they have been fighting guerrillas with the players for a while. Their operation naturally left many clues, and players who followed the clues easily found them. In this way, both sides monitored each other in the dark and made preparations. Not long after this time passed again, the energy creatures began to take action, and their support troops soon arrived in this star field. At this time, the leader of the energy creatures also gathered all the energy creatures in this new domain together, waiting for the arrival of the large army. Sometimes things are like this. When you are planning others are also planning you. The energy creatures did not know that this time they were about to face a real disaster. Chief, our support troops will be here in about a few hours. At this time, on the side of the energy creature, his subordinates were reporting the current situation to the leader. It's time for all the tribesmen to be prepared. And then it's time for us to avenge our shame. Just when the leader of the energy creatures was about to say something, the players suddenly appeared within their detection range and attacked them. Facing this unexpected player energy leader, he was stunned for a moment. And then a bad premonition emerged in his heart. How did they find us? The leader of the energy creatures was a little confused at this time. Not only did they find us, but why did they choose to attack us at this time? Under normal circumstances, they should attack us immediately after they found us. There is absolutely no need for them to wait until this juncture to attack us. Did they just find us? Or did they have a premeditated plan? At this time, the leader of the energy creatures, Shrinker, was a little confused, but he soon realized something. And when he thought about this possibility, a bad premonition came to his mind. At the same time, on their support team, the energy creatures that had not yet flown were strongly affected when they entered an area interference and had to exit the transition state. As soon as they exited the state, they found a large number of bugs waiting for them here, and a war between the two sides was about to begin. At the same time, on the side of the energy creature leader, the players also launched an attack on him. This time's routine was different from the previous routines. Players adopted the trick of real and fake bugs, which is to use their eyes to copy many fake bugs and mix them into the large army of real bugs to attract firepower. And they also hatched a lot of defensive bugs to provide certain defensive assistance to their combat units. In this way, they started fighting again with the prepared players. As time went by, the energy creatures in the battle also received news that their supporting troops had been intercepted. At this moment, he finally understood what he had ignored all this time. The tricks we can think of don't mean others can't think of them. We are thinking of bringing a large force to support and deal with them. Others can also think of this. Although the other party's situation is similar to ours, there is not much advantage in terms of numbers, but their quality is much higher than ours. And through their structure, it is not difficult to see that they are also a civilization that inherently loves fighting. This civilization is different from any civilization we have fought against before. During the long years of war, they must have encountered similar situations many times. And the reason why they are able to survive until now is enough to show that they solved it perfectly after encountering a similar situation. Only at this moment did the energy creature realize that he had miscalculated. What he can think of can also be thought of by others. But he ignores this. Not only that, he naively thinks that their gathering speed or other aspects are higher than other civilizations. This is the result they summarized after years of fighting. This is where their civilization is most confident. But he forgot that in the universe, you are faster than others are faster than you. And there are also people who are slower than you. In such a situation, what you can do, every step must be done cautiously, rather than naively thinking that if your speed is fast enough, others will be unable to do anything to you. It is also not naive to think that there are few civilizations in this universe that can be faster than you. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. The arrogance of the advantages of his own civilization prevented him from seeing the shortcomings of his own civilization. And he also failed to see the advantages of other civilizations. And this was what ultimately led to his failure. This time, he was completely defeated. Escape. It is obvious that this routine is not feasible, because the players at this time have already arranged it here. Under such circumstances, the probability of them escaping is very low. And even if they successfully escape, they may not have many troops left. Where should these energy life forms go? The essential. Do you still expect them to go home? Obviously, this is impossible, because the bugs must have countless pairs of eyes staring at them. Once they return home, they will play into the enemy's hands. When they directly touch your hometown, it will really ruined. So there is no point in escaping now. The only way is to fight to the death. And the information here needs to be passed on to the ethnic group, so that they can hide themselves and develop well. This is what they should do now. Chapter 472 Salted Fish's Plan. In this way, with the players ambushing them, it was not too difficult for them to fight this battle. In the rear, there are the players' squads supporting the corruptors. These squads are equipped with lineups for energy creatures. This lineup will crush the 300,000 energy creatures they will support later. Although the players' support troops are only 100,000, and the number of enemies is 3 times that of them. For various reasons, the players in this area can fight easily and happily. Players on the front line are responsible for constantly cleaning up the energy creatures and delaying time. When the rear support troops arrive, they can all be eliminated. In this way, as time goes by, there are not many support troops left by the energy creatures. In this battle, the players lost a total of 20,000, and the 300,000 support troops of the energy creatures were completely wiped out. At this time, as the last energy creature here was eliminated, the large army of king insects waiting in the safe area began to take action. I saw them flying over in a mighty manner, and then they began to recover these energy biological resources. At the same time, the players who had completed the battle here immediately flew non-stop in the direction of the large army. Because of their joining, the large army quickly cleared out this group of energy creatures. It's finally over. At this time, looking at the mess on the battlefield, the players after the victory had no emotion at all. In one battle, the players lost a total of 60,000 troops. Although the losses this time were not small, these losses were worth it for the players, because as long as they hand over this batch of resources, they will not only get generous rewards, but they will also solve the most difficult thing among the prerequisites for triggering this mission. The next step is to collect regular resources. If you want to collect enough regular resources, you only need to work for a period of time, and you can basically achieve it. We are lucky this time. If we hadn't just happened to hit it, I guess we would have to wait at least a year or two to collect enough crystals. Everyone nodded after hearing what this man said. Fortunately, we are still thinking about this place, instead of just running away like other civilizations. I thought this place might be directly attacked by other civilizations, but who knew that this wave came and gave us a surprise? Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Normally, an area like this would have been directly hit by an advanced civilization. But it's just right. This free energy creature helped us complete the most difficult thing. If this matter is solved, then it will be easier for us to handle next. Players should be able to find a lot of regular resources in terms of Euglena. The next step is to mine regular resources. Once this is done, we can then go to high-level thunder beasts. This is quite good. We are more careful in this wave of battles, especially in the later stages, when we use ordinary units as the damage of elite units. Such a wave of operations has basically caused no loss to the elite units in our hands now. When the time comes, just use it when you get the mission reward. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After such a long period of trouble, the players can finally come to an end, and they have also received the notification given to them by Jiangyao. Jiangyao told them that elite troops must evolve to a high stage before they can return to the insect nest, because only high-level elite units can compete with the starry sky beasts. After learning the news, players had another level of understanding about finding enough resources. This is not only related to their income. Whether it can be activated is also related to whether their elite troops can return to the insect nest. The problem was solved, and all the players breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiangyao contacted them and informed them that he was planning to hold a conference later. After receiving this news, everyone was a little surprised, because from the beginning of playing the game to now, their NPC has basically been in the freeing stage of their actions. And as for holding a conference, it has never happened before. This time Jiangyao suddenly summoned everyone and announced the news. There must be some reason for this. In this way, the players who received the news during this period are all discussing this matter, and they are also curious about the purpose of the upcoming conference. Brothers, I always feel like there is a calm before the storm. Yeah. Why is this nice NPC suddenly obsessed with us having a meeting together? It should be about the starry sky beast. Because if we collect enough materials, the starry sky beast may appear at any time after the elite troops return to the insect nest. It seems that the NPC is planning to attack the starry sky beast. After all, whether it is returning to the insect nest or asking us to collect resources like this, anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that it is preparing for war. After hearing what this player said, everyone's thoughts went back to the time when they fought the starry sky beast. Thinking of the starry sky beast's powerful fighting power, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. This thing is so rebellious. With Tion's fighting power and our strength, can we really fight it? It won't work now. And it certainly won't work in this stage. But when the event is over and our elite units evolve, then I guess there will still be a chance in this wave. Brothers, think about a creature of that level. He was injured in the previous battle. Under such circumstances, how much combat power do you think he can retain? I won't say more. He will definitely be in the short term. He doesn't dare to come over. After all, coming over with his current fighting power is just giving away his life. Many players who have spoken to this player hold a different view. That's true. But I always feel that this matter is not that simple. Although the Starry Sky Beast's current strength has been greatly reduced that time. And according to our estimation, it will take a long time for the Starry Sky Beast to regain its strength. But even so, I still suspect that even if we evolve, we are still no match for him. After all, the gap between us now cannot be made up by just a few rounds of evolution. Many players disagree with what this player said. I think there's something wrong with what you said. How many rounds of evolution do you have to underestimate the improvement of evolution? After evolution, the value increases exponentially. Don't underestimate the index. Old man, this index is the devil. You may not be able to see any clues in the early stage, but in the later stage, you will find that the index is terrifying. The player continued, let's talk about Xianyu's Thunder Beast. At this stage, Xianyu's Thunder Beast's HP has reached a terrifying 100 million. Their 6th stage is stable evolution, because according to the rules of the event, they can get an evolution scroll every 3 stages. And Xianyu and the others are now in the 5th stage, so that evolution scroll is a must. After getting it, they will immediately enter the 6th stage, and in the 6th stage, they can also get an evolution scroll. So is the 7th stage stable? Now in the 5th stage, their HP has reached 100 million, and by the 6th stage, their HP will be about 200 million. The 7th stage, 400 million. The 8th stage, 800 million. And so on. This is the charm of the index. Especially when it turns over more than 1 billion at a time. What is the concept? If there are 2 more rounds, it may turn over tens of billions. Hearing what the player said, everyone nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the Starry Sky Beast was powerful. But the player's strength after many evolutions was definitely not weak. Because this is the abnormality of the Thunder Beast. Not only does it have no upper limit for evolution, but after each evolution, its attributes increase exponentially. In this universe, the index is the devil. All data will double with each evolution. In fact, a very simple example can show that it is just an exaggeration of the tree. If I give you 1 cent on the first day, 2 cents on the second day, and 4 cents on the third day, according to this rule after 30 days, even 1 cent can eventually expand to more than 10 million. This is the horror of the index. Although the Thunder Beast's improved attributes have increased very much. Of course players know very well that this also comes at a cost, which is the high evolution fee. Fortunately, players can obtain evolution scrolls through missions. So this fee is basically enough. Use evolution scrolls to fill it. Compared with this time, the players Xianyu, who were talking a lot, were discussing with everyone in his guild about the future evolution of the Thunder Beast. This time, they are planning to do something big, which is to evolve the 10th stage Thunder Beast. Brothers, you must be aware of the current situation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. At this time, Xianyu was talking in the guild channel. Now we can get an evolution scroll for free in the 5th stage. And then we invest resources to upgrade the Thunder Beast to the 6th stage. Then we will have 2 evolution scrolls in our hands. Then the key point comes. We just need to find a way to gather resources for another stage, which is the 7th stage. Then we put these 2 evolution scrolls into it. Our Thunder Beast will be promoted to the 9th stage, and we will receive another one. If it is an evolution volume, then our Thunder Beast will enter the 10th stage. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, they also knew the biggest problem with Xianyu's plan. We all understand what you said, Xianyu, but you should also know very well that the costs required for the 2 stages are astronomical. Yes, the other stages are acceptable, but this 7th stage is the most troublesome, because this is the 2nd qualitative transformation stage of the Thunder Beast, and the cost will continue to rise. With our economy, it's not easy to gather so much strength. As everyone said, Xianyu naturally knew that if he did not rely on evolution scrolls to spend resources in the next 2 stages, his own costs would be exaggerated. But he is also very clear that as long as he can collect enough resources, their Thunder Beast will achieve a qualitative change. Of course I know what you are saying. But have you ever thought that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? As long as we get this level of Thunder Beast, we can brush many civilizations as a guild. And we can enjoy the entire civilization as a guild. The resources of civilization. And this is an advanced civilization. Old fellows, if I'm not wrong, that Starry Sky Beast will come to your door when the time comes. We will deal with the Starry Sky Beast. And there will be additional rewards. And don't forget, except for the Starry Sky Beast, the leader, I also mentioned in the mission that there is a civilization that has been observing us secretly due to its relatively advanced technology. It is estimated that after the matter of the starry sky beast is resolved, the leader will most likely attack this civilization. A civilization of this level usually triggers high-level tasks. The rewards for this kind of missions are usually not low, especially for the top-rank unions. The rewards are generous. Except for the Thunder Beast. They are not far behind in these missions. At least the top 3 have our names. You should be very clear about how much revenue we can get at that time. Everyone was very moved by what Xianyu said. But the fact was that they couldn't afford so much. And there was no way to change this. We are indeed very excited about what you said. But what's the use of being excited? No matter how we gather together. Even if we can get a lot of resources in these few activities. Even so, I guess in the end, we still can't get that much together. Yes, Xianyu. Let me give you a rough outline of the data in the future. First, the 6th phase requires 40 billion. And the 7th phase requires 100 billion. Which means we have to collect a total of 140 billion. Damn it. You have to risk your life to get together with so many of them. This data also means that there are so many of us. And each of us has to pay at least 50 to 60 million. Is this possible? But when he heard everyone talking, Xianyu naturally knew what they were thinking. So he said, this figure is absolutely impossible based on our economic strength. And the most important thing is that if we want to collect so much in a short period of time, even those from very wealthy families cannot come up with so much in a short period of time. But we still have a long time before the mission is over and rewards are distributed. During this period, those rich people who want to join together and mobilize funds can still do it. Everyone couldn't help but frown at this point. It was obvious that they had guessed Xianyu's plan. Xianyu, do you mean to borrow it? Damn. This risk is too great. To be honest, if nothing happens, we may not be able to earn enough interest every month if we are a bit unlucky. As everyone said. Xianyu also nodded. He was naturally very aware of their concerns. But sometimes he had to take risks when writing. Of course, this is just an idea of mine. As for whether you should do this in the future, we are discussing it. In fact, my idea is very simple. After playing for such a long time, each of us has at least 10 to 20 million evolutions in our hands. Clicked. You know how much rice you have in real life. And all this wealth is earned through this game. After such a long time, you must also know very well that the reason why we have so much wealth is because we are willing to invest. We have seized the opportunity to take off again and again, which is why we have so much wealth. This time is obviously another wave of takeoff opportunities for us. Chapter 473. Don't worry. We won't lose money. Naturally, everyone understood what Xianyu said, but at the same time, they also knew very well that after such a move, the days to come would not be easy. Seeing that everyone was hesitant at this time, Emperor Penguin also stood up. Brothers. In fact, this matter is not as complicated as you think. We will just buy a house before, and use the Thunder Beast as a mortgage. Every time monthly loan repayment. The properties are similar. Except this time, our mortgage fees are a little higher. After hearing what he said, everyone thought about it, and felt that this was really what happened. Although that's true, wouldn't it be troublesome if we couldn't pay for it any month? Yeah. After all, you have to pay a fixed amount every month for this thing. We have to make sure there is income every month. So that's it. After hearing what everyone said, Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then said, actually, there is no need to worry about this matter. Our amount is very large. So the method of payment must be different from the traditional method. We can play like this, communicate with them, and let them operate it for us. And come up with 2 repayment models. The first one is to calculate the principal and interest every month. If we encounter special circumstances, we can only repay the interest in this way, which will make it easier for us to operate later. After hearing this, everyone started to discuss again. It was obvious that Penguin's idea was very feasible. But after all, the amount involved in this wave was too large. So they still had to think about it. This Thunder Beast was jointly invested by everyone in the guild, and worked hard until now. So everyone has a certain share of the shares, which means that everyone must use resources to repay the loan when it is due. But at this time, seeing that everyone was still hesitating, he said while the iron was hot, "Old veterans, there is nothing to hesitate about. I will tell you directly this time that we do not have any risks." As he spoke, Xianyu added, "Let me give you a very simple example so that everyone can understand. If the Thunder Beast in our hands is worth 100 soft girl coins, we borrow 200. But because of the evolution coupons given to us by the event, our Thunder Beast evolved many times. In the end, the value of our Thunder God has reached 2,000 Soft Girl coins. If we don't get it, the most we will lose is this Thunder Beast. And they will give us another 1,900 Soft Sister coins according to the market price. Of course, this is the worst outcome, because in this case, we may lose the Ultralisk. The overall strength of our guild will also be greatly reduced. But it doesn't matter. With this amount of funds, when Leviathan comes out in the future, we can buy a Leviathan to cultivate. Although we cannot cultivate the level of Thunder Beasts, we can still stabilize the current situation of our union. Hearing what Xinyu said at this time, everyone couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Indeed, their Thunder Beast was in such a situation now. As long as they raised enough funds, their Thunder Beast would be able to increase in value explosively. So even if they lose money in the future, or if it's not up yet, the worst they can do is give Thor away. At this time, while everyone was still thinking about this, Feng Zhao's voice came over. Brothers, what are you still hesitating about? I think we should take action immediately. Because if the evolution scroll is used to evolve the Thunder Beast, then the Thunder Beast will increase in value explosively. We have thought about this, and other guilds must have thought of it as well. They also know that the worst result is to sell the high-stage Thunder Beasts and make a fortune themselves. Although they have gained evolution, they have lost their top troops. For them, such a risk is bearable, because there is Leviathan behind the Thunder Beast. Maybe they are like us. The worst result is that the high-level Thunder Beast turns into a low-level Leviathan. We can accept the cost of such trial and error. And so can they. Maybe many of them want to raise Leviathan. If it weren't for the fact that the evolution rolls given in this event are time-limited, I'm thinking they might. I will keep these evolution scrolls until Leviathan comes online. Combined with the above, I think everyone has already guessed that if many big guilds think of this, and everyone goes to these institutions to mortgage, then these institutions will be useless, no matter how abundant their funds are. Because the demand is too exaggerated. Maybe by then other guilds have obtained evolution points. And when we go over and ask, they don't have any, then it will be embarrassing. At this time, after hearing what Feng Xiaoxiao said, everyone thought for a while, and immediately understood what to do next. I suspect there are very few institutions that can come up with the amount we have now. Upon hearing this, Xianyu signaled that everyone should not worry. Brothers, there is no need to worry about this at all. Black Chong has such services. The amount of funds in their hands is large enough, and they should be able to absorb our wave. So we can just go to them directly. Xianyu changed the subject and then added. But it doesn't rule out that they have already cooperated with other people, and a large number of evolution gifts may have been released. Because we must hurry up. After all, we have this wave of demand. It's too big. Even if they have plenty of money, they can't handle it. After saying this, Xianyu immediately arranged for several people from the trade union to negotiate with the Black Worm, while he mainly continued to clean up the battlefield with the King Worm here. In this wave of players, a total of nearly 700,000 enemy troops were wiped out, including a large number of high-stage energy creatures. So the gains of this wave of players were also very large. A total of more than 13 million crystals. After some crystals are exchanged for evolution points, it is enough to make up for the losses of the players. And it can also make them make a lot of money. Of course, this presupposes that they deliver the crystals safely. So after considering this, Jiang Yao, a part of the response force, was also mobilized at the insect nest. At this time, while Xianyu and the others were still busy, 2 players from the guild came to the place where the black insects lived in the insect nest. As soon as they arrived here, they saw many players already queuing up to handle business. Seeing this scene, these 2 players naturally knew that their previous guesses were correct. And many people thought of this. Damn. Luckily we responded in time. I didn't expect there were so many people lined up here. After hearing what the player said, the people on the side nodded in agreement. Even if we responded in such a timely manner, we didn't expect that we would still arrive relatively late. As he said this, the player looked around and then continued. With so many people, I seriously doubt that by the time we get to the queue, Black Chong may not have enough funds. Probably not. I took a closer look just now. The group of people in front are all from small guilds, and many of them are operating under their own names. You came here to operate in a personal name? The player frowned upon hearing this. You have forgotten that in addition to the unlimited evolution rolls, in this wave of reward evolution rolls, there are also many limited evolution rolls. And players in these guilds may think that their guild has a high probability of getting this limited evolution roll. Coupons. That's why they come here to operate. Hearing this, the players on the side nodded thoughtfully. But while the two were chatting, the player behind them interrupted. Because I think you should be members of the T0 Union. At this time, after hearing the last player's words, the two people also looked at him with some doubts. The player looked at the two people's doubtful eyes, and naturally knew what they wanted to ask. So he patiently explained it to them. Normally, most of the people who can come here are guild members, like us, who are wandering around T1 or T2. Players like us, our monthly income is much lower than yours. Under such circumstances, it is basically unrealistic for us to develop highly evolved varieties. After all, the funds in our hands are not as sufficient as yours, and the battle losses in this game are huge. However, unions like us still want to improve our strength as soon as possible. After all, the higher the strength, the more we can earn. So we came up with this method. Under normal circumstances, if there is a mission to send evolution scrolls, then we will communicate in advance how everyone is happy, and then find a way to keep the ranking. When the time is right, we will come to Blackworm to mortgage the money in our hands, then get some funds. Of course we won't use the funds we get. We need to wait until the event is over and the rewards are distributed before we use these funds to evolve, and then use the evolution scroll to jump one level. In this case, even if the mission fails, or our troops unfortunately fail to control the situation midway, we still have room for relaxation. At worst, we can just return the funds by then, and the loss will not be much. The two-life player heard this and nodded. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing. This is normal. After all, people with different play styles have different ways of survival. Compared to them, we are undoubtedly much luckier. Yes, at least our gains each time not only allow us to evolve, but we can also save a lot of evolution points. After hearing what these two people said, the player on the side also nodded. This is why so many people are trying to join the big guild. It's because the income is so much higher than that of the small guild. If you do more, you can get the maximum reward for every activity. Even if you are in a big guild, including the rewards from activities plus the rewards from attacking or collecting, you can still earn a lot of money just by being a salted fish. The player thought for a moment, and then said, by the way, I think you two look familiar. You should be from the Salted Fish Guild. To this end, the two of them nodded, and saw the player here a little surprised. There is no reason. Logically speaking, the people in your union should not be short of money. Why are you here? The famous player seemed to have thought of something and asked tentatively. Do you want to take that Thunder Beast up a few more waves? The two of them nodded, and did not deny it. Holy crap. Logically speaking, if you just walk a few waves, you shouldn't come here. After all, with the strength of your guild, you can still do it after 1 or 2 rounds of evolution. Because what this player said, the two players did not hide it. This wave we are going to take the Ultra List to the 10th stage. As their words fell, everyone around them looked at them. Because just when they were chatting, many players around them were also listening. In the 10th stage, I rely on Xianyu and his guild to spend a lot of money this time. No wonder they came here. I carefully calculated that they shouldn't be able to pay much. After all, they now have 2 evolution scrolls. They only need to smash the Thunder Beast to the 7th stage before smashing it, and then use these 2 evolution scrolls. You can receive the rewards of the 9th stage immediately. Then you can directly move to the 10th stage of Flying Knives. If they evolved, wouldn't they just take off on the spot? But the current strength is already incredible. If it evolves to that stage, even some advanced civilizations may be able to do it alone. The resource reserves of high-level civilizations are not as large as those of low-level civilizations. As long as one is defeated by the attack, it will be enough for them. I have to say that this wave of activities is a great way for them to eat meat. Yes, just like this. As everyone discussed, the operations of the Xianyu Guild were soon known to other players. After learning about this matter, everyone also started talking about it. Of course, Xianyu and the others also successfully handle business here. After this wave of business, Black Chong's reserves have been basically emptied. If I had to say it, Jiang Yao's reserve should have been almost emptied. It is even said that a large part of this fund is Jiang Yao's bad check. But it doesn't matter, since he won't have to wait long anyway. He will have a large amount of funds in his account, and he should be able to get enough by then. Of course, the final ownership of Black Chong's business still belongs to Jiang Yao. And it was only after Jiang Yao's signal that Black Chong started to engage in this business. Mainly because Jiang Yao felt that just receiving kickbacks could no longer meet his current expenses. So he found another way, and chose this method. However, since this routine started operating, his financial pressure has obviously slowed down a lot. After all, he earns interest every day if he does nothing. If this were not the case, according to the current speed of players' troop explosions and future plans, the rebate in his hand would definitely not be enough. After all, Jiang Yao had to pay a high fee for many late-stage units. Of course, the main reason why he chose to airdrop the check this time was because he wanted to hold a part of Thunder Beast's equity. Because for Jiang Yao, it is best to keep a unit of this level in his own hands to be more reliable. After all, after doing this, the Thunder Beast will have the right of first refusal. If they really can't afford it in the future, the Thunder Beast will at least not fall into the hands of other organizations. Chapter 474 Start Preparations. In this way, under Jiang Yao's arrangement, Xianyu and the others successfully handled the business. At this time, he is in Xianyu's guild. Brothers, the matter has been settled. But this time, because our quota is too large, even if we have a series of negotiations with Blackworm, we will still have to pay high interest every month. About how much is a year? 2 billion. And everyone who heard this number suddenly felt their scalps numb. Worry. So many. On average, the interest is at least 100 million a month. And this is just interest. Terrible. If we include the principal, don't we have to pay back hundreds of millions a month? Based on our number of people, each of us should make at least 100,000 per month. It's more or less an exaggeration. You can still earn so much. But there are preconditions. Yes, if there are wild monsters and dungeons all the time paying for us, then this small amount of money is still acceptable. But once we enter the grass period, the pressure will be great. It seems that I have to take my time when buying things in the future, and not be as lavish as I am now. That thing of yours can save you a few cents. If you work hard on these petty profits, you might as well think about how to make a few big profits. I think we can consider renting more Euglena and asking them to find advanced civilizations for us. Because once our Thunder Beast evolves successfully, it will be relatively easy to kill those advanced civilizations. And those advanced civilizations are all big orders. The income of any civilization is calculated in tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Advanced civilizations are not as easy to find as you think. To be honest, it is already good that we can find some intermediate or low-level civilizations to harvest. Yes, the most we can do now is this level. Some of our advanced civilizations are very well hidden. If they don't show up on their own initiative, it would be as difficult as heaven to find them. At this time, Xianyu and his guild were still discussing this matter on Todo's side. At this time, their guild was discussing the situation on Xianyu's side. Xianyu and the others made a good move this time. After hearing about the situation of the Xianyu guild, Todo said on the guild channel, "Yeah, I never thought that Xianyu and the others would actually do this. But that's understandable, because of this wave of activities. If they didn't do this, their Thunder Beast would have evolved to the 7th stage at most. But after they did this wave of operations, their Thunder Beast could reach the 10th stage. But isn't the risk too great? If they don't reach it, their Thunder Beast will be gone. Risk and reward are directly proportional. In a situation like this, if they find an advanced civilization, then basically all they owe can be paid off. How can advanced civilization be so easy to find? And the most important thing is that even if we find it, I think it's still pretty high based on that Thunder Beast alone." While everyone was still discussing, Potato interrupted them. "Old fellows, what we need to consider now is not how their Thunder Beasts are doing. What we need to consider now is how we should develop next." Speaking of Todo, he added, "At present, the strength of their guild is not much different from ours. Although our regular troops are much stronger than theirs, their elite troops can completely make up for the gap. So in every event, we are basically competing for the ranking. But now that Xianyu and the others have done this, in many events in the future, I guess the first place will be theirs. Or Potato's. Sigh. Whether it's past activities or other aspects. When we compete with them, at least this is the first place. Feng Shui has changed and everyone can do it. But now after their operation, we may have to compete with a few others. Let's fight for second place." After hearing what Tua said, everyone was unhappy. This is definitely not possible. It is impossible for them to stay in the first place. The current situation is like this. Think about it. The evolution of the Thunder Beast itself is in stages. And with this wave of activities, they have brought the Thunder Beast to this level of evolution. What is the concept? If nothing else, just rush. With this level of evolution, we will definitely not be able to compete with them on the track of Thunder Beast. The next thing we can do is to work hard on the track of Leviathan. That's what he said. But we can't wait until Leviathan opens up in the later period before competing with them. We can't just give up the #1 spot in this period of time. Otherwise, what else do you want to do? They have a decisive unit, and want to make up for the gap. We can only use the number of people to fill it. But we have the number of people, and they also have it. So after such a wave of operations, in the end, he will take all advantage. In this way, everyone had various discussions on this matter. And incidents like this also happened in several guilds with similar strength. This wave of operations by Xianyu and the others has, in a sense, changed the existing structure of the players' guild. Of course, this is something Jiangyao likes to see. After all, everything must be done with a certain amount of competition. At this time, the players were still discussing this matter on Jiangyao's side. At this time, besides caring about Xianyu's affairs, he put more energy on the Blackworm planet. For a period of time, he asked the brainworms inside the war fortress to use various methods to experiment on the outer layer of energy film, which also achieved certain results. According to the brainworms conducting research there, this special energy body is a new substance that has never appeared in the known universe. Jiangyao was a little surprised when he got the news. When I heard the news, my first reaction was whether this energy body was brought by a certain civilization from other universes. But the brainworm quickly rejected this idea. Because if such an important thing is really brought from other countries, then it is absolutely impossible for them to leave it alone. And if they can create such a thing, it means that their technological level has reached a very high level. If there really is such a level, then why would they want to observe black bugs? You must know that there are too many races in the universe that are worse than the black worms. Instead of spending such a large cost to observe the black worms, it is better to put your energy and time on other more powerful races, and you may gain more. In this way, the brainworms made guesses about the situation of the energy body while conducting research. In this way, time passed day by day. Finally, after unremitting research, the brainworms found something useful. Although the progress of the research is extremely slow, it does not mean that there are no results. Some time passed like this, and the brainworms brought Jiangyao good news. This good news was of decisive help to Jiangyao. That is that they can't find a way to send biological individuals in. But there is one biggest problem with doing this. That is, it is basically impossible to get out after entering. If you are sent in and want to come out, the only way is to decipher the secret of this energy. Although this discovery has many follow-up questions. For Jiangyao, being able to do this is already a great progress. So after some thinking, Jiangyao decided to send in a few brain worms and some army bugs. The main purpose of sending them in is to study them by combining inside and outside. In this case, the efficiency might be greatly improved. After making the decision, Jiangyao immediately started making arrangements. For him now, this planet is of great help to him, so he must find a way to use it. In this way, under Jiangyao's arrangement, the brainworm was sent to the interior of the planet. What follows is a long research process. At this time, while Jiangyao was still tinkering with these things, the players made many new discoveries. Because a large number of bugs were sent out to search for them. Finally, after such a long time, many of them received replies one after another. They discovered some galaxies or civilizations worth mining. And this news made the players collectively excited. Brothers, that's great. After such a long search, we finally have the results. It's good for you. Your guild has found it. We still have no hair. Although our guild has found it, the resource reserves there are too low. It can only be said to be better than nothing. I don't know when it will take our guild to find these things. In this way, some guilds that found resources in the discussion of players immediately began to arrange personnel to take action. During this period of time, they were basically in a state of zero income. Therefore, they are very active in collecting these newly found resource points. Among the resource information found this time, only a small part is civilized, and the rest are basically open-air resources. You only need to arrange for troops to collect them. In fact, the players are quite surprised by what they have gained this time, compared with the past where they had to fight with the civilization living there every time they found resources. This wave of players can easily obtain these resources. This feeling made them extremely excited, especially for some small guilds, which were not very strong themselves. Under such circumstances, they wanted to defeat other civilizations. Many times you need to spend money to hire people to help. But now there is no other civilization in this galaxy. They only need to arrange enough manpower to mine. In this way, As the players started to gain income one after another, Jiang Yao was naturally not idle either. From before to now, Jiang Yao has been taking turns to harvest these civilizations according to the alien star map. Until now, through this method, he has already made a considerable income. With this income and the income earned by others one after another, Jiang Yao's evolutionary points are steadily increasing. And judging from the current situation, as time goes by, more players will find resource galaxies, and his income will increase significantly by then. But for Jiang Yao, even this amount of resource acquisition is still not enough. When thinking about the enemies he will face in the future, Jiang Yao knows very well that he must think of everything he can think of in advance. And at the same time, he must prepare everything that needs to be prepared before the showdown. Because Jiang Yao wasn't sure whether he would be able to collect ores as unscrupulously as he is now after his showdown. Therefore, considering the above reasons, Jiang Yao must ensure that his preparation funds are sufficient to deal with special situations. After all, once there is a showdown, there will be one more enemy he will face in the future, plus his current enemies. If these things are included together, it will undoubtedly be a huge test for Jiang Yao's resource reserves. As of now, Jiang Yao's known enemies include the Star Beast Empire, void creatures and that unknown civilization. A total of 4. And when Jiang Yao thought of this, a group of creatures suddenly appeared in his mind. In fact, during this period of time, Jiang Yao also discovered a situation. That is, the perception between himself and the void creatures was getting weaker and weaker. This made Jiang Yao feel extremely surprised. But after some speculation, he thought it might be the cause of this universe. Of course, Jiang Yao is not sure whether it is the cause of this universe. But for him, this is undoubtedly a good thing. After all, the void creatures cannot locate his words. They mean that it will be even more difficult for void creatures to find Jiang Yao in the future. In this case, Jiang Yao's pressure to fight on the front line will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Although the void creatures may not need to worry too much, I still have to think of other ways. The probability that the starry sky beast will come out to cause trouble in the short term is low. So the two enemies that may appear at any time are the Empire and the unknown civilization. Compared to the situation on the other side of the unknown civilization, the Empire should not be able to go far. After all, the Empire also suffered heavy losses in the previous wave of battles. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, especially since they have a solid foundation. So their recovery shouldn't be much slower than mine. But they also need time soon. So if nothing unexpected happens, the Empire does not need to worry too much in the short term. So based on this reasoning, the ultimate goal is still pointing to that mysterious civilization. And the most important thing is that this may be the only chance for me to break up with that civilization. Because now other civilizations except him have encountered some troubles more or less. And they must start to deal with these troubles. Which means that my side will enter a period of comfort for a long time. In this period of showdown with that civilization, I only need to find a way to deal with that civilization. And that's it. I don't need to worry about several other civilizations coming to cause trouble. Chapter 475 Showdown. In fact, Jiang Yao has always been cautious about this matter. Because since discovering this civilization, he has been extremely cautious in all his actions. From the moment he discovered them until now, this civilization has been floating over Jiang Yao's head like a sharp sword. And Jiang Yao doesn't know when it will stab him. Jiang Yao has always been cautious about this civilization, fearing that some of his actions will make this civilization feel that it is out of his control and attack him. Because confronting this civilization with his current strength is tantamount to death. This feeling made Jiang Yao very uncomfortable. But he had nothing to do. At the same time, he is also very aware of the gap between himself and this civilization, compared with the civilizations that he can reach, such as the Empire. This civilization is undoubtedly a stage that he cannot reach. For such a long time, Jiang Yao has been cautious and walking on thin ice. It was only now that Jiang Yao decided to eliminate this hidden danger. Of course, he was bound to encounter a lot of trouble when eliminating this hidden danger, especially when this civilization learned that they had this ability. They did not rule out that they would treat themselves launch an attack. But Jiang Yao has never been able to figure out what their attack method is. Although he had thought about various possibilities during this period, he did not have an accurate answer. After all, he doesn't know what kind of attack method a civilization of this level uses. Although Jiang Yao made various countermeasures based on his own ideas and asked the brainworm to deploy them, no one knew the answer to whether these plans were effective. Perhaps these plans were effective, and he successfully resisted this civilization. Or perhaps this civilization's attack methods were far beyond his understanding. He knows how risky it is. Just like a low-level civilization that never understands the attack methods of a high-level civilization. Now, he couldn't imagine what kind of form that civilization would take if it really took action against him. Although the risk was high, he knew he had to take this step. Because of this civilization. What he did before is still vivid in his mind. He let the Zerg queen run away in front of him. Although he had no clue. Jiang Yao knew very well that all this was done by that civilization. But he could only pretend that nothing happened and treat this as an accident. This feeling made Jiang Yao feel a little powerless. But at that stage, he could only choose to endure it. But it's different now. Because the resources he lacks the most have been obtained. And secondly, the player's development is relatively complete. Now it's time for a showdown. In this way, while Jiang Yao waited quietly, a large number of resource galaxies were discovered. And players also began mining. As the player's work continued, the resource reserves in his hands gradually increased. And he also began intensive preparations. Jiang Yao spent a very long time preparing for this task. In this way, 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, players have been frantically collecting resources. And Jiang Yao has also gathered all these resources to prepare for the subsequent outbreak. I only have one chance for this. If I fail this time, then I'm really screwed. At this time, Jiang Yao thought like this when looking at the resources in his hand. Because now this civilization does not know that it has discovered him. His usual behavior seems very normal. But in fact this is his preparation. The only thing he can rely on at present is that this civilization does not understand his situation. They don't know that they have the ability to make bugs evolve. But they don't know what the principle of evolution is. And this time in their showdown, they will know that as long as they have enough resources, they have the ability to make bugs evolve. And when they know this, they will inevitably take corresponding actions. No matter what kind of actions they take, all actions are detrimental to oneself. They choose to take action. If they can't resist, the result will be self-evident. And they chose not to take action. Although on the surface it seemed that they had escaped disaster. In fact they were not. Because the other party already knows that they have discovered them. In this case, their not taking action can only show that they still have enough value, allowing them to choose to continue to observe. But compared to the past, letting them develop on their own, they will definitely, I will not allow myself to develop in such a stable manner. After clarifying their own improvement methods, they will limit their access to resources. In this way, they will lock themselves in the project type stage so that they can continue to observe. If this is really the case, then I will have no future at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's expression gradually became serious. Just like that, after the players' last batch of resources were shipped back, Jiang Yao gathered the players together. At this time, through the mission description released by Jiang Yao, the players also knew what they were about to face next. Of course, the players were also looking forward to a battle with this civilization. Because not only Jiang Yao cannot tolerate this civilized behavior, but also the players. Whether it is the players or Jiang Yao, they can accept losing in a head-on confrontation with the enemy. But they absolutely cannot accept being the opponent's guinea pig. At this time, the players are gathering inside the reunion. And Xianyu and the others are also ready to evolve. Although no one said anything on the surface among the players at this time, they were already prepared to deal with various emergencies. Watching Jiang Yao slowly walk up to Xianyu and the others, all the players were in doubt. Got up. Then, as streaks of light flashed across Xianyu and several other thunder beasts, they started to evolve. At this time, during the evolution process, Jiang Yao was also paying close attention to the surrounding movements. Once it found any trouble, it would order an attack. In this way, Xianyu quickly reached the 6th stage, and as soon as he reached the 6th stage, Xianyu immediately evolved to the 7th stage, and waited until Xianyu evolved to the 7th stage. Not only Xianyu, but also Jiang Yao began to pay careful attention to the surroundings. The surroundings were the same as before they evolved, and nothing special happened. After making sure that everything was safe, Xianyu evolved towards the 8th stage. Of course, the evolution of Xianyu and the others is a kind of trial from a certain perspective. Their purpose is to find out where the bottom line of this civilization lies. After evolving successfully again, Xianyu reached the 8th stage. After reaching this stage, Xianyu keenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to be a little different. And even Jiang Yao also noticed something strange at this time. The opponent has made some moves in the 8th stage. It seems that this is their bottom line. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao murmured in a low voice, and immediately started the next stage of evolution. Then, as the light examined it again, before Xianyu could recover, he saw 4 silver particles suddenly appearing in the air. White ball of light. Coming. Appeared. This is that mysterious civilization. And they have appeared. It turns out that these things have been lurking around us, observing our every move. At this time, unlike other players, Jiangyao was staring at the spheres in the sky. There started to be movement at the 8th stage, which means that after evolving to this stage, there is a probability of discovering them. So they made movement and wanted to stop the evolution of salted fish. But it's a pity that Xianyu's evolution relies on the system. So even if they make a little fuss in the middle, it won't have any impact on Xianyu. And when Xianyu evolves to the 9th stage, they appear directly. It is enough to say that after you reach this stage, their hiding is no longer useful to Xianyu. Jiangyao said in a deep voice when he saw a sphere in the sky. And then he let Xianyu evolve to the 10th level without hesitation. With the completion of this stage of evolution, the space now hides all enemies, as if they were transparent in front of Xianyu. The leader has arranged a total of 8 special spheres here, 4 of which are still hidden in the dark. And based on the different wave frequencies they hide, I can basically determine the technological level of those 4 hidden spheres. Higher. They choose to hide because they think we can't find them. After hearing what Xianyu said, Jiangyao naturally knew what they were planning. At the same time, not only was Xianyu evolving, the thunder beasts of other player guilds were also evolving at the same time. However, compared to Xianyu, their level of evolution is not as high as Xianyu. So far, except for Xianyu and the others, the highest stage thunder beasts have only evolved to the 7th stage. Chief, in fact, the thunder beasts in stage 6 can cause damage to these spheres. At this moment, Xianyu suddenly said, and then added after the words fell. It's just that it's very difficult for the thunder beasts at this stage to find them. But if I provide the position and they attack, it won't be difficult to destroy these spheres. Hearing this, Jiangyao nodded, and then asked, if we start to clear them out now, can you do it over there? It's not a big problem. Through the energy fluctuations of these spheres, I can probably sense their strength. It will be easy for me to deal with them. However, these spheres are very special. If they want to escape, I have nothing to do with them. Anyway, hearing this, Jiangyao couldn't help but frown. Are they fast? Their speed is not very fast, but they have the ability to enter other dimensions. Our conventional detection methods are already very advanced. The reason why we have not been able to find them is mainly because they can enter other dimensions, observing us through other dimensions. We are blank in terms of dimensional detection methods, so we have not discovered them until now. Having said this, Xianyu then added, after the thunder beast enters the 6th stage, it will master a new skill called space cutting. And this skill has a certain dimensional attack capability. This attack directly strikes low dimensions from high dimensions. As long as you know the positions of those spheres, then this attack can hit them. Jiangyao also nodded when he heard this. If that's the case, then Xianyu, the other 6th level and above thunder beasts you're reporting now should be ready to attack. Jiangyao then added, because they have been exposed now. If nothing else happens, they will most likely choose to attack us directly. And when they find out that we can easily defeat these spheres, in order to ensure the safety of these spheres, it is not ruled out that they will run away. But this is not important. What is important is that as long as we can get away from their surveillance, then the next thing will be easy to handle. What I am worried about now is not that they run away, but that they will take measures against us after knowing our situation. Follow-up actions. We have to get out of here before they take action. After hearing what Jiangyao said, the players naturally understood what he meant. From the beginning to the end, Jiangyao never thought that he could defeat this civilization at this stage. For Jiangyao, now he only needs to ensure that he can escape their surveillance and evacuate safely. And now this goal is about to be achieved. After clearing the situation, the players immediately launched an attack on each other. The next moment, the thunder beast headed by Xianyu suddenly accelerated in the direction of their respective targets. At the same time, the sphere that discovered the situation immediately flew toward Xianyu and the others. And their attack method was also very simple. That is, impact. But compared to ordinary collisions, the space where they flew began to distort. At this time, the oncoming players also waved their huge sword blades and slashed at the spheres. Almost the same as those spheres. The space was constantly distorting along the slashing route. The next moment the ball collided with the giant blade. And then with a crisp sound, the ball shattered. At the same time, after solving these spheres, Xianyu immediately told other players the locations of the other spheres. Then the other players didn't hesitate too much, and they immediately flew towards the location of the spheres. At the same time, several spheres hidden in the dark discovered that the situation was not good, and they disappeared at an extremely fast speed within the range of Xianyu's perception. After seeing them leave, Jiangyao did not pursue them. He only saw the insect nest he controlled immediately starting to jump, and at the same time, Jiangyao asked Xianyu to pay close attention to the surrounding movements, and once he found out that they were catching up, he would immediately step forward to intercept them. Chief, although we have escaped their surveillance, we are not completely free. At this time, Xianyu said to Jiangyao while running away. What do you mean? Jiangyao was a little confused when he heard what Xianyu said. Although it seems on the surface that they have flown far away from us, it is because they have been hiding here before, and they left marks here through high dimensions. Therefore, there is only one way to completely get rid of their tracking, and that is to kill those spheres. What? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Chapter 476 Chapter 465 Preparation. After learning the news at this time, Jiangyao understood that something big might happen to him this time. Is there any way to remove the marks they left here? Jiangyao immediately asked after thinking of this. Xianyu shook his head at this. The components of the four-dimensional space are too complicated. They left some random marks in this dimension. If you want to find them, the difficulty is as high as the sky. So by far the easiest way is to fight them directly and defeat them head-on. Jiangyao couldn't help but sigh after hearing Xianyu's words. If it was true as he said, then he might really have to face this civilization head-on. Now compared to before, his condition is worse. Before, people observed his every move, but did not make any attack. Now, their first thought may be to destroy him. Although now they have no way of knowing what Jiangyao will do next or the future development progress. But for that civilization, it is of little significance to observe or not to observe at this stage. If we face that civilization, we have no chance of winning. Jiangyao said and looked at Xianyu. How did you feel about playing against those spheres before? Is there any way to infer the opponent's strength through that wave of fighting? Seeing this, Xianyu shook his head. But soon, he seemed to think of something again and said, the opponent's strength may not be as incredible as we thought. At least at this stage. Our high-level arms, and they should be capable of fighting. And if there are no accidents with the troops they sent, the regular formation should it's almost the same attack method as the Empire. It's just that compared to some civilizations like the Empire, they may have more dimensional attacks. Hearing this, Jiangyao couldn't help but frown. In this universe, dimensional weapons are regular weapons. Weapons of this level are very lethal. And dimensional weapons are divided into two types. The first is a dimensionality reduction weapon, and the second is a dimensionality enhancement weapon. Each of these two weapons has its own advantages. Take dimensionality reduction weapons as an example. These weapons are usually simple to research and have simple and crude effects. After being used, they reduce the dimensions in the area to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy. But this weapon has a fatal flaw, and that is its escape velocity. As long as the target civilization's technology reaches the speed of light, it is very easy to escape. At Jiangyao's current stage, it is not difficult for him to reach the speed of light. The same is true for the Empire or other civilizations. The speed of curvature drive has reached the speed of light, and the speed of jump has already exceeded the speed of light. As for jumping, the speed is calculated directly in light years. The three methods they currently have, which are also the mainstream movement methods of advanced civilizations in the universe, can all escape dimensionality reduction weapons. Dimension-enhancing weapons are different. Compared with dimension-reducing weapons, their research and manufacturing are much more complicated, and not every civilization can master them. The attack mode of this weapon is very simple to say. That is, it creates a high-dimensional space while attacking. The weapon originally in the low-dimensional space attacks from the high-dimensional space and strikes the target. This kind of blow can be understood as ignoring defense. If you do not have the corresponding dimensional defense ability, then this kind of blow will be fatal to you. Because looking at 3 dimensions from a 4-dimensional level is different from what you look at from a 3-dimensional level. Totally different. If you look at 3 dimensions at the 4-dimensional level, take an object as an example, you can see the internal structure of the object. And you can also see the internal structure of it, and compared with the destruction from the outside to the inside in the 3-dimensional space, the 4-dimensional space can directly destroy its interior. So high-dimensional attacks like this, no matter how strong your external defense is, are useless in front of him. However, even the Empire and even more advanced civilized people have not mastered this attack method. However, the civilization that secretly observes its own can make those special spheres move in the 4 dimensions. From this, it is not difficult to deduce that this civilization has already mastered this attack method. It is even said that even a particularly powerful battleship of the Empire adopts this attack mode. Of course, after some speculation, Jiang Yao has already guessed that that battleship was not made by the Empire. First of all, its technological content. If the Empire has really mastered this technology, then he has absolutely no ability to push them to that point. Secondly, the style or other aspects of that spaceship are completely different from the Empire's warship style. Therefore, through these 2 points, Jiang Yao can determine that that warship may be the Empire's warship, obtained inadvertently. The civilization that I am facing now has a high probability of mastering dimensional technology. Jiang Yao knew very well that if he wanted to defend the dimension, it would be very difficult. And during the battle, people can also use dimensions to defend themselves. In this case, it would be extremely difficult to break through their defenses. Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel uncomfortable thinking about this. It's a bit uncomfortable now that things are getting noisy. I originally thought that if those eyes were removed, I would be able to develop steadily. As long as they can't find me, then I can become obscene and slowly develop. In the end, who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing? Even though Xianyu said that if a few spheres are destroyed, then they will never find their own. But destroying those spheres is not easy. It's impossible for them to send all 4 spheres that have escaped. And the next time they send spheres, there is a high probability that they will only send one and follow a large number of fleets. In this case, I will destroy their spheres. So the price paid is very painful. And if nothing else, the soldiers they sent should be on their way. The reason why Jiang Yao is so sure about this matter is simple. Because through this wave, the other party has fully realized his potential. For cosmic civilizations, the opponent's strength is not the most critical in many cases. But the opponent's potential is what is really important. Especially when you do not have the ability to immediately eliminate this civilization or find this civilization. Your potential will be directly related to your victory or defeat in this battle. Hundreds of years are relatively long for a civilization. But for the universe, this time is too short. If the opponent's potential is high enough, then he may have a technological explosion during this period. And when the technology explodes after what happened, you don't know what his level will be the next time you meet him. Maybe by that time, you will become a bug and others will become gods. So when you encounter civilization, the only thing you can do is to shoot and destroy it. This is the law of the Dark Forest and low-level civilizations. These civilizations will only follow this law until they develop into more advanced civilizations. Until its height can escape this law. And when its height reaches the level of the Empire, it will basically not be affected by this law. Because at this level, it has basically entered the development of conventional civilization, has reached the bottleneck period. And if you want to move forward, the factors to be considered are no longer some basic scientific and technological research. At this stage, more rules-based weapons are used, and the level of research on such weapons directly determines your strength. Of course, there are many other ways besides this. For example, once the storage reaches this stage, they will study higher-order evolution to increase the individual's strength again. All in all, at this stage, if your tribe does not have talents, then it is more about working on dimensions. If your tribe has talents, then it is more about you developing your own talents. Of course, this is not important to Jiang Yao now. What Jiang Yao needs to consider now is how to deal with the crisis under the shadow. Because for that civilization, he is too dangerous now. This civilization actually did not observe itself for a long time. Only a few years in total. And in just a few years, it will go from an insect that they don't like at all to a powerful person that they are now afraid of. At this speed of development, what state will it develop in the future? No one can guarantee it. This kind of time span does not need to be too long. It can only be a few years at most. What level will Jiang Yao be in a few years? Can that civilization guess? Obviously he can't. He has reached this point in just a few years. If he waits a few more years, the other party may be a bug in Jiang Yao's eyes. So once the other party thinks about this journey, what they will do is not hesitate. Destroy yourself at all costs. At the same time, it would not take more than a second for them to think of this. Which is why it is so certain that the opponent's fleet may already be on the way. After thinking of this, Jiang Yao understood that the only thing he could do now was to run away. Compared with running away in the past, what he can do this time is to run non-stop. because the other party's speed should be very similar to his. Even if it was faster, it wouldn't be much faster. Therefore, as long as the two sides maintain a distance of tens or even hundreds of light years, and they keep running, the time it takes for them to slowly catch up with them is extremely exaggerated. But this also has a disadvantage. That is, you can survive in this way, but you cannot develop. Of course, that cannot be said. If it insists on development, Jiang Yao feels that it is still feasible, because he can spread the players and help him collect resources as before. When the time comes, it will be okay for him to take over these resources. In fact, in the final analysis, once this routine is used, the situation on Jiang Yao's side will return to before. But now he had no choice. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately issued a mission, and then asked all players to leave the insect nest and develop in the universe. They need to continuously collect resources in the universe, and then store these resources together. When the number reaches a certain level, they will come back to collect them and evolve more powerful units. In this case, even if that civilization comes, he will not be unable to fight. Of course, during the escape process, in addition to collecting resources, Jiang Yao also arranged another task for the players, which was to create a black trap. After reaching the speed of light through curvature navigation, the spacecraft will leave a long trail during its voyage, and this trail can be understood as the black zone. In the black zone, the speed of light will slow down. It becomes 16 kilometers per second. At the same time, the time involved and the time in the outer universe are also different. This black domain can be understood as a lower dimension, in which the speed of light becomes a turtle speed of 16 kilometers per second. In this latitude, because the speed of light slows down, its time flow rate is also different from the time in the big universe. And the black domain trap takes advantage of this feature. Once a spacecraft enters this black area, the spacecraft will not be destroyed, but it is very difficult to escape from the black realm. Although the spaceships of advanced civilizations can easily escape from these black realms, don't forget that the time flow rate in the black realm is completely different from the time flow rate in the universe. 10 minutes may have passed for you in the black prison, but hundreds of years may have passed in the big universe. This means that when you come out, you will find that the world has changed. This is the biggest highlight of the black domain trap. Although he can't destroy your battleship, he can trap your battleship in time, making your battleship unable to function. Because by the time your warship climbs out of the black domain, the battle outside may have been fought long ago, and your civilization may even have been destroyed. It doesn't make much sense for you to come out at this time. Of course, although the black domain trap is powerful, it also has many flaws. That is, it is too simple for advanced civilizations to discover and avoid the black domain. As long as they are not blind, they can easily discover these black domain restrictions. So the probability of success of this trap is very low. But Jiang Yao still wants the players to operate it, because something like this is better than nothing. Although there is a high probability that these things will not have any effect after being used. But what if they do? Of course, at the same time, Jiang Yao's research direction also made great changes. During the escape process, Jiang Yao did not intend to study other things. He decided to put all his energy and time on that planet. As long as that planet was if the situation is understood and utilized, maybe Jiang Yao can research something more important. At the same time, Jiang Yao also included the research of new weapons into his plan. Naturally, this thing is a dimensionality reduction weapon. Although Jiang Yao has not mastered the technology of dimensionality reduction weapons yet, the principle and technology of this kind of weapon are actually not complicated for Jiang Yao at this stage. So it's not that difficult to tinker with it. Of course, dimensionality reduction weapons may not have much effect on that civilization. But Jiang Yao is also very clear about this. The reason why he studies this weapon is not to defeat that civilization with this weapon. The purpose of his research is only for defense, or self-preservation. Chapter 477 Dealing with Hidden Dangers. Because of the characteristics of dimensional weapons, high dimensions will permanently fall to low dimensions. By taking advantage of this feature, a safe area can be formed in the area covered by dimensional weapons, wrapped in a security statement similar to the black area. Compared with the black area, where people can enter by force, it would be very difficult for them to enter in the low dimension. So in this area, Jiang Yao is in a safe state. But this also means that Jiang Yao can only develop in the area he assigned. And the area he assigned can only contain 1 or 2 galaxies at most. Under such circumstances, he cannot develop even if he develops. That's why. But if he does this, His life will be saved, but he will not be able to develop. Of course, Jiang Yao also knows very well that if it were not for special circumstances, he would never be able to do this. Therefore, if he wants civilization to continue to develop and be able to respond to external attacks, Jiang Yao can only adopt another strategy. That is to transform the entire insect swarm into a two-dimensional creature. In this way, he can move in the fallen dimension. And the dimension has also become his weapon. He can continue to create dimensional weapons and launch dimensional attacks wantonly. Although high-dimensional creatures have an absolute advantage in fighting low-dimensional creatures, the dimensional space created by low-dimensional creatures is an absolute restricted area for them, because they can only fight in the dimensional space if they also fall into two dimensions. If so, as long as they are in dimensional space, all they can do is watch. Although you can continue to develop in this way in the future. If you want to continue to develop, there are many factors that need to be considered, at least in the short term. It is impossible for Jiang Yao to continue to develop, because the entire universe is still mainly three-dimensional. Although there are many areas in this dimension that are two-dimensional, these areas are only a minority after all. And as a two-dimensional creature, he can only move in this dimension, which means that his living space is actually not very large. It is very difficult to find enough resources in this space. Although it can use dimensional weapons to continuously expand territory for itself, such efficiency is very low, not to mention filling the entire universe. Even if it wants to fill a star system, it is very difficult. Therefore, these two methods should never be used by Jiang Yao except as a last resort. But not being able to use them does not mean that he cannot have them. Some things are like this. And there is a fundamental difference between what you have and what you don't have. After determining the rough route, Jiang Yao also began to prepare step by step. At the same time, not only Jiang Yao's side, but also the players started wandering into the universe again. However, compared to the previous time, the players' their configuration is very complete. First of all, almost all the players have gathered together. Because of the mutual matching of various types of troops, players are much more convenient than before in many aspects. Secondly, because of the addition of absolute combat power, they have a way to resist even in the face of sudden behemoths in the starry sky. So the mission of the players is very simple and clear. That is, to constantly search for other civilizations and harvest them. At the same time, they also need to find those resource galaxies and obtain as many resources as possible. At the same time, here in that mysterious civilization, at this time, everyone in this civilization was gathering together to discuss things about Jiang Yao. Although the fleet had already set off, they found that Jiang Yao was in a state of high-speed jump. Under such circumstances, they basically wanted to catch up with Jiang Yao. It is impossible to go up, so they had no choice but to let the fleet follow Jiang Yao from a distance, so as not to be thrown away by him. What they needed to do next was wait until Jiang Yao stopped and give him a fatal blow. However, through observation during this period, they found that Jiang Yao's situation was actually very complicated. Observation Object No. 7745 is special compared to all our previous observation objects, and much more special. The way they develop and how they evolve is beyond our understanding. In just a few minutes, non-dimensional life forms can instantly evolve into dimensional life forms. Such a technique is terrifying. So far, we have not been able to study what this technology of theirs is all about. The fleet sent out to track them will not be able to cause any harm to their insect worship in a short period of time. As long as their sea insect nest does not stop, it will be very difficult for us to eliminate them. Of course, they shouldn't be able to develop while moving. After a period of observation, I found that compared to other civilizations, their demand for ores is much higher. What you said is not entirely correct. Through the latest uploaded data, we know that as long as this civilization has ore, they can convert the ore into strength in a short period of time. And it is very simple for them to collect ore. They only need to use insects. The swarms are scattered across the universe to collect ore. And when they have enough ore, the insect nest collects it in the past. And the whole process takes a very short time. So even when we are chasing them, they are still developing. But on the surface it looks like they are not. But in fact the resources they collect are progress. Is there any way to stop them? There is no way. Because their bugs are scattered all over the universe. And they are also extremely careful. Once they find clues, they will flee. Under such circumstances, it is tantamount to wishful thinking for our warships to quickly eliminate them. For them, as long as one or two successfully escape, then even one or two can complete the task of collecting resources. But the time period is relatively long. And hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown at how difficult their affairs were at this time. And not only was the matter more difficult, but at the same time, they had to find a way to solve this difficult matter as soon as possible. Just when everyone was at a loss, one of them stood up and said, although their development method is very powerful, their development method is also a limitation from a certain perspective. They need to convert resources through ore, which means they have to collect ore. As long as our troops follow them, they will have no chance to collect ore, which means that no matter how many resources they obtain outside, they will not be able to convert them, and their level will always be stuck at the current level. Of course, if we follow them all the time, what everyone thinks will happen, that is, the other party integrates resources in advance. In the past, it only took a very short time for them to collect resources. And in such a time, our fleet may not, it's too late to get over. But the solution to this is very simple. We just need to send enough fleets to pursue them from different directions. In this way, after they stop, they will always be closer to a fleet. At that time, they want to be and are the possibility of taking resources away right under your nose is very low. As long as we have a fleet to hold them back, they will be finished. Because the huge insect nest in this group is their core. As long as this insect nest is gone, then they can no longer continue to produce troops. The remaining bugs scattered in the universe will also disappear over time. To put it simply, we only need to keep an eye on their insect nests, and then many problems can be solved easily. Of course, I also know that this is a very tedious and long process. And this process will even last for thousands of years, or even more. But this is the only thing we can do against them now. Because we can't let them continue to develop. Because no one of us can guarantee what kind of situation they will be in after a few more years. If we use this method now, we can develop as much as we can during the years of catching up with them. Science and technology. Maybe it won't take many years for us to develop weapons against their plan. And by that time, we can easily destroy them. After some discussion, this civilization decided to use this method to target Jiangyao. But this time on the other side. Inside the star ring, I saw No. One being escorted by many insects to Jianyao's projection. Looking at No. One in front of him, Jiangyao said lightly, "Did you ever think that this day would come?" After hearing Jianyao's words, No. One just raised his head and took a deep look at him. He really didn't understand where he was exposed. Looking at his expression at this time, Jiangyao naturally knew what he was thinking. So he spoke slowly. "You don't have to think too much. In fact, I knew about your betrayal of me a long time ago. If I insist on giving an accurate time, it would be when you commanded the battle for the first time. And I had already discovered the problem. Although your behavior is hidden, there are too many loopholes. Of course, I don't know about these loopholes under normal circumstances. But at that time, I already knew that a civilization was secretly observing me. So I used this to speculate on your behavior. And I found that there were many loopholes. Since you discovered me at that time, why did you still let me take command? And even handed the star ring to me later? Because I can't let them know that I found out that you are becoming their pawn. And that you are still useful to me. Do you still remember that I told you about our characteristics and many things I mentioned to you intentionally or unintentionally at that time?" Hearing what Jiangyao said, No. One also recalled some of the things Jiangyao had said to him at that time. And when he thought of this, he understood it instantly. "The information you provided me is all false." Yes, that information is all false. To be precise, the irrelevant information is all true. And some of the more important information is false. Because only by disclosing this information to you, those people will believe that I have not seen through you. And through this information, they can also assess my danger. I also used this to gain enough development time for myself. But what I didn't expect was that I still failed this time. Speaking of which, Jiangyao continued, "Just like you can't understand me, I can't understand that civilization's tracking and attack methods. So I made a miscalculation. The price for this is that I am now being hunted by them all over the universe. But fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, they know about this backup plan, but there is nothing they can do about it." At this point, Jiangyao changed his style and looked at No. One. "Of course, this is not important to you. For you, your mission has been achieved, and I don't need you anymore." Jiangyao then added, "Actually, I have given you many opportunities. After I handed the star ring to you, I left a lot of brainworms and troops here. The first purpose of their staying here is to facilitate monitoring and control. The second one is to give you opportunities. I gave you a chance to change your ways, but within such a long timeline. You didn't hint in any secret way. Which means you never thought about changing from the bottom of your heart. Speaking of this, Jiang Yaoyan smiled self-deprecatingly. Of course, it's normal for you to behave like this. After all, it is the best choice to belong to the strong compared to the weak. But have you ever thought that you are in the strong position? What role will it play here? You must have noticed that you are not important to them. Your biggest role is just to understand what I have been doing recently, or the characteristics of the insect swarm. You are just a tool for them to understand. And when they find that you have no value, they will abandon you without hesitation. Just like now. With their ability, it is too easy to keep the star ring and save you. But they didn't make any move. Just watching me catch you. Maybe I won't wait long. Destroy you. Of course, this so-called elimination also includes the ethnic groups behind you. Although they are not important to you. In the final analysis, they are just a bunch of data in your eyes. Of course, you are just a bunch of data. We gave you a body. After hearing what Jiang Yao said. No. One also smiled bitterly. In fact, on the day he received Jiang Yao's invitation, he also received an invitation from that mysterious civilization, and learned about a terrible thing through that mysterious civilization. The fact is that the person he chose to cooperate with was actually just a guinea pig in other people's eyes. If you want to work for a guinea pig, you will definitely refuse. So he chose that mysterious civilization. Originally, according to his plan, that mysterious civilization should be able to easily wipe out Jiang Yao. But who has ever thought of such a big idea? Even that mysterious civilization didn't know that it had been discovered a long time ago. But it just kept pretending not to notice. And the person who played the second-fifth role in this matter has always been used by Jiang Yao as a tool to convey wrong information to the mysterious civilization. It's because of my own existence that Jiang Yao was able to survive for such a long time. If he hadn't transmitted as much information to that civilization as he did, no, one would have been wiped out by that civilization long before he developed to where he is today. Chapter 478, Prepare to attack void creatures. After thinking of this, no, one immediately understood. He finally knew why Jiang Yao was willing to answer him when he asked Jiang Yao some sensitive questions before. This was Jiang Yao's plan from beginning to end. And Jiang Yao was not stupid. At that time, he thought that this civilization was more upright and would hide less things. But at this moment, he finally understood that none of the civilizations that could develop to this point in the universe were stupid. He also understood why Jiang Yao asked him to control the star ring alone in the later stages of development. This was not because he trusted him, but simply because he wanted to separate him from himself. Otherwise, with his own ability, if he really wanted to feel at ease if he uses himself, then it is absolutely impossible for him to put himself away. It was only at this moment that he finally understood that he had always been smart, but was misled by his cleverness. I always instinctively thought that Jiang Yao trusted me. But in fact, he never really trusted me from the beginning. If it wasn't because he was still of some use, he estimated that he must have been dealt with by Jiang Yao long ago. But the current situation was not much better, because Jiang Yao was about to send him away. After thinking about this, he didn't struggle too much, because he knew very well that no matter how hard he struggled, it was meaningless. Although he had been leaving a belly for himself during the years of controlling the cycle, now he understood that he had left a belly. The latter ones below have no effect, because the backhand he left behind was after Jiang Yao's eye sold it. He found an opportunity to control the star ring to escape. This was the backhand he left behind, and others were on guard against him from the beginning. So he stayed. These things were probably secretly cleared away by those brainworms. To put it simply, any of his struggles were in vain now. Thinking of this, he simply gave up resisting. After all, there was no point in doing some meaningless things. The only thing that can save him at this time is that mysterious civilization. But it is obvious that things have developed to this point. That mysterious civilization has not yet appeared, which is enough to illustrate a problem. That is, that civilization does not pay attention to him at all. Just like what Jiang Yao said. In that civilization, there is no value in itself. Naturally, people cannot care too much about things that have no value. Unexpected. After all, I'm on the wrong team. Jiang Yao didn't answer after hearing no one's words. Indeed, he was on the wrong team from the beginning. If he had followed him with peace of mind, he would have survived as safely as the other civilizations he had accepted. But it was a pity that he overestimated himself. He thinks his choice is the right one. On the surface, his choice is indeed correct. After all, everyone knows that it is wise to choose stronger allies as their allies. However, It is a pity that in this world, nothing is absolute, and when if you do something wrong, you will naturally have to pay a corresponding price. The price paid by no one is that he and his entire civilization will be erased from the universe. In fact, not only are you on the wrong team now, but you have even made the wrong choice when deciding the future direction of your civilization. Digital life is not the right path in the true sense. Actually, from the beginning, when I was working with you, I never thought of you as a partner, because numbers are more used as tools, as the brain of supercomputers. So your civilization has been on a dead end from the beginning. Even if I don't discover you, other civilizations will discover you and use you as a tool. After all this is done, it is time to embrace and put your energy and time on that planet. In the following days, he will continue to observe another planet and study the energy film outside. At the same time, the brainworms inside the war fortress are also busy. They are conducting information on that energy film. Okay, various tests and recorded. Although the research progress is relatively slow. Of course, this is only relative. Because after they found a way to let life forms enter the interior, Jiang Yao sent a group of brain worms to enter. And the passage of time inside was completely different from the time in the universe. Therefore, the research progress of the brain worms inside is obviously much faster than that outside. Judging from this progress, Jiang Yao estimates that it will not take more than 3 years at most. Maybe he can truly master the secrets. And what he has to do in the past few years is to constantly encounter delays. While Jiang Yao was still operating like this, the players had already begun to take action. Before the showdown with the unknown civilization, players sent out a large number of Euglena for a period of time to search for resources throughout the universe. Although many places have been mined, there are still many places that have not had time to develop. And some areas are the goals that players should go to next. While they are mining, they are also searching for other civilizations in the universe to ensure that after they have finished mining these galaxies, they can still find other galaxies to collect resources. In this way, as time goes by, everything is going on in full swing. Compared to the players, on the void creature side at this time, after coming to this universe, after a period of familiarity, they also had a general understanding of this universe. After determining the general situation of this universe, they immediately started taking action. They continued to develop and grow by devouring resource galaxies and civilizations one after another. At the same time, their leader also discovered that their sense of the insect swarm was getting weaker and weaker. This is not good news for them. You must know that the insect swarm has definitely been longer than them since they came to this universe. So the insect swarm has developed to a considerable scale in this universe. And they and the insect swarm are mortal enemies. Under such circumstances, if the two sides face each other, if so, then the insect swarm must have the advantage. Fortunately, just when they thought so, several battles afterwards gave them a clear understanding of the current situation of the insect swarm. After those rounds of battles, the insect swarm had become exhausted. Now they don't have many troops. Now is their chance to kill the insect swarm, because they are not sure how many reserve resources the insect swarm has in this universe. If they are given time, they can recover to a certain number as quickly as possible. The swarm has resource points, but they don't. So the swarm definitely has an advantage in terms of recovery speed. This means that for them now, the best chance to kill the insect swarm is now. But now they have discovered a very uncomfortable problem. That is, your senses on their side are getting weaker and weaker. Thinking of it, the leader of the void creatures here knew they had to act. The sense of the insect swarm is weak. The leader of the void creature doesn't know what is going on there. But he understands that there are only two possibilities at present. The first type of insect swarm is the same as them, and the senses of both sides are interacting with each other. Introduction. The second type is only decreasing on their side. If it is the second type, it would be terrible. The insect swarm can develop crazily in the dark. Once they are strong enough, they can come over and cause trouble for themselves. However, whether they come here or develop, they will never know their approximate progress. We must act now. At this point, the leader of the void creatures made this decision. And then the mighty army of void creatures began to take action. And their target is the players. Of course, the main reason why they chose this place was because there were too many players. So it was very easy for them to sense it. At this time, it is the same as usual on the player side. After players go online every day, they put their energy and time into resource mining. However, in order to deal with enemies that may appear at any time, players also spread many eyes around them. Insect brothers, this mining area will be dug out in a month at most. and then I will leave for the next mining area. At this time, on the player's side, they are mining while discussing their next plan. Have you figured out the situation in the mining area over there? After we find out that the situation over there is similar to that here, and there are no other civilizations there, we can just go there and dig. That's good. You can get benefits without fighting like this. It's much more comfortable than fighting every day before. Yes, I go online and mine every day, and my life is quite leisurely. Brothers, I wonder if you have watched the news these past 2 days. News? What did you say? It should be about the new batch of robots. Yes, I heard that they have developed a group of robots that can work in space. These robots are mainly used to mine resources around Blue Star. Holy crap. According to what you said, our Lyshine will also develop into space in the future. Are we developing into space? We have always been developing. Okay. It's just that we haven't achieved a phase breakthrough. Now with the popularity of robots, I guess I think we can use this kind of robots to develop space resources or migrate to planets. Construction. So we started arranging it. Hearing this, the players all lamented that this era has changed too fast. In just a few years, Blue Star's technology has developed rapidly, and robots that can replace human labor are in their sights. And whether it is medical or other aspects, great progress has been made. Compared with more than 10 years ago, the development has been rapid. Now with the emergence of the above report, it means that Lon Xion has officially begun to the universe has moved in. If nothing else happens, the first task of this group of people going to space should be to assist humans in establishing bases on other planets. I don't know when Blue Star will develop to the level of technology in the game. You upstairs are thinking too much. The level of technology in this game, based on Blue Star's current progress, is simply unrealistic for 1,000 years. And while the players were still talking about it, bad news came from the players because they discovered void creatures. The void creatures themselves have a certain mutual induction with the past. When they approach on a large scale, they are perceived by the players from a long distance. After sensing this thing, the eyeworm players immediately told everyone about the situation. And when everyone heard the news, they also realized that the situation was not good. How many void creatures are there over there? I don't know. We are currently sending eyeworms over to check. We should have an answer after a while. Okay. You guys will give us a reply as soon as possible after you understand the situation clearly. Or the player continued. Brothers, those void creatures suddenly appeared. I guess they must be recharging their energy. Unlike other creatures, we basically have no secrets in front of void creatures. So it is useless to tell them any tricks. Because no matter where we hide, they can easily find us. It also means we can only go head to head with them. When they heard this, everyone looked at each other. If we want to attack us, we must also determine the situation on their side and what is going on. Yes, if the opponent's number is relatively large, I think we can consider running away. I think we should run away. Although our staffing is relatively sufficient now, we do not have follow-up supplies, which means that one of our members here will die. Yeah, I also think it's more reliable to just run away. Don't both parties sense each other? Even if I run away, I guess I can't hide from the 1st grade but not the 15th grade. That shouldn't be the case. Because I heard the leader mention before that the feeling between us and the void creatures is getting weaker and weaker. Which means that this feeling will most likely disappear before long. It would be okay if this kind of pull was from both sides. But now I am afraid that it is one-sided. If that is the case, then things will not be easy to operate. The main thing I'm worried about now is this. So I think we'd better fight just in case. I also think it's okay if it's from both sides. But I'm afraid it's one-sided. Then they chase us and attack us but don't know where they are, which will be troublesome. So we'd better start directly now. Although we may suffer heavy losses. As long as we can remove this cancer, everything will be easy. Although they are very powerful. Brothers, don't forget that we can restrain them. And now we have so many high-level thunder beasts. If we really fight them, it will be pure crushing. After everyone pondered for a while, they quickly made a decision. This time, they were going to fight the void creatures. The first point is that they now have enough strength to regenerate void creatures. The second point is what they are more worried about. Although they were not sure what the other party's situation was, they decided to nip this uncertainty in the cradle just in case. Chapter 479 The Despair of the Void Creature Leader. In this way, for various reasons, the two old enemies finally faced each other. It's just that the players are getting ready, as they watch the void creatures getting closer and closer to them. The void creatures see that the players are beginning to gather, and they also know that the other party wants to confront them. Through this, the leader of the void creatures has basically determined the situation. And now both sides are the same. Both sides' perception of the other is diminishing. It's time to make a break. The leader of the void creatures, who saw all this, murmured. He didn't say that it was indeed time for him to end things now. Of course, he also felt that the current situation was somewhat absurd. Because in the last universe, the two races fought fiercely, and in the end neither of them could decide a winner. But in this universe, the final battle is actually going to be held in this form. At this time, the insect swarm army appeared in the attack range. The leader of the aerial creatures issued an attack order, and at the same time, the players' attacks followed one after another. At this moment, the two sides started fighting. Countless small bugs in the swarm flew towards them. At the same time, the corruptors were constantly consuming them in the distance. At this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, because several thunder beasts appeared among the swarm. And these thunder beasts were completely different from the thunder beasts they had seen before. Try it out? Only the void was seen here. The leader of the creatures began to gather energy beams. At the same time, the players who saw his actions were naturally not idle. Xianyu also started the same operation. The next moment, two beams of light were directed towards him at the same time. Fly out towards the opponent. As a dazzling light lit up, the leader of the void creatures suddenly realized something was wrong, because he found that the power of the Zerg's beam was obviously many times stronger than his. And he just watched helplessly as his light speed was suppressed. Not good. Knowing that the situation was not good, he instinctively wanted to dodge. But at this time, it was very clear that it was basically impossible to dodge this attack at its speed. At this critical moment, he saw the mother body of a void creature standing in front of him. And the next moment, he saw the speed of light reaching above the mother body. The void creature took this opportunity to get out of the danger range. But as soon as he got out of the danger range and saw the mother body behind him, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Because at this time, the huge void biological objects began to gradually disintegrate. Although the mother body of the void creatures has a very strong recovery ability, such recovery ability obviously has no effect in the face of this attack. How can this be? The leader of the void creatures was frightened when he saw this scene. He knew very well how high the defense of the mother body was. Under normal circumstances, the mother body could withstand attacks from dozens or millions of insect swarms for a period of time. But now the mother body was taken away in one blow. The mother's resistance to injury could already be seen from their previous confrontation with the Empire's civilized flagship. How is this possible? Even the Leviathan and the insect swarm cannot have such attack power. As the leader of the void creatures, his eyes were full of deep fear when he looked at the thunder beasts in front of him. The behavior of these insects was beyond his expectation. His understanding of the Zerg was still at the beginning, when he was in another universe. Although he knew that the Zerg swarm had changed a lot in this universe, he never expected that the Zerg swarm had changed so much. The strength of a single combat unit is actually so strong. You must know that this is just a thunder beast, not a Leviathan. If the thunder beasts have reached this point, then their Leviathan will be so powerful. Then the leader of the void creatures turned his attention to other bugs. Not only the strength of the sitting combat units, such as thunder beasts, has improved to an incredible level, but also the strength of their conventional combat units has also undergone a qualitative change. What had they experienced in this universe? At this time, he was becoming more and more troubled by the situation in front of him. He even had a ridiculous idea at this time. That is, the perception of the two civilizations was getting weaker and weaker. But in fact, they were more protecting him. After discovering this, if he chose to avoid instead of taking the initiative to attack, maybe they wouldn't be in such a passive situation like today. It was already too late now, because the bugs were gradually surrounding them during the battle. Judging from the situation, the bugs were ready to eliminate them. So, in this universe, how can bugs get such a powerful improvement? Absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. After arriving here, he suddenly seemed to realize something, because he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the number of bugs. Until this moment, the leader of the void creatures suddenly woke up. In just a moment, he figured out the whole story. I see. I understand. He recalled the time when he first came to this universe and faced off against the bugs, as well as the subsequent battles. So that's it. It turns out that I was wrong from the beginning. My idea was too preconceived. I have been thinking about how to deal with your insect sea tactics from the beginning, but I never expected that you would actually give up on the insect sea tactics. At this time, the void creature thought of a possibility that the reason why the Zerg could make such a big improvement was because they gave up on the sea of worms and began to evolve towards the individual elite route. And this is also the reason why the number of Zerg every time they fight is so small. If it were the same force in the past, the opponent would have to eliminate at least 10 times, or even 20 times the force to fight against them. Because while the bugs are developing in quantity, it means that their quality cannot make a big leap. This is a rule, and there is no way to change it. Compared with them, the Zerg chose quantity when they chose their evolutionary route, which resulted in their development being very fast. But their quality was not very high. But how is this possible? How long have they been in this universe? How could they focus on evolving trees under such circumstances? You must know that the key evolutionary tree means that they have to abandon hundreds of millions of years of accumulation in the previous universe and develop from scratch. At this point, his face was full of disbelief. At this time, the battle between the two sides also entered a white-hot stage. The number of troops on both sides was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But they obviously had a greater advantage than the Zerg side. We can't go on any longer. All warriors, break out. At this time, he realized that the situation was not good and issued this order. Because now he knew very well that according to the current situation, if the fighting continued, they would be the only ones who would be wiped out in the end. At this time, he chose to retreat, although he also wanted to end it with the crowd. He knew very well that now was not the time. To be precise, he was scared. It is said that if you keep a green mountain, you are not afraid of burning it without materials. Now that he has figured out all the situation of the Zerg, he thinks that if he goes back, he will still have a chance to surpass the Zerg after a period of development. And now the perception of the two civilizations is getting weaker and weaker, which means that as long as he leaves here, he will have a relatively stable development opportunity. But it's obvious that he thinks so, and the players don't think so. Because the players believe in a principle. That is, cutting the grass without eradicating the roots will bring new growth when the spring breeze blows. So from the beginning, the players never thought of letting them go. So when they showed signs of retreating, the players immediately rushed forward desperately and began to encircle them. When I saw this scene, the leader of the void creatures naturally realized that the situation was not good. They are determined and don't want to let us leave. But it's not that easy to stop us. As he said this, his heart suddenly trembled, and he ordered all the void creatures to break out of the encirclement. Different from the previous breakout, this time all the void creatures gave up their attacks on players in other positions. They desperately launched attacks in a certain direction, hoping to defeat the enemies in another area in this way. The line of defense is surrounded by conflict-prone players. Obviously, his strategy was effective. When all the void creatures concentrated their attacks on one area, the pressure on the players in that area increased sharply. At the same time, Xianyu, who discovered that the situation was not good, immediately controlled the Thunder Beast and rushed towards this side, and then blocked the attack of the void creatures. Salted fish can do this mainly because its own attributes are high enough. And secondly, its attack target is also very clear. That is, the mother body of void creatures, and the leader of void creatures. Some other miscellaneous soldiers are ignored at all, and they have obvious disadvantages compared to their void creatures. That is, although the reproductive capacity of void creatures is very strong, it can explode a large number of combat units in an instant. And even the speed at which these mother bodies explode can be sustained for a period of time during the battle. This is a very unnatural thing about void creatures. But this kind of creature is not without its shortcomings. That is, their mother body itself. Although their mother body has very exaggerated defense power, once the opponent has the ability to kill their mother body instantly, their tactics can be directly cracked. As long as these mother bodies are instantly killed, the void creatures will only fight less and less. Although it is very difficult for many civilizations to kill the mother bodies instantly. Because after all, it is the core unit of void creature combat. So it naturally has very strong defense. And his recovery ability is very amazing. Under normal circumstances, if he is seriously injured, it will not take long to fully recover. And even if you want to decapitate him, other void creatures will also consciously form human shields to share the damage to their mother body. Under such circumstances, it is as difficult as the sky to kill him. But it's a pity that they miscalculated this time. They didn't expect that there were insects with such powerful attack power in the insect swarm. The key is whether the number of attacks by these bugs is a little exaggerated. Up to now, the attacking bugs of that level have carried out attacks at least a dozen times. This wave of operations directly stunned the leader of the void creatures. He really couldn't imagine that an attack of this level could be unleashed so many times. If it weren't for some of his attacks, Most of the damage was offset by the human shields composed of a large number of small void creatures. He estimated that the mothers here might have received their lunches long ago. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this time, the leader of the void creature was already desperate. The changes in the bugs were too great. And this was not the most critical thing. The most critical thing was that the bugs also had the ability to interfere with regional space. At the beginning of the battle, he saw countless small bugs detonating in this area. At first, he didn't understand what the bugs were doing. But when he discovered that the space in the detonated area was disrupted, he understood. It seems that the bugs have mastered this technology unintentionally. A technology that would be devastating to them. Because many of their attacks against the Zerg were based on their past understanding of their comrades. In the past, they did not have such a large-scale jump interference capability. But the fact now is that the other party has such an ability. This is the most troublesome thing. You must know that if the other party does not have this ability, even if they fight against the other party, the initiative still belongs to them. Because they can run away at any time if they want to. But if the opponent has this ability and uses it, then the initiative lies with the stronger side. And judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the Zerg swarm and the others are strong. In this way, due to various reasons, the attack of the void creatures failed. Looking at the void creatures around him that were being killed by the swarms of insects, the leader of the void creatures was already in despair. The current situation is that they can neither fight nor escape. Even if they try to escape from the area they rushed out of, it will be useless because the insects are no longer what they used to be. These bugs can be divided into multiple groups to chase them. So no matter what they do, the final result is fixed. At this time, the hands of the void creatures were also very uncomfortable. Of course, he also knew very well that this time's failure was doomed. The information he had about his comrades was too imperfect. So he rashly launched an attack under such circumstances. This is indeed unwise. But who would have thought that insects would undergo such earth-shaking changes just after they came to this universe? The overall insect tactics have been changed to the current single elite. Such a change is very exaggerated for any race. The insects had completed the change in such a short period of time. And when he thought of this, he suddenly woke up. At this moment, he understood the reason. In fact, it's not that the bugs have undergone huge changes, but that the timeline is wrong. Although in their universe, they and the bugs left almost at the same time. But they arrived after the bugs. In that strange space, time must be different from the time in this universe. In other words, it is not ruled out that one moment in that place is equal to tens of millions of years here. Chapter 480. For the leader of the void creatures, this is the only way to explain it. Apart from the time difference, he could not think of any other explanation. And judging from the current situation, this was the only explanation that could hold water. In this way, after knowing the general situation, the void creature leader was also very upset. If I could have thought of this back then, I wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. As he spoke, he looked at the dwindling number of small void creatures. At this time, he had fallen deeply into despair. At the same time, on the player's side, the players were having a great time killing each other. The void creatures that were once evenly matched with them have now become meat on the chopping board, allowing them to slaughter them. Brothers, I have to say that our improvement during this period has really been too great. The void creatures that used to fight us back and forth are now completely crushed by us. Yes, I never expected that it would be so easy for us to defeat them now. I was still worried before. The losses on both sides would be serious when we fight. Now it seems that I am worrying too much. The main reason is that our improvement is too great. Compared to a race like them that develops step by step, we can upgrade as long as we have enough resources. Naturally, they have no advantage in fighting us. But I have to say that after struggling with this void creature for so long, we finally have a result. Yes, it has been so long since we first met them. And within such a long span of time, we have grown to this point without knowing it. Okay, brothers, don't sigh. Let's work harder to kill their cannon fodder void creatures. And then we can deal with the mother body. After solving it, this battle will be over. But I have to complain. The void creature is simply a cancer. There is no benefit at all. And the most important thing is that it is difficult to fight. Yes, this setting is really unscientific. Brothers, stop talking for a few times and clear out these monsters. And then continue to exploit resources. Speaking of the fact that these void creatures are developing so rapidly, do you think they have any mining areas in their hands? There is definitely some. But I guess they must have finished picking it for him. Otherwise, How could they send troops to us? You mean they sent troops to us because they ran out of resources and wanted to come over to compete for our resources? That's probably the case. Otherwise, how could they be so bored and choose to attack us at this time? After all, before they launch an attack, for such a long period of time, they can actually attack at any time. And there must be a reason why they chose this node. In this way, players communicate and attack at the same time, and the number of void creatures gradually decreases as time goes by. At the end of the fight, only the Queen Mother was left among the void creatures, and some advanced void creatures were struggling to support themselves. And judging from the looks of it, they probably won't last long. In fact, for the players, their success in this wave is mainly due to elite units such as Thunder Beasts. Because when these elite units attack the opponent's mother body, the opponent will send a large number of void creatures to take the damage, which also leads to every time they attack Xinyu, a large number of void creatures will die. And they cannot avoid this kind of sacrifice, because in order to ensure the safety of the mother's body, they can only bear the damage in this way. At this time, when the players were preparing to kill all the remaining void creatures, Jiang Yao's voice came over. When hearing Jiang Yao's words, even the players were a little surprised. Of course, not only the players, but also the void creatures are like this. As time goes by, the arms of the void creatures are basically all dead. There are only 2 mothers left in the entire void creature group, as well as the leader of the void creatures, alone here. And just when they thought they were about to die heroically, the bug suddenly stopped attacking. Seeing this scene, he was also a little puzzled. Judging from the situation, the insects did not intend to kill them all. This was very outrageous for him. Logically speaking, the insect swarm should have wiped them all out immediately. But as a result, the insects did not take action now. At the same time, when the leader of the void creatures was puzzled, he saw an eyeworm slowly flying towards him. Then under his gaze, a projection appeared in front of him. When he saw this projection, he instinctively had some doubts, because it was also the first time for him to see Jiang Yao. Who are you? In the face of his questions, the other bugs gave him the answer, and the players told him that this was their leader. When the void creature saw this news, his expression changed involuntarily, because in his understanding, the leader of the insect swarm should be the insect queen, not the person in front of him. What exactly is going on? At this time, he was quite puzzled. But he was still puzzled. He still suppressed his curiosity and waited for the other party's next step, because he knew very well that since the other party did not solve it immediately, it meant that you must be useful to the other party. Are you curious about my identity? Or are you curious about why the leader of the Zerg is not the queen but me? Upon hearing this, the void creature leader nodded. Compared to these 2 points, I'm more curious about why you didn't take action. The reason is simple. From a certain point of view, eliminating you will not be of much help to me. For me now, keeping you is more important than destroying you. Hearing this, the void creature leader was a little confused. Why? You must have noticed that our group of insects is completely different from the ones you have seen before. Whether it is our development route or the combat capabilities of individual soldiers, they have been greatly improved compared to normal bugs. Maybe you have a lot of guesses about this, but I can tell you clearly that we started from a certain perspective. It's not the insect swarm, you know. To be precise, there are 2 insect swarms in this universe. The first is the insect swarm I lead, and the other is the old enemy you are familiar with. Hearing this, the void creature probably understood the current situation. But he was also very curious. You mean you guys split up? It split into 2 swarms, led by different leaders, and it is very likely that you are not of the same mind. But how is this possible? This does not conform to the development law of swarm consciousness. Logically speaking, a normal insect swarm can only have 1 leader. The next leader will be born only after the previous leader dies. And your situation is obviously not consistent with this. Seeing this, Jiang Yao nodded. Indeed, under normal circumstances, following the group is like what you said. But my side is a special case. Of course, this is not important, because my development path is completely different from the development path you want. In addition, I can also tell you clearly that there was a battle between me and the Zerg Queen, and I won. But she escaped for various reasons. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, the leader of the void creatures immediately understood what he meant. His main purpose of keeping him was most likely to protect the escaped Zerg Queen, because the induction between the 2 races has not disappeared. He is the only one who can locate the Zerg Queen who has escaped. You want me to help you find another Zerg and destroy it? Jiang Yao did not deny this. Indeed, this is the purpose of keeping you. Of course, you must have guessed that if you lead me to find the Zerg Queen, I will kill you, and my next target will be you. So for you now, according to normal logic, there is no need for you to help me. But I can assure you that if you help me find the Zerg Queen, I will let you live. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao then added, of course you can believe what I say or not. But actually it doesn't matter. With or without you. It's just a matter of time before I find her. For me, it's just a matter of spending a little more time. But there are other reasons why I want to keep you, and ask you to help find him. This universe is not as simple as I thought. In the long process of development, I have encountered many things that I have never encountered before. Through this period of observation, I discovered a characteristic. That is, we came from other universes. But they actually did it intentionally. And when he heard this, the leader of the void creatures couldn't help but frown. What does it mean? It's very simple. We were able to come here because they secretly guided us. If it's normal for the insect swarm to come here, and it's a coincidence, then it's not necessarily true that you're here. After all, in that kind of space, it is basically impossible for you to accurately locate our position. But under such circumstances, you have come to the area where I am. It would be a bit far-fetched to describe this as a coincidence. The leader of the void creatures couldn't help but think after hearing this. If what you said is true, then what is their purpose of attracting me here? After all, the strength of this universe is undoubtedly much stronger than our previous universe. What is our role to them? Jiang Yao didn't answer his question. In fact, Jiang Yao himself didn't know the answer to this question. The only thing he knew now was that the other party intended to lead them here. I don't know about this. Even the fact that we were deliberately attracted by them is my guess. As for the accuracy of this guess, I can't guarantee it. Hearing this, the void creatures understood the whole story. The first reason why you keep me here is that you want me to help you find the Zerg Queen. The second reason is that you want to use me to understand their attitude towards us or their purpose. Jiang Yao also nodded and did not deny it. So from a certain perspective, you are more useful alive than dead, which is why I didn't eliminate you in the first place. Of course, apart from the above reasons, I also need to know more things. And this is one of the reasons why I keep you. No more things? The void creature leader had some doubts about this. That's right. I want to know more things. And one of the most critical things is about our escape from that universe. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, the void creature couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was obvious that he didn't understand what Jiang Yao wanted to express. I need to know the entire process of how you came from that universe to this universe, because it will be very helpful to you after me. Hearing this, I was thinking that we should be like you. We entered that mysterious space in a daze, and then came to this place. As for the process, there is nothing to say. You have experienced what we have experienced. Nothing is different. Why are you so sure our experiences are the same? Because in that space, we have fleetingly seen your fragments. Hearing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but fell into deep thought. From the beginning to now, the void creatures have been mentioning that mysterious area. And what is that mysterious area? What kind of situation it is? Jiang Yao doesn't know anything about it. Jiang Yao, who couldn't think of an answer for a long time, turned to another question. How much do you know about the universe before we came? Or what happened to that universe after we left? After hearing this, the void creature thought for a while and asked, do you want to know whether that universe is alive or dead? Jiang Yao nodded to this. Dead. The void creature replied. Then it added, we left after you left. So we witnessed the death of the universe in its endless expansion. You must also know that the universe is a very precise instrument. In this instrument, any component is very important and cannot be lost. And when you leave, you will take away part of the universe's materials, which also makes it impossible for the entire universe to continue to restart, because the total amount of matter returned to the universe is not enough. The universe can only die in endless expansion. We originally thought that we would follow the universe to death. But at this confused moment, we also discovered the door. Instead of passing through the portal, we came to a new space. And after wandering in this space for a long time, we floated into a fragment. And when we passed through this fragment, we come to this world. Jiang Yao is also thoughtful here. It seems that my conjecture is basically correct. It is not an accident that you encountered that fragment in that universe. But someone did it deliberately. And the person who did it is most likely a certain civilization in this universe.